seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Wolf here for the second day of this week's LCK, and things are really coming down to the wire, Wolf. Technically, we have 8 teams still with a possibility of heading towards playoffs. 4 of them are locked in, 4 of them yet to be decided, but it's basically decided.
Yeah, we have about 0.33% chance KT doesn't make it, but they are very likely to continue to push that percentage towards 100 tonight in their matchup against Fred Brion. Would be the first time KT Rolster goes to playoffs since we have franchising here in the LCK.
Yeah.
Big turnaround for this organization that struggled for many years.
Absolutely. The fact that we're talking about KT as being a team that hasn't been to playoffs since franchising is just a ridiculous thought. Let's get into the standings, though, and see how things are set up to start off today's matches. Gen G sitting 3 points away in game score from the record that 2015 SKT held, Spring T1 holds, as well as Dam1 in 2020. As you know, all of those teams did pretty well in those seasons, all of them becoming champions of the respective seasons.
Dam1 still on the cusp of dropping down to 5th place if their trends continue. They have a very tough opponent in Gen G later on this week. They did take a loss yesterday as Liv Sandbox could actually still technically pass T1. There's still a few matches left to be played, but it doesn't seem likely. Gen G, the only team that has locked in that semi-final spot for round 2 of playoffs. So they're up there. They will skip the first round. We know that for sure.
Yep, not a massive amount of things to play for them, but still definitely wanting to have all the momentum that they can moving towards the finals. 99.67% chance. KT, yeah, just 1 win away. It's all they really need, and it's very likely that they pick it up here today. And if they don't, they'll likely pick it up further down the line as well. Of course, up against Fred Brion, this should theoretically be a match that KT should pretty handily win, as Fred Brion have been on the up. They managed to get the 2-0 over a Nongshim that had a resurgence against Liv Sandbox, and are now looking to play spoiler once again.
Yeah, and I mean, they did it to Nongshim, really hurting their chances massively. It was a really important win for Nongshim to take. They failed to do so. And Fred Brion, again, just kind of trying to play spoiler here in this matchup against KT tonight as well. Matchup, I think, that may be closer than people expect because there is an upward trend here for Fred Brion. Top Gun versus Rasmus Morgan just gets more and more nicknames.
No, do you know what? This is not right. I mean, Top Gun is that's one of the things the fans came up with. He almost renamed himself to like Maverick Morgan or something on the top side, like in solo queue. But then he wasn't winning enough in the LCK, so he felt embarrassed, so he didn't do it. It's a very cute story. But this should just be the Renekton matchup. That's what this should be. These are the 2 Renekton players of the LCK, the most notable ones. And I'm really hoping that we see some Crocodile here today because, of course, Liv Sandbox not playing, and so we want to get as much Croco as we possibly can.
Here are the round 2 stats for these 2 teams. We usually take a closer look on KDAs and, of course, objective control. Notice the Baron power plays here for KT are actually the highest in the league right now. They usually get a lot out of that pivotal team fight. Soul percentage also very high for the squad, sitting at 50%. So they are doing very well around late game objectives. And they have improved so much this season. It's all been about aiming on the bottom side of the map. And that's why these late game objectives are going KT Rolster's way so often, as the man has just been a carry.
He has. He's just been amazing. Aiming, I think Vikler as well has really stood up to the challenge. So far this season, Cuz has been performing much better than he has in seasons past. And let's just hope that KT can keep it together. This roller coaster needs to stay on the tracks, especially now up against Fred Brion as they are on the cusp of playoffs. And honestly, like any sort of loss moving into the playoffs can be very, very detrimental. Even if you've already locked in your spot, having that momentum and having the confidence in yourself that you can beat these teams is extraordinarily important. So KT, yeah, that 2-0 that fan wants is something that I think KT needs even more than what it might say in the standings.
You can't stumble here. You can't lose control of your form, of your drafting at this moment in time, because playoffs alone is not enough to get this team a great chance at going to Worlds. It is going to be top form that they need. Is always got to check your mid laner's hairs behind his ears. Don't want to be walking out with Lava having a little bit of a messy hair action going on. Fred Brion they have looked so confident despite being knocked out of playoffs. They're not phoning it in. They're clearly still trying to improve their synergy. And, you know, of the teams not going to playoffs, if there's one roster I feel like that could stay together and actually go for a great run, you know, in 2023, I think it's this one. This team has improved so much this year. And even though their summer expectations were higher than where they landed, and they have, you know, disappointed in a meta that is great for them, I think that they're kind of bringing it back together here at the end and weren't able to do it fast enough to get that playoff spot, but maybe there's a world where this team sticks together next year, and I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm hoping that the Best Friends Club does stick around. I think maybe there could be some slight adjustments, but if they take away the core, then maybe we'll miss out on some of the Giga Chads in chat, which I think is a huge loss to us specifically. As it will be the same roster that you're used to seeing. Not going to be seeing Raptor or anything like that, and Sword not going to be there towards the top side. And this is going to be our key matchup, and it's mainly to highlight the fact that KT require aiming a whole lot. And guess what? Aiming's always there. He's always there to back up his team. 35% on average. That is insane. Yeah.
Notice the damage percentage is the lowest for Henna, even though he's often been given slight leads in the like mid game, and he's actually been ahead sometimes with a strong laning phase. His damage per gold is extremely low with the tools he's been given. His damage percent is the lowest, and he has just not been able to perform outside of lane. His laning phase hasn't been something to write home about either, but it's really been an issue that even when he hits his 2 and 3 item power spikes in the late game, the game is usually not about him. It's about Morgan, it's about Lava, it's not about Henna popping off in a team fight, and against a team that is so good at front to back, like KT Rolster, it's a big problem for this series tonight.
Exactly. Very much hoping that we just get a competitive series, and the main thing that I think we all need is more Renekton. It's just more Renekton. That is necessary. And I just hope that the Fred Brion fans have a really good time, because that's what it seems like everyone's having more often than not. Ironically, KT Giga is actually their Wi-Fi branding.
That's actually really funny. This goes so deep.
Whereas we've got Giga Yogurt on this side, and that's exactly what you need. The new jerseys I actually really like. I think it's better than their prison uniform that they were wearing before. And now out of prison and back to the gym, based on what I've seen from all of the fandom.
Yep. I am looking forward to seeing what the take of the draft is going to be here for KT Rolster, because we have seen a massive rise, as KT, of course, will have side selection here. We've seen a massive rise in Wukong, priority here this week, and at the end of last week as well. So Umpty has relied on it a lot more than Cuz has this season, so could see that one going over to red side here. But stopping aiming from getting on the Zeri, getting on the Lucian, getting on the Aphelios, this should probably be priority number 1 here, making sure that aiming doesn't have the 80 carry lane that he wants going into the early mid.
Yep, I agree. I think that it's going to be necessary to adapt to how things have been changing here in the LCK. One of the main things that we need to look out for is the bottom side of the map and what the bans are going to look like, because I think that is a huge weakness here. Of course, Henna does like to go back to things like Lethality Xayah if he's faced with like an Aphelios matchup, for example, and it's something that just hasn't worked for anyone here in the LCK. And as we hop into this draft, I very much hope that Fred Brion on red side don't fall into all of these bottom lane traps that we've seen set up by so many of the teams in the draft.
Yeah, the top teams are doing it well, and there's the Insta-Wukong ban. I was wondering if he was just going to make it back into the first banning phase here with how popular he's been, shaping team fights, peeling. He's just such a multifaceted champion. Poppy also taken away. Zumpty's pool of red side picks he could prioritize here thins massively. This is, of course, leaving open a lot of strong hyper carries for aiming to play. You know, even with the Yuumi ban, you're discouraged to play Zeri, but they might even just be happy to take Aphelios with Zeri open, since they know that it's Henna on the other side. He won't have a Yuumi to play with. You're feeling really good here as KT on blue side.
Yeah, this is the thing that makes it so dangerous, right? They are going to ban away at least the Kalista, but having this extra flexibility because you have confidence in your bottom side of the map to be able to just straight up win the matchup, kind of no matter what happens, is really, really dangerous. Silas going to be banned away from Vikla, a champion he finds a lot of wins on, not necessarily a lot of good laning phases or mid games on, but he wins on the champion, man. You can't fault him for it. Zeri's going to be first picked as the Silas was banned away, and Fred and Brion now have a Gnar to pick up, as well as something else, and we'll see what they are going to go with.
Yeah, the Trundle pick doesn't feel amazing against Zeri if you're trying to control the bottom 2v2. Like, the Kalista ban was so smart because it empowers both Aphelios, Kench, and also any Zeri lane. As we will see the Gwen prioritized here into the open arms of a Gnar. It does feel a little bit concerning. Now, of course, the Ryze will come through here for Lava. He's one of our best Ryze players last year and is trying to bring it back here a little bit. As I was wondering if Cuz would actually just look for this pick here because it's so versatile, but I think there's a lot of better options right now. Ari Viego looks to be the path that KT want to take.
Yep. It could be just locking in the jungler as well. They could just take away a Nautilus or something like that, but without seeing the AD carry and the fact that Sivir is still available, maybe they want to just preemptively lock in Alistar, perhaps. Or, just like you say, go for a jungle pick instead. Just go down that tier list and see what they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't pick Viego here, it's probably going to be banned, but you don't necessarily have to. Okay.
Oh my god, just do it.
You actually called this out earlier, and I was like, well, it's very cute of you to say that Renekton could be playable with these players, but it seems unlikely. That's so far, we're not going to get excited about the hover. So far is going to be the case.
Cheeky devil.
I like this Lulu because this is going to give a lot of extra power to the Zeri lane in terms of trading early, and we'll make it a little bit tougher for Ryze to make some Realm War plays happen if he does get control of the mid lane. Wild Growth obviously going to be very strong defensively in this composition. Also aggressively for Ahri. She's looking for a dive. If she gets caught, kind of just, of course, Wild Growth it. There's a Nautilus ban. Don't want to let the Zeri get locked down. Could have been a pick, as you mentioned, defensively here, but they decided to go for the Lulu instead.
Yeah, I find it quite interesting that the Lulu was prioritized so highly, as of course, you know, Sivir was still there. They could have just left that up, but obviously KT believe in the Lulu Zeri lane, and having the extra enchanter there and Lulu's just laning prowess means that it's far more difficult to just straight up lose the lane early on. That means you don't run into any issues that we had yesterday, like the Yasuo Sejuani problem that was ran into by Kwangdong.
Yeah.
It might have been more of a Ruler Lehen's problem, but we'll just have to see. As the Ornn is going to be banned away as well, and there's the Tahm Kench taken away from Delight.
Gnar is still open here for KT, and yeah, Sejuani Ornn feels like a strong set of bans for Rascal here if you just want to play a little bit more weak side top and play around mid, and then of course play defensively around your bottom lane as the Zeri's there, but Gnar still feels like a really strong option here, as we will see the Karma come through. So this is basically just saying, oh, I see what you're trying to do with Lulu and the Glitter Lance, and we're just going to double down on pushing this lane very hard with the Karma. And the movement speed that she gives along with Sivir's ultimate, plus a Gwen, is a very strong composition here that Fred and Brion have put together now.
Definitely a lot of speed. We can call this the turbo lane. We've seen this many times in the past, the good old Sivir Karma. Looking forward to seeing whether Fred and Brion can revive it effectively. It's the first time we've seen it here in the LCK so far, even if it was something a few years ago that did work out. Vi going to be locked in. Vi Ahri, very powerful 1-2 punch here from the mid and jungle, as Darius is being hovered. Rascal's really having a good time with his hovers today.
Would be very fun, but I think Gnar is my my go-to pick here. I'm thinking if you're KT Rolster. Gangplank also a strong option, I think, in terms of slowing this comp down.
Oh, just do the classic.
I mean, this is the classic Rascal move. Just play the Akali into the Gwen, win the matchup, win the lane, and then pop off later on. But with the Ahri pick here, you know, you have a lot of pick potential here with Vi. This is a composition that will really struggle to front to back with Zeri if it doesn't actually fall extremely far ahead. I say fall. If it doesn't land on its feet ahead. Because if it falls behind, which is the other side of this, which is, I guess what I was really going to say, there isn't a strong front line here for KT Rolster. This comp kind of only goes in, and it goes in really fast and really hard, and the Zeri is going to be given all that extra damage for her to get her first kills and start popping off in the team fight. But I would have liked, you know, a little bit more well-rounded of a top laner here for Rascal to play in the Gnar. Would have been a lot stronger front line, a lot of combo potential, and some peel I think Fred and Brion absolutely have, on paper, the stronger composition here.
Yeah, as far as like death balls are concerned, ease of execution, things like this, you've listed it all already. Fred and Brion have a lot of those boxes ticked. I think KT have a finesse comp, right? They have one where they can certainly demonstrate some mechanical prowess on all of these champions. However, as far as 5 champions that work cohesively, Fred and Brion certainly has it over them. But Rascal has good matchup there towards the top side of the map. Akali has probably the best win rate into Gwen, even when Gwen was very, very strong here in the LCK. And so Rascal, historically, a very good Akali player as well. Plus, you know, in the mid lane, we've got the Ahri matchup, and it's something that Ahri can do quite well into, especially if augmented by a Vi getting around and winning in the jungle as well. She's here with her grandson. She doesn't actually know where she is.
She's like, I'm here to see my grandson, but what's going on? I like the smiley face at the end. That's very... And
I like that her expression is very resigned. She's just, yep, here I am, and I hope that he's having a good time.
Yeah, I'm sure he is, because he's here to watch KT Rolster versus Fred and Brion.
Exactly.
The really key matchup, I think, here is going to be how ahead Rascal gets over Morgan here in this Akali Gwen Atlas.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's going to be really big as Fred and Brion, with their Death Ball comp, can they use the ease of execution to take a win here in Game 1? All right, Umpty having a bit of a dance already. I like that, getting off onto the right foot as far as the mentality is concerned. Very nicely done. As far as level 1s, I wouldn't say that KT are super strong this stage of the game, as I believe Aiming. Did Aiming take a little bit of damage there? No, he didn't.
No, he's all right.
I thought I heard the boomerang hitting something while there was the Lulu yelling about stuff.
I think this is a call from KT with this Rascal Akali pick that KT wants to make a statement win here. But I find that the way that they have gone about this is essentially saying, we are going to win this game so hard that some of the weaker parts of this composition won't show. I think that's the one way you lose to Fred and Brion tonight is KT Rolster, is if you make one mistake and then Fred and Brion are like, well, we're still an LCK team, we're still really strong. And this comp is not completely about the Sivir. The Sivir is going to be more of a facilitator. She's going to do, of course, a lot of damage, too, in mid-game team fights. But even if you're watching this thinking, well, Henna just hasn't looked anywhere close to as good as Aiming has, he's still going to be stronger earlier just by the nature of his champion and by the nature of this composition they've built where they have a strong Rise. They're going to have, of course, this Karma. And there's a lot of power here. In a lot of ways, KT could mess this up if they make even a single mistake, which makes this a high-risk composition for KT. And the reward will be, if they win, a very dominant and flashy one, but I don't know if it was necessarily the most standard approach.
Yeah, and it sort of makes sense from KT, right? They see the Gwen picked face up, and they're like, well, they've left their jungle. It's going to be annoying if they pick Lee Sin or something like that, but it's fine. We're going to pick the Akali into it for the laning matchup, as now Vikla can use the Foxfire to try and get out of here. Umpty already applying a fair bit of damage here, utilizing his red buff that he picked up earlier.
Trades like this will be pretty huge if Lava can maintain an advantage when he does hit level 6, because there's some dive potential. Of course, once Umpty hits 6-2, that's when Aiming's life is going to be the most frustrating, and that's where Cuz is going to have to hover around bottom side. So you're hoping the Akali is starting to come online in this matchup by then, because obviously in the early parts, the Gwen is still going to be aggressive. Akali, that's just how she works. Not very good in the first few levels.
Yep, she wants to hit that level 6, get to those spikes. I'm not sure how much it's changed in Gwen's favor after her mini rework, as so many, like, Gwen's just been changed so many times. It's really hard to keep up with how all of the matchups go, but I have a feeling that it's probably still fine for the Akali.
It's funny you say that as the camera pans away from Zeri, who's like, you know, I haven't been out for as long, but, you know, I've been changed way more times. I'm going to be changed next week. And yeah, Zeri, the changes have been a little bit more on the numbers side recently, whereas Gwen is kind of more kit-related. But yeah, it is kind of funny, and I think the changes to Gwen will make her slightly stronger, actually, in the early part of this matchup. But I think the same issues she'll run into post-6 will be there. As Lava's running out of mana here.
He is indeed. running out of health a little bit as well as aiming. Fighting against Delight. Glitterlance is going to go wide, meaning that Delight does win out on that trade for now. And we're seeing the power of the Karma Sivir being represented quite effectively. Of course, the name of the game is just wave clear forever in this lane, and you have it in spades with both Sivir and Karma. Both of them known for their wave clear.
And it gets better. It gets better for them, too. With their first backs, they'll get a little bit more damage, and then Sivir's ricochets will clear the mains even faster, whereas aiming is it's going to be a while before he can actually stand up to any of this, so he's going to need some help.
Yep. Just
And
needs to get to
back.
his static shiv, am I right?
Hey.
Oh, wait.
I missed that item.
Me too.
It's cool. Maybe we'll see a Hextech Soul. Wait, no. It's already the first rake. Rip.
Yeah, no, not going to happen. So no static shivs for any of us in this game, but you know, maybe if we're good.
Only in our memories.
Yeah, maybe if we're good, we'll get a Hextech Stall in the next game.
Maybe they'll add it back as a reworked item in the future.
Yep.
Wink, wink, right? Come on.
Hey, there we go. Well, Rascal and Morgan just fighting it out up here. As we saw, the Akali and the Gwen matchup, pretty good for the Akali here in the LCK, giving us some ideas as to why Rascal picked it. Even if it doesn't necessarily give them the most standard of team compositions, I think it still works out in the mid game.
I also think that it's only picked by the best players in this matchup a lot of the time because it is a finesse matchup, as you called it earlier, and it is very complex.
Well, Lava is going to have to flash as Delight's going to come in. Umpty joins as well as Cuz has to flash to get out of the way. Umpty is likely to die. However, he manages to take down his prey earlier on. Lava doesn't have his flash anymore, but KT not going to fight this one out as Delight just puts the Lulu on a leash, and in comes Henna now as well. They can get another kill. This is massive for them as Orbit Deception and the Charm will connect, and Life even survives. KT make the trade all about them, and now Fred and Breon find themselves in a rough position.
That's such a fantastic push forward there from Vikla to actually try to push the Rise out and get a reset. If he gets that reset, he could actually continue to battle, push the Sivir back, so it discourages Henna from continuing to chase for the kill there on Delight. As Delight's looking for another route here, is just going to take him for a bit of a walk, as you like to say. And I think that this looked very good for Fred at Breon until Vikla decided to be a hero.
Whoa! Speaking of being a hero, aiming just flew in on top of Umpty and Delight.
The biggest loser will definitely be aiming here is, okay, here we go, level 6.
Yeah, can Rascal find the backflip as there's the perfect execution, hits the backflip shuriken, and that is what we're talking about. Solo kill for Rascal. And now's as good a time as any to start racking those up.
Yeah. Now, I mentioned it was the biggest loser of this was aiming because he is now going to be denied a ton of farm, and we're turning this lane into a 4v4. I know Valdez is pulling his hair out backstage as everybody's going down to the bottom lane, and it's going to be an extra plate going over here. Very split, of course, to Fred at Breon, but aiming is losing some farm here. Rise does have Realm Warp, won't necessarily need to use it. They could just turn this into a Drake take. Umpty is in the vicinity, going to grab Scuttle first.
Yep.
And this is a lot of pressure put onto KT here all at once. Flash for aiming still down, of course, going to be down for a very long time as he was trapped there by Umpty and crew when he decided to try to rush back down to his turret. But I think at the end of the day, still KT are feeling very happy about this. There won't be a massive amount of CS loss here. The plates are split bottom side, and it's a kill and assist picked up for Vikla, who's the real hero of this skirmish. Doesn't have 6 when this starts off, and Lava sets this trap up, flashes, Umpty comes back over, and Henna is very late. If Henna is actually here, which I think Fred and Brand were kind of counting on, this fight is so easy for them to take, but he doesn't get here until the last final seconds. Vikla is going to hit 6 off of this wave, and then decides to go all in onto Lava, Life backing away. And look at the timing of this. It's just beautiful.
That is crazy from Vikla. Knows exactly what's going to happen here as he... Yeah, we'll see whether he calls it.
Yep, yeah. He's like leveling. Gets in there.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played.
And then Rascal, this is his first-person view up here on the perfect execution. Not so immune after all versus the Akali. Gets inside that mist.
Yeah. As we're going to see the replay from a different perspective, while in picture-in-picture we've got a battle towards the bottom side.
Yeah, he's worried about those.
You just got to check out the farming sometimes, as I don't know what's happening. Okay, we do have the Drake going down. I think this is real life. Well, it's a video game, but you know, we're in real
We're in the
time.
present.
As Lava is going to get taken down very, very low. The assault and battery comes on through. Umpty appears back in yet again, though, but Vikla holding onto the flash for such a long time. Delight is going to pick up the kill, however. Cuz goes down, and now Rascal looking to try and get in here. Gets a thumbs up there from Delight, who walks pretty quick with his Lucidity boots already completed.
Yeah, he's just going to walk it out, and that ends up being a kill. Going over to Frederick here. Drake has not been taken this game. It's still up here. We're, cresting 9 minutes time. Harold has been up for a long time. It's just nonstop fighting. Rascal.
Yeah, Delight's going to come on over, though, so Rascal's going to be able to get the solo kill. Ults to get himself out. There is the smoke screen, so he should be absolutely fine. Yeah, Twilight Shrouded, backflipped away. Easy peasy, just like that. And also, what was Karma going to do? I think that Rascal probably could have just almost killed him there.
If Karma actually sticks around alone, then she probably dies, but they don't know if anyone else is coming. Umpty is off vision at the moment. He's top side, but better safe than sorry. Just get out of there. Morgan is going to be the recipient of some plate gold here on the top side of the map. Rascal spent so much time out of lane. He's now finding himself 30 CS behind. So at the end of the day, is it really worth it for all the time he spent, the risks he took? You're not getting your Zeri accelerated. You're giving the Gwen some free farm. It looks cool here, and they do win this exchange after this pick happened, but not 100% sure if I really like him going for this long extended chase, as so much is being lost. On the top side, you can see the beginnings of it there on the mini-map. Rascal does escape. He nearly goes down here. If he dies too, it feels even worse, but he gets out, and like you said, maybe he wins against Karma. They don't know where everyone else is.
Yep.
And so look at the CS here for Morgan. He takes a pretty nice lead, so he's avoided one of the scariest parts of this matchup. And is feeling pretty good about what he's going to do later on in the game, as long as Rascal doesn't continue to pick up these kills.
Yeah, exactly. And because Rascal got around and did pick up the kills and things like this, he does have now an experience advantage.
Yeah,
being
he has a
able
gold
to take
lead.
down Morgan there as well. And so the Akali's certainly doing the things that we kind of expect. Feels a little bit accelerated compared to other times as well, unfortunately. So Morgan getting all of that farm, very, very important.
Yeah, it's really important for him because he's kind of winning out for now in terms of how this matchup was supposed to go after that first Akali kill. So he got away with some free farming and takes a nice CS lead. But like you mentioned, the experience still in Akali's favor. She's still going to come up here and has some all-in potential. And my biggest concern is aiming didn't actually get any value in these skirmishes, and now he's still just under a turret here. Henna's starting to get a lead. But as we pointed out earlier in the key player matchup, Henna hasn't been able to take a whole lot of gold and turn it into good team fights. Historically, has in fact been the worst player at doing that in the AD carry role. Somebody's going to set up a trap here.
Yeah, let's see whether Lava can act tasty enough. Looks like Vikla has no real interest in the whole situation. He's just going to pick up the minion wave. Good vision here for KT towards this bottom side as they spot out Umpty. Means that Rascal can go aggressive, but here's the Realm Warp. Let's see whether Frederick can make this one happen. They get the teleport out, and immediately Frederick don't want to go for the dive. Good boomerang. It's going to connect onto life, but he keeps himself alive there and always had the wild growth available, which is why Frederick did not want to fully commit with the teleport coming in.
Yeah, teleport coming through there with an Ahri who can charm you, of course, and keep you under that turret means it's probably going to be a trade, and that's just something you absolutely do not want to take when Azeri is in the team fight. She gets that gold, then you lose your tempo advantages that Frederick are so desperately trying to hold on here. They've kind of lost control of the top side. Again, not because of Morgan's error or his fault, just because the Akali found those picks elsewhere. And looking at it now and seeing how he's come back to lane and really put the pressure on Morgan, feels like it really was worth it for him to continue to roam since he did get those kills.
Yeah.
And I'm liking his position here more and more as this lane goes on.
Yeah, he basically won top lane and mid lane at the same time.
Yeah, he won top lane via mid lane.
Yeah. Oh, well, Rascal's Akali has always been something that's been pretty impressive ever since his days on DRX and things like this. So let's see whether he can continue to have that sort of form. Was less of an Akali player when he was on Gen G, it felt like to me. As of course, often it's the ruler show over there. Except for, I guess, these days, where sometimes Ruler takes a backseat, which is not often in the last few weeks. But
especially the last few weeks, he's like, I've never taken a back.
Yeah, exactly. But there was that game or two where Chovy did some stuff. And there was that one other game where Doran popped off. You remember?
It's just the stuff that that Ruler does sometimes with the tools he's given, or even when Genji has a small deficit, you're like, oh man, this is not looking good for Ruler, but he's like, I'm Ruler. This is just going to be a unsealed exhaust, so he's just using that to switch his summoner back to teleport so he can back here, and Vi comes over. He's going to have to be careful about backing in this area. Vicla's looking for him, but will not be able to stop him. And, I mean, look, this is a slow mid-game, which feels okay for Fredit Brion if they can win this next Drake fight. If KT take it away, though, and buy some extra time, or if they straight up win this team fight, that they don't necessarily want to take, we'll see what Rascal decides, because he's extremely accelerated this game. Zeri is not. Then, things feel very bad for Fredit Brion. So we're at a potential turning point here at about 1 minute and 45 seconds when this second Drake does spawn.
Yep. Really intelligent there from Rascal. You saw that Morgan was going aggressive. He has his Riftmaker now completed. Rascal wanting to go home and put his together now as well. And as you can see, he does have the boots advantage. Picks up a pretty cool looking ring there as well. As Umpty's going to come on over, but he notices that there is now life in this brush also, so it's not just Cuz that he has to deal with. Still, with Lava moving down, might be able to tussle, but deciding not to go for the 3v3, as Henna does have control of this bottom lane. There's no plates left remaining, but they might be able to get first turret as Vikla looks for the charm, doesn't quite get it. Just looking for any target that he can find, but in the end, not going to be able to save the turret, nor find any of the abilities to push Fredit Brion away before that happens.
Yeah, Lava didn't have teleport, but he had Realm Warp, and he was willing to say, okay, if aiming leaves this lane, because aiming was mid, of course, at this time. It's not a dive setup on the Zeri in this case, it's just a turret take attempt from Fredit Brion, and if the rotation happens of the Zeri, the Ryze can, okay, hold on.
Yeah, Vikla gonna get kicked back, does have to flash as the Spirit, the Spirit Rush going to be on cooldown, but there's the ulti out of Cuz. He picks that one up, Salt and Battery, well and truly on Umpty here towards the bottom side.
Yeah, that was very much a risky attempt when you know the Ahri is there. The Zeri is the mid laner right now. She's the one catching all that farm, and CC is so strong against Lee Sin. He's looking for these kick opportunities, and they pulled it off last time by the skin of their teeth. They got the turret and got away, but then they decided to go back in.
Well, Delight now going to get chased down. Lava will find the Rune Prison onto aiming here, though, who just skates his way out. He's on a leash for a very long time, but I don't think it's enough to take the kill. He also still has flash. He might need to use it, as he's just going to chill out here in the back of the pit and won't risk it to try and save the flash.
Yep, does just get out of here, but this should be Fredit Brion with this exchange, grabbing second Drake priority here. So 3 kills in the lead are KT right now, and they have 800 gold as well in the bank ahead of Fredit Brion. But the Fredit Brion comp still getting what they want so far. It's Infernal Soul as well. I haven't seen one of those in a while here in the LCK, and that's exactly what Fredit Brion are hoping for with this massive lead. So very nice kind of RNG here on the Drakes for them. So still feeling pretty good about their position until, we get to that moment where the Zeri starts to actually be relevant in a straight-up fight. As Vikla is baiting this, or it seems like here really well, because Cuz is nearby. It's not like Vikla was like, oh no, I'm caught. He's like, wait, I'm Ahri, and I have a Vi, and I have a lot of CC, you're dead. Gore Drinker's not going to save you against all that, I'm afraid.
It was beautifully chained together as well by both Cuz and Vikla. Vikla holding onto his buttons until the ultimate did wear off. Just really nicely done. Umpty with not a lot of options there. However, I like the idea. He's been playing very aggressively so far, has Umpty, finding a lot of these angles. And Fredit Brion, 1,000 gold, not enough to worry them, I don't reckon, Wolf. I think they're probably sitting pretty at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, because look at where the Gwen is versus the Akali. Yeah, Rascal has 2 kills. He's getting a very fast Void Staff, but the Gwen can still be a threat in the sign lane. He could still dive the Akali. There's a lot of power here. And the Sivir is going to be just fine in the mid lane. Ryze has great wave clear, so again, until Fredit Brion lose a team fight, they keep winning these exchanges over objectives. And now that this one has spawned, the second Rift Herald here, they're going to look for it. And, at this point in time, like, what do KT do? If you take a fight here, it's very high risk. Fredit Brion just going to try to take this objective and push it into further map control for that Infernal Soul point.
Yeah, they will be able to do it as well. So that is Shirley going over to Fredit Brion. Rascal's going to poke his head in, but I think it's KT kind of realizing that 5v5s is not going to be their domain this game. They need to try and get some picks.
Exactly, because Akali's ahead, but is she ahead enough, in this game? Because we talked about the issue in terms of a lack of a front line from the drafting phase of this, and yes, Rascal did get ahead. He did get those 2 kills, but it hasn't been enough to control the map. It hasn't been enough to start taking these objective fights early. And the scaling arguments we can normally have with the Zeri don't hold water here when you don't have a Sejuani, an Ornn, a Gnar in the front line to help set up for her. It's going to have to be picks that actually lead to a 5v4 where the Zeri feels comfortable enough to fight.
Yeah. And it's going to need to be like snowball team fight, right? You got to get that pick first. You got to make sure that you take down a single target. If Henna manages to get the right spell shield, right, on the right ability, KT overcommits into that mitigation of CC, then it can just kind of fall over. Yes, there are a lot of different options here from KT, so one of the abilities will be able to lock down the Sivir, but KT's quite short range as well as Fredda and the ricochet damage, if Henna's given any bit of spare time, it might just be enough to allow Lava and Morgan to sort of roll over the top with the fact that they capitalize on short range opposition quite well also.
Interestingly, you know, I think the biggest tool for KT in neutral fights is going to be Extendo Beam. Like, they're going to have to play this comp later on if they don't, you know, win a team fight right now, you know, in the next 2 minutes when this Drake spawns. They are going to have to use Extendo Beam to kind of shape team fights and set up for potential picks because, yeah, Ahri can come in and look for a pick, but Ryze has Crown. You can't kill him very easily. You know, we'll probably see some more magic resistance here for Umpty. And Gwen is going into Shadow Flame. She's happy to actually turn on somebody because there's no tank in this composition. She's happy to just rip through those health bars and blow somebody up. As long as it's not an Akali all-inning her, she's going to do a lot in extended team fights, and that's a scary thing about this.
Yeah, and more reliable AoE if you do manage to get in there. As the Gwen as well, Snip Snip can be absolutely brutal, as well as having the extra range of the needlework and things like this. Just a better champion as far as in a team fight is the Gwen in comparison to the Akali, but Akali's assassination potential going to be much higher, as well as that of the Ahri. So KT need to start getting this game on their terms. Zaming just going to clear out this mid lane, looking for his Phantom Dancer as item number 2, and will then be going towards the Infinity Edge. And at that point, it doesn't matter that aiming is 0-0-0. He will do a bajillion damage and be Zeri, and it'll be bad for Fredda.
There will be a moment, as we like to say, at some point, where he gets to do a lot of it. Now, Rift Herald is taken by Fredda, used now, perfectly timed to line up with this Soul Point spawn.
Yeah.
So getting some mid-prio here. Look at the setup. They already have everybody here. Morgan's teleported in. And this is the moment that KT need to actually stick around and fight. Zeri hasn't really hit her item spikes yet. It's going to be a tough one, but if they could pop off, if the Akali gets into the backline, there is a way.
They have to be able to get this set up, though, and you can see Fredda able to rotate down and now fight it out against Rascal. Morgan goes immune for a moment as Vikla, he may have found the angle, doesn't find the charm though, and the Everfrost also goes relatively wide. He creates a lot of space, but the Wild Growth has to be used on the Ahri. Cuz now below half health, Extendo Beam, and Cuz just Vault Breakers in, flashes out. Thank you very much. Vikla now flashing to get himself out of the way, but Umpty snags him with the Sonic Wave. Now Life trying to escape, and Lava just ends him with that Rune Prison. Fredda will be able to take a turret, but they do have Soul Point denied. That teleport is not the one you want.
Yeah, actually, that was very risky for several reasons here, as Rascal will take out Delight, but at the end of the day, he goes down, so now you can't contest Baron at all. You had short enough respawn timers to hopefully come over there maybe and look for a contest here. Now you can't. And Fredda took a risk just not deleting his teleport. They could have just done that, but they're like, no, I think we kill this guy. I don't think he can kill anyone. He just barely kills Delight. Zaming is here, and they're looking for another steal. Cuz does not have flash, but has his smite back up.
Yeah, Vault Breaker is going to get him into the pit as he does go golden as well. Can aiming distract him from long enough? Oh, he steals it away, and they manage to kill Umpty. It's all going wrong. Here is your Zeri moment, Wolf. Not the one we're expecting, but it's the one aiming wanted.
A quadra kill here as they buy enough time, and Fredda, they're at, you know, about 5,000, 4,000 health on that Baron. They can't decide quickly enough whether they want to look for a turn on this very difficult to lock down Zeri. They don't have CC, or do they just try to rush the Baron down and then turn afterwards, or maybe try to retreat? And they fail both, and now KT This is the moment. It looked so bad for them. Yeah, they stole the Drake away. You feel good about that, but then you lose a fight. You lose your Akali. And then it looked like Baron was in the hands of Frederick Brion, but Aiming comes over, has his Phantom Dancer, and he's ready to win a team fight. And Frederick Brion give it to him.
Yeah.
And the teleport call here in the mid lane bought enough time for some of those respawns to come through. As this fight, you can see some of the issues in KT's comp in a front to back. Look at how much damage Henna does. Even when Rascal was trying to flank, he lost so much health when they turned on him, so he's completely out of this. You notice where the Akali is. He's nowhere to be seen in this fight because he took so much damage on that flank. Zika, of course, goes down. Realm Warp comes through. They catch life here. And the teleport attempts to buy some time here. Aiming, though, he survived, and that's the critical part because over here, he's doing that poke damage I was talking about, setting up for this Drake, or Baron.
And Cuz being able to go golden here, absolutely the most important part as Assault and Battery, making sure that Umpty was dead before the Baron was smiteable, and then it was all too easy. Frederick Brion, do you know what I absolutely love about this, though? They decide the game on their terms, right? And yes, they lost. However, if they had been able to get the Baron after winning that fight, the game would have been very, very difficult for KT to ever come back from.
Yeah.
In the end, though, they decide to lose the game for themselves. Sometimes it's tails, you know?
I think they could have played that Baron fight a lot better, but again, it's such a difficult champion to lock down in the Zeri. And if you walk away, you lose the Baron, and the Zeri is looking to fight you in a choke point as you're trying to leave the Baron pit. It's a really rough situation there. Frederick Brion now losing control of this game so rapidly with the Baron buff and all these standing turrets on the map for KT to take out. This is the flashy win that we were talking about, right? Is KT just making a statement. Again, Rascal wasn't really involved in that last fight, but Aiming, he's ready for another POG vote. He's like, give me another unanimous one.
Well, there's an Assault and Battery. Cuz is just going rogue here, guys. Not entirely sure what's going on. Does not have Flash. He has Vault Breaker. He's trying to get himself out, but it's not going to work. It was a very strange maneuver that he went for there.
Yeah.
Sometimes your R button requires pressing. Cuz felt that itch, and it needed to be scratched.
It's so unfortunate for Cuz this game because he's got the unique, Sunfire and Chempunk Chainsword build here, which we see not as often in Korea as we see in other regions, but it's a very strong build here. I like the build he's chosen for what his job is. He had that heroic smite. He bought so much time on the Baron. He's had those great moments. But otherwise, it has not been his game, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's otherwise, not so much, unfortunately here. And he does, of course, really weaken the power of this Baron push. They can no longer threaten inhibitors. It's now worn off. We'll see if Frederick Brion get one more fight.
Yeah, I've got a conspiracy theory for you, Wolf. My conspiracy theory is that Cuz is doing Aiming a solid. Aiming, of course, racing towards the top of the POG standings. And Cuz did land some really nice smites in order to get KT into a game-winning position. So with that, just running it down the mid lane, I think it's far more likely that Aiming will pick up the POG.
When you started talking about Aiming when he was going in there, I didn't quite see how far forward he was, and I was talking about Aiming saying, give me another unanimous. I thought you were going to be like, well, Wolf, I mean, Aiming, he's had a great game, but Cuz, look at what he's done. But no, you were actually just illustrating why he probably will not get it this game. I thought you were about to give an argument for his steal and the time he bought on Baron, but no, he was unfortunately picked off. But the game is still in a very KT-favored state. I mean, it's almost impossible for Frederick Brion to recover at this point, this game, because the Zeri is online. And it's kind of becoming it's almost like a dead joke at this point to call the Zeri moment, and we certify it and all that, but it just keeps happening to such a ridiculous degree where the Zeri does nothing until she does everything all at once, and then from that point on the game is over. Like, it just keeps happening. It's just how she works. And now she has IE, so that poke that we were talking about that was really successful at setting up for that Baron fight, it's better now.
Well, there's the flash kick. Umpty is going to land the Sonic Wave as well, as Rascal's looking to try and get himself out of here. He does backflip, lands it onto Umpty there as well, as yet doesn't go into the Realm Warp. Really like the play, and they secure the kill onto the Akali. She was trying to do some tricky business there with the shuriken that she had landed, but didn't have an opportunity to, as now KT continuing to push. Vikla here towards the top side will have Delight coming on in, but I don't think he's going to be able to stop this turret from taking a beating. Henna comes on over, though, and he certainly does have a little bit more access to wave clear, and he is going to get to work here on this turret as Morgan splits here on the bottom side. Siege Minion kept alive with the teleport from Vikla, who comes down from the top side in order to defend his inner turret, gives away that Siege Minion for some reason as Aiming is rotating down. This is what they're looking for. They want to be able to return the favor here. top laner for top laner.
Yeah.
As Morgan, Alcove Gaming, let's see whether he can make this one work.
I mean, he can't teleport. He'll just be interrupted. He has to try to get away with this recall, and it looks like he will. Gets to keep his teleport to use to, hopefully, for Fred Brion, you know, contest a Baron as it's spawning here in 10 seconds. KT in full control of the map right now, and you can see that Fred and Brion are trying to group towards the Baron, trying to clear any wards they may encounter. There's not a whole lot over there, but they're trying to slowly set up for what will probably be the last team fight of the game. As yeah, Rascal, we talked about it earlier, he can be very vulnerable in the side lane if there's a huge group. And notice what everything else is happening on the rest of the map. Like, his sacrifice here is not in vain because they do get a lot of prio on top and mid right before the Baron spawns. So this is not a huge mistake or a big problem here. Proactive play from Fred Brion, but will it matter at the end of the day? Probably not, because he's alive, Baron's alive, and they're grouped up for it.
Exactly. Now able to get themselves Rift Scuttle vision as well, so not even challenged as far as vision control. So like you say, does take a few too many resources in order to lock him down for any big advantages.
Yeah, I mean,
for Fred Brion, but getting a bit of gold back is still good.
Right before we went into that replay, Fred Brion were all grouped to try to clear vision that wasn't really there, but they didn't actually set up for prio because they had those two waves in top and mid. And we come out of the replay and look at who's on Baron. It's KT, and they're grouped up. Zeri has an extra BF sword, inner pocket, and you know, Fred Brion, good luck on this one. This is going to be a very difficult fight to win, and unfortunately, the Zeri chunk damage we were talking about in these neutrals, yeah, it comes fast and hard, and
oh dear, Rascal lying in wait, off on a flank here, right over this wall. KT do get control of the mid lane. Some question mark pings as a shuriken just lands on the ground next to them. It's like that's a true ninja moment, you know? It's like, wait, where did that come from?
Yeah,
it was his parting gift that he threw out saying, yes, if you had stepped up,
a log
I would have killed you.
A log appears out of the air and lands on the ground. You're like,
yes.
What's going on here?
I wonder, it's a wisp of smoke. All right, KT. Now have control of the Baron. Fred Brion have control of the mid lane. Aiming Stendo Beam just to try and do some damage, but we're going to land the poke.
I do still think there's a case for a front-to-back team fight here for Fred Brion, but it has to be perfect.
Ooh, another charm is going to miss. Everfrost also, no joy. As Morgan, pretty immune this time around. Nicely done.
Still have that extra prio in mid. KT Rolster, a little bit timid to set up for this one. They miss a few extendo beams, and this wave keeps crashing through in the mid lane. Won't be able to get the fast track on this Baron this time around. And because KT were down on Drakes, they can't trade Baron for Infernal Soul right now and be like, well, I guess you guys have the prio for this. They still have to group up and fight, but they just don't have prio. They don't have control. And only Rascal is over there. Everyone on Fred Brion is just going to back away, though. I think they definitely had an opportunity to try to rush this one down or at least look for a turn. If you're just going to give KT map control back, then why'd you even push mid lane? They're just going to let this one go. And the threat of Rascal just deleting somebody is real. And he is well and truly fed this game. Has a stopwatch unbroken.
Yeah, also Vikla has a huge lead as well. Ever since that dive that Rascal got off in that mid lane, it's been kind of dictated by Vikla. Vikla needs to land a few more of his abilities, and when he does that, things are going to be great. As you can see, lands both of them this time, and Amy's going to collect himself another kill. Now the ult in celebration as Assault and Battery will come on through, and Cuz is going to finish it off with the Vault Breaker. Now Umpty running for the hills, but he'll get charmed up, and all of the missed charms were just a bait here, as now Rascal is chasing down the Lee Sin, his old arch nemesis, and that is going to be KT picking up almost the ace, as it's just Delight remaining. But KT will still win the game off the back of that team fight.
Yeah, really good fight for them on Baron. And now KT, you know, was a rough start to the mid-game, but all they needed was one great team fight. Fred Brion, they won the fight on Drake, but it was a greedy Baron. They should not have taken the risk. That's all it takes.
Yeah, really beautifully played here by KT. Aiming, we didn't really realize it, but he was the poke portion of this composition. 6-0 and 2 on the Zeri. Unfortunately, I still think it's going to be Rascal stealing away his POG, but valiant work there by Cuz, trying to deter everyone from voting for him in that mid-game, but I think still a lot of worthy Cuz votes out there on this buy.
I don't think it's going to be a 13 out of 13, no matter which way you spin it, but There were definitely some worrying moments for KT this game. They could not control early objectives. They were not able to utilize the HLE lead to set up for picks outside of the first 2 he got. And so, as a result, Fred Brion had better objective control. And there were some shaky moments even for KT in the later parts where they weren't able to cleanly control the lanes, but they win in the end. I think their composition was very greedy. It was very risky, but it worked out. And so, we'll still give it a thumbs up because the execution was good enough. But Fred Brion, they put a good comp together. They had a competitive early mid, and Henna, had a decent game on the Sivir. Just wasn't enough in the end because when we hit that Baron fight, everything falls apart.
Yeah, and also the Sivir was never really able to play the game that she wanted to, right? KT were able to set up for the fights that they wanted. They didn't fight when it wasn't perfectly optimal for them. And Fred Brion could just never really push the envelope hard enough in order to give themselves those advantages. Aiming somehow tops the damage here as well, which is actually somewhat surprising, although I guess the extendo beams were just raining down left, right, and center. It felt like he spent the majority of the game on 0-0-0 though, so those damage numbers just really demonstrating some Zeri balance here in the LCK. Fantastic stuff. We'll see whether it's going to get through the draft yet again as we go to a short break, and when we get back, the gentleman will take us through that first game.
윈도 볼 수 있어. 윈도.
이거 보면 이거 라이즈 한 방에 따야 내가 저 사람
걸어도 돼. 시비를 볼게. 봐도 좋아.
야 노플 리신 노공 여기 1초
그웬 볼게.
마지막 공 있어 버프 줄게 마지막 공 끊었다 오른쪽에 카르마 살려야 돼
나 살았어. 끝날 것 같아.
끝내 미장 끝나
night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. I cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler today, and that was a game that KT did win. They were able to get the first pick Zeri in the draft, and generally, from what we've seen here at the LCK, that does lead to good times. It felt like Fred Brion had somewhat of an answer, but they weren't able to get there in the end.
Gotten to the point where when we say Zeri locked in, we're like, yeah, game's over. And that's bad, because that's not actually what happens all of the time. And it wasn't really the story of this game either. But what remains a big problem is that especially teams like Sandbox and KT, I think, played around the Zeri better than anyone besides NG, because they play everything better than anyone, so it doesn't really count. And when you look at the Fred Brion draft, I actually think that the only thing that I really have an issue with is the very high Gwen priority. The Akali counterpick working out nicely, even though again that wasn't really the core part. And then the Karma, which is something that I think for good reason has kind of dropped off of the priority list. Lee also very underwhelming. I think there's a lot different directions that you can go into, but you're kind of slotted into a lot of match damage already, so even some of my favorites not really available there in the the R5 Carfaces that we keep waiting for. I haven't seen it yet.
Maybe someday. We did also get the Vi priority on the side of KT, which was pretty interesting. Just going up and up in terms of priority. Still not sure what to feel about the Vi. I'm not a huge fan of it, but got the job done this time around, so hard to argue with that.
Yeah, I think the Vi is just a very reliable champion, always does what you need it to do, and when you have it combined with an Ahri, it really gets that, as Akash has talked about, pick style composition going very easily, and in a 1v1 scenario where you have Akali in one side lane, and then your Ahri in another, it's really nice to be able to just start if you want to go for a mid-game skirmish.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did go over the draft there. Let's get into highlight number 1, which was essentially just a Rascal highlight reel, and he did do a lot for himself and his team early on.
What's really interesting is that Rascal had a really good early game, but his team wasn't really able to leverage this, and I think that is partially due to maybe some of the indecision around these early to mid-game objectives, because normally when an Akali gets 2 kills like this, obviously the side lane is one, which was the case, but later in skirmishes we actually saw that because KT wasn't fully on the same page. Like Akali flank comes in, but he can't fully commit, and then the Gwen can actually, in longer fights, still win. So it created a really interesting setup where even though I think Rascal played the early game very well, Team and him not really able to leverage that into the mid-game or mid-stage of the game.
Yeah, even so, I feel like, you know, even though it is Rascal against Morgan, I like the fact that he's counter-picking for top again. He looks confident. He's getting solo kills. Not necessarily something we could say about Rascal early on in Summer, but it's good to see that he's kind of getting back into that form, and it's really been helping out KT. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was, of course, this play on the Baron, which, you know, you were saying maybe if this was a Jinx or a different AD carry, this could have happened as well, but the damage from the Extendo Beam certainly helping out with the Smite fight.
Yeah, and what is the only thing that I think here is...
And stopwatch.
Yeah, well, but also if Hannah and Morgan and the rest of the team actually hard focus the Baron here, you kill it, right? So it's also Fred Brian showing some weakness, and then the teleport is so big here because going for teleport actually makes it a lot harder. We've seen a lot of ghosts come up, which I love. But in this specific situation, him being able to immediately teleport back towards the Baron pit was the only reason they got the steal. And I think because even though his KDA looked kind of lackluster and a couple of authentic Vi moments where you just press R and don't really think, this combined with the steal he got earlier as well on the other Drake is, to me, the most impactful moments of this game. And I think that he had a really good showing. And Cuz is interesting because we haven't really talked about him that much, but generally in any split, Cuz at some point just kind of stops doing stuff has been a problem for in the past, and like that just hasn't happened this split. And I think it's one of the main reasons why KT look as good as they do.
Yeah, I think everything's kind of coming together. They are on the upward slope as we get into the playoffs here. Let's take a look at the player of the game here for game number 1. It will, in fact, because with the help of Chronicler's vote.
I'm very happy. I think he very deserved it. I'm sure there'll be some Zeri votes. Maybe some Akali votes as well, but as mentioned, Rascal's mid to late game wasn't necessarily amazing, but it's the full package for Cuz. Even though he had some mid-game moments that were a little bit boneheaded, getting this steal so big because of the nice soul point to Fred Brian, which would have been a disaster otherwise. And then this moment where he keeps his team very much in the running, making sure that Anti can get the smite, getting the actual kill on the Baron himself, just the whole package. I'm really happy he picks up POG as
Yeah.
I think the votes make sense. Vikla also
I like the Vikla votes too. Yeah, I thought he had a lot of impact on this game just in general, so that RE finding value as well. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for this segment of the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Well, Wolf, I would have been a Keck W if I had a vote. I would have definitely voted for Rascal. Surprised that literally no one else did at all. Maybe that's why my vote was revoked. I'm not sure.
Well, we saw one fan earlier, at least one fan, one that I noticed that voted for Rascal on their fan sign before the game even started. Some people have already kind of decided who they want POG to be before the game even happens. But I did like the split vote. I was surprised Rascal didn't pick up any either because, yeah, like Chronicler mentioned and like we talked about on the cast, he didn't turn that 2-kill lead into a massive mid-game, and I think that's more of an issue of KT and not a Rascal problem. But he got those 2 kills, which was really important for making sure this game was still survivable through those tough mid-game times. I thought the team fight on Baron was the really big turning point, and that was, of course, Aiming and Cuz who both pulled that one off.
Yeah, I agree. Although, you know, thinking about it, Cuz definitely was able to get all of the key moments wrapped around his little finger, which is what Mao was talking about, what Chronicler was talking about there on the carpet space.
Yeah.
Can't really fault that line of thinking as well.
He also helped shut down Umpty on the bottom side when Umpty went for that kick play. He was there on the spot, helped set up the charm for Vikla. It was a team effort around some of these skirmishes.
What is that?
I'm not sure if I really want to know, to be totally honest. Like, I think it's better left unknown.
Yeah? I mean, whatever it is, it's drawn beautifully. Just don't know anything about it. Giga Chat Bro Lord Morgan easy 2-1. I like the crossing out of the 0, like very, very obviously. Absolutely beautiful. And I agree, French casters are absolutely amazing. Shout out to Chips and Noir. They are probably some of the best in the business, if not the best, and they've been casting forever. So
I love
I'm
those
happy
guys.
to hand over the torch at this stage.
Such cool people. Glad I got to meet them a few years back when they visited Korea.
Yep. They've been out here a couple of times. I think I was here for about a few, only a few months when they were out when I was here. But I think they'd been before, and I think you'd seen them earlier on.
Really nice guys. Blue side pick here, not a surprise to anyone, as I can't read it if you don't stop. I actually don't understand the joke.
Is this a Sunke fan?
Yeah, it's a Sunke fan, but
It's a Korean pun, the classic Korean pun.
yeah, I see this it breaks my brain. I can only like read it like a robot. If it's funny or like smart, I probably can't translate it, guys. Sorry.
It was actually, I was watching a Korean show last night, and the episode was like all about puns, and the English subtitles were just like the most unfunny thing ever, whilst the characters are all laughing and stuff, and I felt very left out.
It's probably what happens when you watch like Monty Python the Holy Grail with the Korean subtitles. You're probably like, whoa,
Oh,
this
God,
is
yeah.
weird.
I imagine it probably happens on the other side as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, last night was it was a very confusing time for me.
Okay, let's get back to this draft here. Is Ari is removed. That is the big change up here for Frederick Breon, not letting that one come through. And the Wukong ban stays. The Yumi ban is going to, of course, move on to the red side again here.
Yep.
This time KT. Lucian is
Poppy.
also banned.
Yeah, so Lucian was banned last time. I find it interesting that Frederick Breon are prioritizing the Lucian ban so highly. Kallista's still available. Poppy's still available. And the Wukong Yumi, still exactly the same bans on the red side. KT have just adopted that style for red instead of blue. As there it is. It's just mirrored bans outside of the Yumi being swapped over. So Poppy has been
Callista-
replaced by Ari.
The Callista here is a really interesting ban to me because, yeah, it's Henna's best champion, like, in his career, just period. You watch this guy play it, it's the champion he looks most comfortable on. And if they pick Zeri first, you can pick Callista as aiming and feel great. Now, I didn't expect that with the Callista ban here, Frederick Breon would just take the Poppy, because I was thinking, well, now you've got Zeri angle as Frederick Breon, and they don't have the Callista anymore. Lucian was banned, so it felt like a perfect storm of greatness for Zeri being picked up without the Yumi, of course. That's the one issue. But they decided to prioritize the Poppy, so a lot of pressure on Umpty now to snowball this bottom lane through early aggressive plays here on blue side, and they don't have a lot of prio lanes to set up with the Callista ban now, of course, since they didn't take the Zeri, and the Lucian ban. So now this is a very risky pick into the Poppy, because obviously in the early parts of the bottom 2v2/3v3, it can be very tough for the Scar to have the same kind of impact, but later on it is going to be massive, and has a really funny interaction, of course, with Poppy.
Yeah. Also, isn't counterable by the Steadfast presence, which is another good thing about the Skarner into the old Poppy. Sivir and Ryze both just going to be locked in one after the other. KT now with their opportunity to pick Alistar if they would like to into the Sivir, but they did like the Lulu last time, even if it wasn't necessarily my favorite pick of the draft. We'll see where they do decide to go, though, as Talia is still going to be considered. I find this very interesting with Skarner already locked in. Using it for its flex potential is very, very strong. But this now also has its own dash mitigation. Everyone, I mean, it's like there's a stop sign on both sides of the rift here with Steadfast Presence and, of course, the Unraveled Earth, preventing those dashes.
I like Talia because she is a very different version of Ari, I think, in this draft, where she still has hard engage and she can look for picks and she can actually just warp a team fight with a really nice shove, but she has actually a little bit better long-term damage output in a team fight, and they have Skarner to set up for that. They can just assassinate somebody so easily leading into a neutral fight. So I like this version of KT's draft way better than the previous one, as we'll see the Renata is removed here, as that would really put a wrench into the gears of Frederick Breon's comp.
Yep. Of course, KT don't have to ban the Nautilus if they'd just like to pick it up for themselves. They could certainly do that. Of course, Nautilus has his own little things that he can do to disrupt Spell Shield, but if you just throw out a depth charge, you're just not going to stop the Sivir from doing stuff, so they do just ban it away. Lulu going to be banned here as well, and so Life going to be considering the Alistair, I would assume.
Yeah, I think that's what we're probably going to see here.
Ooh, Leona
Okay.
instead.
Well, that's a very Life move to look for the engaged champion here. But I was actually thinking the Karma, believe it or not, like the same way Lulu actually shapes Zeri lanes and makes it a little bit more manageable, Karma's AoE, same with Renata too, like all three of these champions are really going to make the life of, no pun intended, of aiming a lot easier. And, you know, when you add this to the Talia rotational power, you add this to Skarn or the movement speed he's going to want. Feels very strong in this draft here for KT. Much more prefer this than the Leona or even the Alistair, honestly, with how this comp functions.
Well, Delight is just going to take a leaf out of the KT book as he has his own Leona hover. We'll see whether that is it is going to be locked in. So there it is. Here is your Frederick Brion draft. Gwen, once again, going to be blind picked here by Morgan. And Rascal, the Akali is available, but I'd really like a tank.
Yeah.
And that's what KT have decided to go with as well.
This is, you know, the big difference in this draft was the support targeting to make sure that it's going to be a tougher lane for aiming and life, which doesn't really work out here because Karma is locked in, and now they get the tank that could have been banned, of course. And with an R ban, I would have really liked the tank zone out here because it might have forced Rascal to play Akali again. They could play a little bit more defensively around the mid game. Maybe Rascal doesn't get that same lead. And we'd have a similar problem for KT as we did in the last game. But as a result, they ban away Life's two options that he obviously would have preferred to play, but he still gets a strong one here. They have extra scaling with the Ornn in a Zeri Ornn composition. The Ornn is going to give them a lot more power in those first few team fights around objectives, so KT doesn't have to just look away and be like, all right, you can have your first two Drakes, we'll fight later. They actually have some power here. They will not just have to necessarily give up Rift Herald and the second Drake. So, yeah, I like this draft way better for KT than what we saw last time around.
Oh, me too. I mean, as far as how it works as a five-man unit, oh my goodness. It's like they're like, we're here to, like the first game, that was, you know, we're just going to pick some fun stuff and see what we can do. And Rascal was like, my mid-game and late game were just not how I wanted it. I'm just going to play on so that we can fight around a Rift Herald and I can show you exactly how to win a POG. We'll see whether that is how it's going to go. As, of course, Fred and Brion have a very similar draft this time around as well. And we'll have to see whether the power of the Sivir will actually come out, whether he'll be able to land some of these auto attacks now with a far more front-to-back composition coming through from KT. I think Henna going to need to know exactly what he wants to spell shield this game, but at least won't need to worry about an Ahri always dashing on his face throughout the entirety of the game.
So much of this game is going to be about controlling the bottom 2v2, which is very concerning because there's a Karma on the other side. That wave clear that she's going to provide makes it difficult to dive her.
Yep, that's exactly right. As KT Rolster, they have a Skarner, so always keep your eye out for those impales. Here we go, on to the Rift for game number 2. All right, pretty even as far as the fan chance. It'd be my assessment here. Although I'm not entirely sure whose side of the Rift we are on. Fred and Brion's side of the Rift. Side of LoL Park. So maybe they were accentuated a little by my positioning.
Yeah.
However, did seem pretty even. Fred and Brion fans, pretty passionate. Love to see it. Even though they have already been removed from playoffs contention, still keeping the hearts of all of the fans.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. The UI will come back. There it is.
Welcome
we were
back,
classic
UI.
for a second, and then we went back to the LCK version.
Ooh, Rascal's already taken some damage here, so Fred and Brion with a huge lead. Ignore the fact that KT are currently sitting on 0.1k.
Yeah,
gold.
if you multiplied the damage KT has done by infinity, it would never stack up to how much Fred Brion has done this game.
Yeah, exactly. So that is an exorbitantly huge lead, Wolf.
Yeah. Well, in terms of how this game is going to play out, like, you know, in terms of the strength of the Sivir, it is also, in some ways, a stronger composition here for Fred and Brion than last time because they have Poppy. So that was one of the big things that changed in the draft. Fred and Brion decided we're willing to give the Zeri over because we still have Sivir available. We still feel pretty good about our ability to control this lane, and you should because you made this choice last game too. So As a result, if Poppy can make the big plays, if Umpty can come down here and look for some picks, you know, the fact that Karma can push this lane could end up being a detriment here to KT if they push it at the wrong time without Skarner support. And even in a straight-up 3v3, the Skarner is never going to be as strong as a Poppy until he hits 6. You know, it's just how he works. He's not going to have a Spire in the middle of that bottom lane, so just not going to be a fight he can take. So, you know, as a result, Fred and Brion have a little bit more power to actually snowball this bottom side and get some early leads there. It's going to be about execution.
Well, Cuz is going to put some vision down, and you can see that they've got a bit of a line here, trying to keep their eye on where Umpty is going to be. This ward not going to be here for too much longer, as Umpty's dealing with his red buff. Delight takes a Mantrid Q from Life. That means that, you know, this lane was always going to be difficult. Range versus melee, Leona versus Karma. You know, it's just one of these things. Tale as old as time. But the utility of the Karma will certainly be there as the game goes on, and Delight on an engaged champion is always kind of what you want as a Fred and Brion fan.
Notice the ping instantly as Umpty sees that he is spotted, and they're going to try to just identify where Cuz is at all times. And the line of vision that you were talking about that's set up for KT is so they can push safely on the bottom side. Cuz is here. They know exactly where Umpty is. And, of course, with the control around this Drake pit here that Skarner's got, that he can actually challenge Umpty there in that isolated battle at this point in time. So just kind of playing the jungle a little bit slower here is Cuz, and it will come at the cost of some of his farm. But it's 100% worth it because the value you get bottom side.
5-2 for the Skarner here actually has been quite successful, as also manages to get full vision on what Umpty's doing as well. All right, Delight is just going to decide to go in here as Life has been lit on fire. Delight going to take the favor returned, as Henna is going to lose out on the trade in the end because Life has his Mantra back off cooldown. And KT and Fred and Brion certainly playing aggressively here towards the bottom side.
Yeah, some pots chugged here on both sides. Life still holding on to one biscuit as well, and we'll be able to actually trade up with that extra regen they have with those recovery items. So Henna here very low. They will push this wave in, of course, in the trade, and that's going to give them a little bit more space down here on the bottom side. Looks like they want to go for an early back here. But so far, so good for KT. I think Cuz has played this early part very nicely around that extra vision, pushes Umpty away, spots Umpty going over to Krug, so then they can stay there. And, you know, the aggressive trade that happens doesn't get any summoners outside of the Ignite because KT know that Umpty isn't nearby. If they didn't know that he was, you know, was there or not, like, they might actually have flashed there. Might have actually tried to use some summoners to get away, knowing Poppy might be looking for a charge. But with that extra vision, they just go, okay, we'll take this trade back off. You've got the early back, but we'll just match it now. And no flash is expended here on KT's side.
Yep. All things pretty quiet at this stage of the game. We do need to mention the Scorpion in the room, Wolf, and that is, once again, Phase Rush Skarner has been picked up by Cuz.
Oh, yeah, he did it. I didn't even notice at first.
We've seen, I think, I want to get the win rate of Phase Rush versus Predator Skarner. I'm pretty sure Predator Skarner is 100% win rate. Of course, that, I believe, has some peanut problems as far as the accuracy of the stat is concerned. I'm just not a huge fan of the Phase Rush in comparison to Predator. I feel like Predator is far more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, there are arguments for both we've made a lot, but I personally prefer Predator just because the function of Skarner is to grab somebody that you're running at. Don't need the Phase Rush as much. It's going to be useful for getting away, but you're not trying to get away usually.
Yep. That's okay. He's
Delight's
just going to say,
teasing
no,
him.
get out of here.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, the bottom side control has been pretty nice here for aiming and Life. You know, Karma basically has her ultimate from level 1, has that wave clear, and is going to just straight up be able to win you some of those trades. And without without Umpty being able to make a Peanut-esque level of performance here on this Poppy pick here early, then, you know, with Cuz hovering around, setting up all that extra vision, this Silver Pick hasn't gotten the value they want. His ult comes out.
Yeah, Rascal's looking for it. He finds none of the Rams and will therefore just walk away. He had 300, 400, oh yeah, 450 health, so I guess, you know, it's kind of all right, sitting on a Barmy Cinder. But just thought that he might be able to take Morgan down there. The Ghost was on cooldown, so he thought like it was going to be in his avenue. Doesn't actually work out that way, as Rascal does head home. He'll teleport back as Fred and Brion are taking this first Drake. Atlas is going to be denied his Cloud Drake, which of course makes me very sad. So sad I spoke in the third person.
Yeah. See what the soul ends up being. It's not going to be Infernal back-to-back. We know that now, as that one has been revealed. And the teleport's used for Rascal. Morgan, you know, neither of these champions have it here. It's going to be kind of a calmer route to this fight over Herald, where it's going to be a lot about Rascal getting that ultimate back online. 30 seconds to go before this spawns. KT trying to set up for this first, getting some extra vision, setting up Scuttle right now. Without the Rascal ultimate, tough fight to take, but if they could slow this down, obviously he'll have that one back up, and will definitely be something that KT could look to contest here. Otherwise, you know, if they could force Henna to back, come over, then maybe Zeri can get a play bottom side. There are a lot of ways that KT, this game around, they did not have last game to actually contest for this one way or another trade on the map.
Yeah, Aiming actually trading pretty nicely here, utilizing the Inspire Shield to avoid a lot of the boomerang damage. Very nicely done here by the Zeri in the early stage. Henna with the level advantage, though, as we can see. Extendo Beam not quite clipping the wall the way Aiming wanted it to there.
Yep. Delight still level 5. Not going to be able to look for any crazy engages here in the lane. Will not hit that Zenith Blade either.
I think Aiming wanted him to. Was trying to take him
He's
underneath
like,
the
please,
turret.
please come over here.
Yeah.
As Umpty will come over here and take the Spire back away from Cuz. And Rascal's ultimate, you know, the timing of this, a little bit unfortunate. He tries to go for that solo kill attempt top side. It gets out a Ghost, but his ultimate not being up here is really unfortunate for this fight. Is KT coming over very slowly here.
Yeah, however, they do have Weaver's Wall if Vikler really wants to get in there. However, they don't have a Skarner. So this should just go over to Freda Breon. And yeah, Rascal sees it, but he's just going to see it die. So Freda Breon taking themselves the first 2 neutral objectives of the game. And KT kind of flobbing it. And yeah, that ult used by Rascal is even more curious now.
Yeah, I mean, if you can buy time there on the Drake, or you look for the Weaver's Wall early and slow it down, and Zeri's bottom side pushing the wave, and then you force Henna up, there's a lot of ways you could play this macro-wise where you're like, okay, you know, ult's coming up. I hope you guys are tracking that, because we're going to look for a fight here. Then you get value elsewhere, or, you know, you look for the actual fight itself, which is not a terrible one for KT in this draft. Cuz doesn't even ult when Umpty uses his, and, you know, just a free Herald.
Oh, there's on the hunt, and yep, you just press Q, and then you steal the Sivir. That's first blood going over to Aiming. Not sure whether we're certifying that Zeri moment, but it's certainly bad news for Freda Breon.
Yeah, it is a beginning of things to come, let's say, potentially here, and okay,
right.
Shove.
Nice little flick there onto Lava, who does have to walk across the rocks, but thankfully he's not dashing across the rocks. Always very dangerous to do so. Don't dash across rocks.
No, it's very rough. I've been playing Death Stranding recently, and it's also kind of a thing you don't want to be running near those rocks. Rocks are never looked scarier in my whole life than when I'm playing that game. But
that is one game that makes me jealous of PlayStation owners. Because I am not one of those. I have been too much of a Nintendo purist over the years, and so therefore missed out on a lot of those real good ones.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far, but it's taken away my Xenoblade time a little bit too.
Yeah, which is a problem.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword. But talking about that bottom side pick, of course, this was really just, I mean, KT have controlled vision bottom side this whole game. And when you're Henna out this far and you don't have any vision, you can just get punished like this. A Skarner just rushing at you and picking you out of the lane against the Zeri with no support nearby is not something I expected. It wasn't on my bingo card.
No.
You know?
Ooh, another shove, as Lava is just spending a lot of time dancing through the air. They do clear out the minion wave, however. Shelly should be able to come in and still be able to collect a couple of these plates as Lava does get on over and secures himself his share. Aiming now dealing with this minion wave heading towards him as, okay, Freda Breon looking for a potential dive, but they decide not to go towards it. The rest of KT were rotating down as Vikler's also going to cycle through some summoner spells. And Cuz gets his Chem Tank. So that is going to help him with his phase rush. Of course, 100%. It can certainly get better if you have all of these movement speed abilities. And the Inspire from the Karma. Certainly something that can allow him to get in there much like the Predator can.
The Karma and the Talia here make it so much easier for Cuz to just find pretty consistent value with the Skarner. Speaking of which, like, he comes over here, is like, wait, there's no ward in here? Okay, this is a free kill.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Sivir tries to spell shield, but you know, there's a lot of ways for that to just be taken away. You know, you
Yeah,
don't
just
get to hold
press
that one.
Q while you walk up.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Skarner can sort of deny it.
So a nice try, Hannah, but unfortunately, that's a death on the board. And yeah, he's ahead in CS, but Aiming picks up the money. And it's first blood in his pocket. So this next Drake fight here is definitely one that KT doesn't have to take again necessarily, but they have teleport, not unleashed. They could try to force this, but I think you just slowly contest, and if Fred and Brion make a mistake, Zeri gets her certification. And if they don't, then you can say, okay, you have a 2 Drake lead, but our power is later on in this game.
Yeah, I don't think they need to worry too much about this. KT gave away 2 early Drakes last game as well, and then decided to turn things on.
If you grab someone...
Cuz is running pretty quickly. Zenith Blade does get over on top of the Skarner, is taking a lot of damage. The ulti comes through from the Poppy as well. That's going to secure that one. Is now Aiming by himself, has to dash over the wall. Vikla, Weaver's wall to get himself back to the fighter's life, has to flash away. Rascal's going to turn up, but he is way too late to this battle as the Realm Warp comes on through as well. Fred and Brion, they are not done with this one, as Vikla does make it underneath his turret, and so therefore Fred and Brion will back away, but they are bloodthirsty right now.
That was a really good call from Delight to look for that engage onto Cuz, and Cuz actually ends up impaling the Leona, which is, you know, leads to not good things for KT, let's just say, is he would have loved to impale one of the critical members of Fred Brion in this fight, one of the damage dealers. He impales Leona because he's trying to actually trade back a kill. He's stuck there. He's at low health. He's like, I'm probably going to die if I don't impale him right now. And he gets the wrong target. It's not the target he wants, but this is a really good force from Fred Brion. And KT were hoping, like I said, for the certification of the Zeri in this game. Like, if we actually get a miracle fight here, which you don't need to take, but if you win it, it's probably a miracle. I mean, look at Vikla's angle here. Gets a shove, but he's on a completely different page. He's knocked away. No Weaver's wall to cut this team in half. Steadfast presence here from Umpty. Nice attempt to lock Aiming down. The Weaver's wall, of course, used to join up. They weren't actually ready to cut this team in half or have a Ornn ultimate. Like, the Ornn Horn isn't there because he doesn't have Unleashed. Like I mentioned, he had teleport. He teleports in. Then he's like, oh, the fight's over. Unfortunate. And KT, this is really uncoordinated in a moment where you can lose this game if you give Fred Brion too many more of these skirmish fights.
Yeah.
That you don't absolutely have to force.
And also, I mean, Fred Brion's composition, it's very similar to what they had in game number 1. Donkey Whistle, certainly right there for Henna. Can just press that go button. You got a super speedy Leona who can pick a target and lock them down. Of course, Aiming does have the cleanse available, so they'll need a little bit of added CC, but on the hunt plus Gwen, I mean, that is just a lot of chase down potential as Fred and Brion are looking for Shirley. Should be able to collect this one as well, as Lava is just hanging out here towards the bottom side trying to stop this turret from falling. No turrets to be taken from either side just yet, but you can see Fred and Brion otherwise with full control of the neutral objectives. 2 Drakes and soon to be 2 Rift Heralds as well.
Yeah. This is very similar to what happened last game, of course, in terms of the objective control for Fred Brion. But, you know, last time there was a Fed Akali running around the Rift. We saw a Miracle Steal. Aiming, you know, was ready to have that Baron fight to go into his favor. The game state here for KT is very different this time around because, yes, there is no Fed Akali, so that's somewhat concerning in terms of the side laning for this Gwen, who can feel very comfortable going up against this Ornn. But they have an Ornn, and they have a front-to-back team fighting composition that has a front line, has pick potential, and so I feel much better about KT's situation this time around than the last, despite Fred Brion having a gold lead here in that objective lead, because there is a backbone for the Zeri this time around.
Yeah, and the Zeri already has the kill, like you mentioned. First Blood was picked up, so that, you know, close to, you know, it's 23 CS, so it's a decent margin here that Henna does have an advantage. But it is mitigated a little bit by that kill coming through. Does now have his shield bow completed as well. It's going to need a bit more time to lock down his Phantom Dancer and IE. And then the Zeri will just be Zeri. And we know that Aiming, very good at being Zeri. He did it in the last game. He's been doing it all season whenever he's been given the opportunity. And Fred Brion this time around have given him 2 opportunities. And it seems to me like Fred Brion are okay with this Sivir matchup, but we just didn't see it out of Henna. We didn't see the reasoning. And I want to see it this time around. I want Frederick Brion and Header especially to have a better game.
Yeah, Henna, he just has not been able to pop off when he's been empowered to do so. And we talked about it a lot. We have to keep mentioning it because if it was another 80 carry, 2-1 on the Sivir Kraken Slayer online, feel a lot better about the control that Frederick Brion have over this game. We just haven't been able to build up that trust for Henna this year, this season in particular. It's Morgan up here on the top side again, a lot of control. This next Drake that spawns in 1 minute time is the Mountain Soul point for Frederick Brion. So KT will not be able to avoid this fight. So hopefully it will not be a lackluster setup for them walking into a choke point, and they'll actually have everything set up the way it needs to be. Rascal doesn't look like he's going to have teleport in time, unfortunately, because he used it in the last one.
Well, Cuz can just impale if he would like to, but instead they're just going to stun one another and then move away. I do like not using it on the Leona, because she is not a priority target. You've got 30 seconds on this Drake, and that would mean that they wouldn't have that available.
And, of course, Rascal, in fact, will have his teleport available, forgetting I did that he used it at the last Drake spawn, so the timing of this will just barely work out for him, so he could stay up here and could teleport in. This Rift Herald, once again, just like last game, used to try to set up for Soul Point Prio.
Yeah.
AT, this is a much more dire situation than the last one if you mess this fight up.
Yep, they're trying their very best to deny it, and it's not going to charge. Very, very sad, as Frederick Brion were trying to use it just to get some control of this Drake area. Yes, they do have that. They're not going to be able to give Shirley too much meaning to her life, which is, not great for Shirley.
All right, KT, Morgan's on the flank angle. Realm Warp comes through.
Yeah, Realm Warp to deliver them onto this dragon very, very effectively. KT right over here, though. Weaver's Wall going to come through. That will split up this fight somewhat. And we don't get the Ram's return. Great double knock-up, though, however, and Rascal's still going to find the value. But now Henna's able to get those autos through. Life is going to fall down. Aiming, this is not the Zeri moment that you wanted to have, as Vikla will be able to secure the kill onto Henna, who just overextended into this team. Now Umpty has to flash to get himself out of the way, but Rascal now finds himself in the back of this pit with no options. And Frederick Brion, they win out the fight. Aiming, he didn't fall down, but the rest of his team fell like dominoes.
Yeah, and this time around, I don't know if there's going to be a Miracle Baron that gets taken right after here from KT Rolster. And also this time, they don't steal the Drake. And drawing a lot of parallels to the last game as Aiming's to look for a steal.
That was very strange. Aiming's able to get himself over the wall and does not die, but Steadfast Presence, mitigates that one quite comfortably.
He also expended his cleanse there, so I get the idea he's looking for a steal away of a kill. He's like, I hope I could actually grab this Poppy, grab some extra gold. But look, this fight is really well set up here for KT in its outset. But notice that Henna, once this wall falls down, is able to just do insane amounts of damage completely untouched. Rascal used all of his CC on Frederick Brion's front line that was on the left side of the Weaver's Wall, but there was no peeling whatsoever for this Ornn for the Henna angle, who does a ton of damage. And now Frederick Brion, Soul Point, a huge team fight win. Aiming, he doesn't die, but he doesn't pick up any kills either. And now this is going to be a lot of map control here for Frederick Brion, a ton of money.
Yeah, 4,000 gold, and now Henna has like a full item lead approximately, right? I mean, it's Zeal in comparison to Phantom Dancer as far as the item difference, which is pretty large this time for the Sivir.
Phantom Dancer is huge, not for its stats, but because of its passive. The Spectral Waltz is looking for an angle here.
Yeah, Morgan likely to get impaled, as just nothing doing here. Morgan is okay. He's going to be immune for a moment. Umpty's going to turn up here, and Morgan, he bought enough time. Vikla not going to be so lucky. Life wiped from the map. And KT, I mean, I don't think the Skarner pick's working out for this game.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, Atlas. And once again, teleport is available here, so you have to respect this. The damage output that Frederick Brion have at this point with the lead they have is massive, and now you've just given them over a free Baron. Cuz has Hex Flash, but he's too late.
Yep, it's going to be taken by Henna as an Extendo Beam came across, so that was close. However, Frederick Brion obviously weren't nervous whatsoever. I understand what you're saying in chat, I assume.
Something Giga Chad, yeah.
Something, don't even need to worry about calculating the smite, Giga Chad, something like that.
Yeah, as the amount of control they had before they turn this top side and win that fight with teleport is massive, but now they've gotten extra kills and a Baron. Look at where everybody is here as well for Frederick Brion when this happens. Everybody's already rotating up. Like, they're not alone here. Umpty and Delight are both already on their way up. Henna can teleport in because he took teleport on the Sivir again, which is so valuable. And you can't win these longer fights. Aiming is not there. And you're looking for a 2v1 on a champion that can go immune. Yeah, she's one of the hardest to pick like this. So now you've just given over Baron. And like you said, Extendo Beam is somewhat annoying here. Hopefully you don't watch the whole exchange there. We do not. But they still secure it. You know, they have Smite. There's no Cuz angle, unfortunately. And man, Frederick Breon, this lead is insurmountable.
This lead is absolutely gigantic. As you can see, 2.5k for all the carries. No worries there whatsoever. And KT, I mean, I don't even think this is like a tough hill to climb or anything. I think this game might just be over.
I think so.
It's 8,000 gold the lead for Frederick Breon.
There's no way for Zeri to actually, with the deficit she's in right now, carry a team fight. And even if Ornn gets a huge knock-up, it won't matter necessarily if they can't kill these carries, and there's two of them, because the Rise is now well and truly online.
Yeah.
So it's not just about the Sivir that's extremely fed this time around.
Well, Rascal gonna have to try and deal with Morgan here.
2 levels down.
Yeah, just hanging out underneath this turret, but he will get impaled and pulled all the way back. Life is gonna collect that kill, and the Lord will perish in this moment. However, he was split pushing, he was doing his job. And now Frederick Breon, yeah, a bit of tempo taken away. Not exactly the greatest of maneuvers, but they'll shake it off. I reckon they'll be fine.
Aiming doesn't grab the kill either, unfortunately. It goes over to Life. So just insult to injury, unfortunately. Still a successful pick here for KT. But with the timing of Morgan respawning, they'll still be able to contest for Soul. And he has teleport. So KT, not a whole lot of options here. All waves are pushed. They have no prio. So despite getting a pick, there's just no angle for them coming back in this game. Like, they'll need several more of these, and there's just no time because Frederick Breon is getting these Drakes so fast, so early on in the game. It's going to be an extremely fast Soul. Frederick Breon and their wins recently, they just love to take these Drakes early, force fights around them. They set up for their objective control. That's been, historically speaking, Frederick Breon's best trait is Drake control of not even Soul fights, it's elemental Drakes in the early game. And now I think they've kind of mastered how to get ahead with these tempo-based comps. They didn't want the Zeri, they want the Sivir. They want to have a lead on these Drake fights, and yes, Morgan does get a bit greedy here. Umpty is not with him, so he does get impaled, doesn't know where Cuz is. There's not really a whole lot of counterplay here. Cuz just flashes on you, takes you out, but it's still not going to change the overall game state, because guess what? He's back, spawned up, and ready to go for this Soul they've already picked up in line.
Yeah, exactly. So the Mountain Soul going to be collected here, and so if it wasn't going to be a Lord Dominic's Regard third item for aiming, it now certainly should, and that is going to delay the Infinity Edge even further. Rascal not looking as tanky as he otherwise would be, as that Lord Dominic's has been already completed by Henna. He is a long way ahead, as Morgan now just going to get to work here on the top side. Bottom lane, too dangerous, you know, got impaled too much, too many Scorpions down there. He's going to go top lane instead. Only has to deal with Vikla. And even then, he's going to slink off into the jungle.
And without, if he goes LDR, like you mentioned, aiming, going for Lord Dominic's, and he doesn't have the Infinity Edge, the damage that he could do in these fights is so limited. And also, Extendo Beam is going to be hurt by this, plus the fact that shields will exist against it. So there's not really a poke angle like there was last game for aiming. And he didn't really have much of a poke angle until he was given one on Baron fight that he won't be given this time around. So, you know, we saw, I think, the way better KT draft this time around, but taking a poor fight gives Frederick Breon such a domino effect of a lead that KT are, I mean, they can't even get picks anymore. They're that far behind.
And it's also, once again, I mean, KT took away the Karma pick, and I guess this is something that has been working in scrims, but it didn't work for Delight last time around. Delight now on the Engage champion. It really does feel like Frederick Breon have a lot more coordination in these fights, because the players that have been making all of the plays so far this season it's been Umpty and Delight almost every single time, and now they both have agency in order to do so. So even though KT, they've got a team fighting draft, Frederick Breon just have a better one for them. Not necessarily better on paper, I don't think, but it is definitely better for them.
Yeah, they used it better, and KT deciding to fight on that second Drake, I think, was really the first domino that falls over. And it's frustrating to watch if you're a KT fan, because you know this team is the stronger team of these two. You know this is the better draft of the two today in terms of a well-rounded composition that empowers Zeri. but they took the wrong fight when they're not spiking against a comp that is spiking. Like, this happens so often. The very few losses Zeri have, they usually look like this, where something went really wrong in the early mid game. They fell too far behind. They lost map control. And you really have to understand the timings to fight and where your win condition is. It looked like KT just thought, okay, we're a better team, and if Aiming gets 3 kills right here, we could certify the Zeri moment, and the game is over. Because if they win that, yeah, the game is probably over. But you don't have to take that risk. You don't have to flip that coin.
Yeah, Delight going to get slowed down here. Extendo Beam just to spy out the jungle as the sweeper was used. Control ward plonked down there as Life is going to remove it and put it down here. So, Baron. Pretty invisible right now for KT. Credit Breon with so much control of the pit as, okay, Turbo Scanner going to be moving towards Umpty here. But he's got the Keeper's Verdict. He's ready to go to battle. And him and Delight, like we were saying, the engaged duo, just standing here stalwart. They're just the bodyguards of the Baron pit. And they're going to start this one off.
Talia hits level 16. A lot of damage potential here.
Okay, Keeper's Verdict is now on cooldown. KT, get the information, as that is a beautiful flick onto Delight. Cuz not going to be able to get in there and actually punish, and Delight will be allowed to go home.
Talia plus the Extendo Beam, even though it's into Mountain Soul, it's a lot of damage in these choke points, and you have to be really respectful of the fact that you could just get Seismic shoved in if you are the support. Even the Leona is not going to be able to tank that one up forever, and you could find yourself taking a 4v5 fight for the Baron. As KT, I think, realizing very quickly how this comp has to be played now. They have 3 ornaments online, so that's shoring up some of the issues in terms of the lack of gold they have right now. They're 8,000 behind. I'm really trying to struggle. I'm squinting my eyes hard to see the angle here.
I mean, Infinity Edge was just done.
Yeah,
Lord Dominic's isn't there, so it's a double Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, so there's a fair bit more tankiness to get through.
Yeah. You know, the longer the fights go, though, that Infinity Edge value is going to go up, and we'll still be quite strong here. But it's really just about, can you set up a fight?
Well, Heroic Charge going to come through here as Solar Flare connects as well, cuz they're just trying to blow him up, and they will do so. Lava suffering the same fate, almost, as he does run it out. He's limping, though, as we've got the battle between Morgan and Rascal being won by Morgan. Of course, in the side lane, Gwen's always going to take that one, but Rascal is at least still stopping that inhibitor from going down.
Can teleport in once he backs here, not going to be interruptible, and I think Frederick Brianner is going to pull the trigger here. 20 seconds to go with Cuz on the respawn. There's the teleport through. KT, you have to force something. You can't give this up, or the game is lost.
Yeah, well, there's the Seismic Shove. Aiming, throwing the Extendo Beams through, and that's all they got. They can't get vision, they can't get control, they have no jungler, so they can't smite it away. I mean, Vikla could have switched over to it with his spellbook, but that would have been a one-way mission, and they may have just lost the game anyway. There are 25 seconds on the Elder, and I think that KT have that on their mind instead.
If you don't fight for the Baron here,
Ooh,
okay.
Great little flick there onto Umpty. KT lands another one of those. They're going to be happy about it, as Shirelia's going to be used. Although I believe that was actually just the Mantra Inspire. Yeah, Shirelia is not on cooldown just yet as Cuz flashes, gets the Impale, and now they're trying to lock down Umpty. They will be able to get that kill, but can they win the team fight? As Aiming trying to keep himself safe. He jet sets over the wall, and he will be okay for now, but the Sivir damage is absolutely real. Vikla gonna have to munch through some of that honey fruit, and now is looking for a return to base. He did manage to reapply his teleport.
Teleports back up. He wants to stick around a little bit longer. Realm Warp avoided here.
Yeah, the Realm Warp actually was going to be fantastic at stopping Vikla from being able to make it back in. Cuz now looking for Delight. Rascal trying to be that frontline. Extendo Beam is all that Aiming's really offering to this fight right now. And the Sivir just picks up 2 kills. In the meantime, Morgan is just taking matters into his own hands. Running into the mid lane. Aiming. Yeah, he hasn't died this game, but this Nexus is going to. And Fred and Breon are going to take us to a game number 3, Wolf.
If it was an even game state, KT played that so well. And the things we could say about their fight for this neutral objective were massive, but they're just too far behind. There's too many angles for Frederick Brion.
Exactly right, and Delight is like giving Aiming his little mini Zeri moment while his Nexus is being destroyed. Fred and Breon fight back in game number 2. They stick to the same draft, and they're like, oh, we just made a few mistakes, but we're gonna win it anyway, and they absolutely did.
It was a really good game from the bottom duo of Hannah and Delight. And, you know, we also saw Morgan had a pretty fantastic performance on the Gwen. His side laning was fantastic, and he did a ton of damage. Tough POG for me this time around. It was a well-oiled machine we saw. Fred Brion take the lead they were given and push it super far.
Yeah, no, they did a fantastic job. I think it almost feels to me like even if Henna wasn't necessarily the best in this game, this is the best he's played in a very long time on a champion like this. So I really like giving it to Henna.
Yeah, I mean, he basically won that last fight on his own because he did so much damage that KT had to balance. Okay, there's a Gwyn pushing mid going for our Nexus. There's a Leona that is basically impossible to kill. But there's this ricocheting, pizza flying around the team fight, killing all of us. We can't get on top of him. He's got spell shield. Someone's got to stop the Gwyn push. And that's why I said there were just too many angles for Fred Brion. I think KT, that was one of the best fights you could ever see from a team 8,000 gold down, but it isn't going to be enough. And there never was a Zeri moment this game because she was put down early. Yeah, got that early kill.
Oh my God.
We carefully didn't certify it because we knew there was a chance. KT, we're not going to be able to turn that into something bigger. I think taking those 2 early objective fights very poorly is what dug the grave for KT in the second game.
And also Rascal having 0 agency in a side lane, messing up his first big ultimate in that Dragon Pit as well. It wasn't his greatest Dawn game of all time, so we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see whether Fred Brion can once again find a reverse sweep.
도망간다. 싸움 보자 이거.
야, 싸움 봐달래.
앞으로.
앞라인 봐봐. 제리딜 못 넣는다.
오른 높을이야. 오른 봐봐. 오른.
안 죽기만 해도 돼. 끝낼게. 오케이. 야, 근데 탈리아 집 갔어.
야, 잡아봐. 스카라.
제리 노플. 야, 미드로 가자, 얘들아. 미드로 가자. 게임 끝나.
야, 버프 써봐.
제리 노플.
나 버프 못 잡아. 나. 야, 제리 여기서 집 가는 거 같은데?
너 혼자 끊어라, 한중아.
끊어라.
아.
끊으면 끝나. 걔 혼자.
어때? 끊으면 끝나. 끊어놨어, 일단 우리.
끝났어?
이 라인에 끝내봐. 얘들아.
할게 이거.
걔 투식이야.
죽여야 돼.
야, 한중아 좀 천천히 끊어도 되겠다. 너 어차피 안 죽어도 돼.
안
죽어도 돼.
땄다.
나이스요.
As Shockwave is not going to find Aiming, who manages to sprint his way out, and now a Realm Walk to come on forward. Vikla just Rascal by himself as Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zeus just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Ona goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating, and KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi. T1 say goodnight to the telecom wall.
여기 뒤 탄다. 코인 빠져.
He tried as he may. That means
Oh, the revenge. As Dudu is going to be discovered here by Dr. Yeah, don't know about that. Once again, bit of melee range situation as the GA is going to be popped. Dudu's
I do know about that.
Is he just going to kill everyone? Is Dudu going to? Yes, he is!
야 루시안 타? 아 이거 봐줄래 이거 봐줄래? 나이스 홍재야 너 캐리했다. 얘기했잖아 캐리해준다고. 나이스.
One as everything actually just misses, and the needles just zone everybody away. So, okay, here comes the light. Gets a massive engage actually into that front line. A huge three-man knockup as the Gnar is used onto the front line in front of Breon. That is not what you want to see. Super low health bars in front of Breon are the ones that are taking a massive fight as everybody is just going to melt. Even Fate, a clean 5-for-0 ace. Being set up here, Mega Gnar, perfectly timed for Doran. The tidal wave not going to do too much as that's going to be denied. No chance there as the Gnar ultimate is huge, actually. Doran able to set that one up. Faker has to go into the stopwatch, and now he's going forward. Sweeps up a couple, but it's Zeri with 2 kills. And again, the Zeri moment is coming through, and guess who's right there to back him up? It's Toby. Will we see the Penta is the only question. Yes, we will. The Zeri moment has happened officially.
야 이겼다 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 이겼다.
나이스!
Conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Karani, and that was game number 2 where Fred Brion were actually able to pull off a win here against KT. It was looking a little bit dire because once again, the prio on the Poppy over the Zeri did not make any sense to us at all, but they did go back to that Sivir style, this time with the Leona, which also lost them the lane, but it didn't seem to matter because they just played it better when it came to outside of the laning phase, I feel.
They really did. I don't like their Poppy. I think Poppy's an incredible pick, really, really strong, but it's definitely counterable. We have seen not just the Skarner, which was picked in this case, which was lackluster, though I don't feel like it has that much to do with the pick, just as you pointed out, the play. But there's Trundle available as well. I think there's a bunch of other picks that can really punish the Poppy in terms of what she's trying to do. None of that really came to fruition, and I saw the Zeri lock and I was like, well, that's a 2-0. And I think with the overall draft from KT, we learned a couple of things. I don't like the Karma. I think the Karma has like dropped off for a reason, and even the idea in lane of like getting your lane ahead just hasn't really delivered for me, and our mid game feels pretty lackluster.
Yeah.
As you can see, because I think that realistically KT with this comp should be able to win mid game fights, right? Like the only downside is that, as happens, if you end up playing into a Mountain Drake, like you're kind of boned because you will not hit your items on the Zeri in time, and then you only have a Talia outside of that for damage, and it was also a defensive build. So they would just, you can't fall behind early, and they did, and then they opted into like 3 extra fights, and then they just lost the game.
Yeah, it was a bit rough.
Yeah.
I mean, and we should get into the highlights because this is, I feel, especially crucial for this game because, you know, we can talk about the draft all we want, but to be honest, I think Fred Briand just played straight up better in this game. Like, they were just the better team.
100%. The damage just didn't really come together, I think, overall, as what we have here is actually what looks initially like Rascal zoning multiple people, which is great, but that's not actually what is going on here. Instead, it's the front line of Fred Briand splitting up the fight while the damage dealers are still completely full health. Morgan not dying, even though he did end up getting impaled, right, due to the CC. And Hannah getting very fed here, and we have seen that this matchup, although generally it leans towards the Zeri, it gets very, very snowbally. So once you get a lead on Sivir, especially with a front line like you had here, it becomes fairly straightforward to play out. And to Fred and Briand's credit, they've always been good. Once they have a lead, they're a bit slow, which we saw here as well, but they're very secure, play it out by the book, and that's what gets them the win.
Yeah, and just to be totally upfront, we saw Henna getting fed, and we were like, this still could be the Zeri moment, right? Because Henna's not exactly one of our guys that's going to get a lead and push it through and actually carry, but he ended up doing pretty well in this game, at least, because his team was there to back him up. I thought that as a team, the power of friendship came through in a big way, especially here in highlight number 2, which was a collapse on the top side where we got to see, essentially, KT without Zeri, you don't have damage. Especially from behind.
Especially from behind and into Morgan. Like, Morgan is a bunch of levels up. Vikla is the only one doing damage, but he went for a crown build.
Yeah.
So it's just not a lot happening here. Like, it's really tough to play this composition when you are at a sufficient deficit, and it's understandable that you want to look for picks. But what happens actually is that you invest everything into a champion that doesn't die, and then, I mean, even without the knockaway there, right? Like, it never comes together here from this point, although that was very, very close and a little bit threatening. But you know the Skarner isn't there, so like, as long as you burst it down well, you should be fine. And it kind of solidifies that as much as we pay a lot of attention to draft in the LCK, and generally we definitely have fallen into the trap of saying this game is over after draft, because again, a lot of our games are decided by
classic.
It really is. But when it comes down to it, it really depends on how Counter played out. And we saw there that KT took a couple of just really awkward fights, like kind of overforced. I think the most key thing was that first fight where they're playing like Zeri's fed, because they've played like 15 games where aiming's fed at Zeri at that point. But it just didn't really come together.
Yeah, it didn't come together. I think that if this were any other team that's not like one of our bottom teams in the LCK, even like a DRX, if DRX have that lead, they probably would have bopped them into eternity with the lead that Fred Briand in this one. As you mentioned, took a little bit longer for Fred Briand, but they did get across the line. But let's see who dragged them across the line. It will be Henna with his first POG, giving us the newfangled V. And he did do 50% of his team's damage, so this time, absolutely deserved.
Henna has had a pretty lackluster split, so seeing plays like this I think is really, really cool. He of course was replaced by Gamin for a little bit, and this is I think one of the examples where a player comes back and he looks overall a lot better. Is able to very, very aggressively put out as much damage as he did here on the Sivir. Augmented this really nicely as well by the rest of his team. Thought that it was a really good effort from Bro all around, and not giving away any of the leads on the Sivir when you pick them up like this, I think is all in all a very good call. I like the smattering of votes. You know, the light vote is I'm always going to be happy about. We got some lava votes.
Everyone but Umti, who I thought he had an okay game, just maybe not the POG this time. But either way, guys, we are done here on the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for Game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Shout out to Gorilla there for his support vote. Love it. You know, once a support, always a support, you know?
I almost voted for Delayed. I'll be honest. I really thought about it, and I was like, no, I think it has to be a Henna angle for me, but that he was my number 2. I was glad to see he got a little shout out there. Because
Yeah.
he had a fantastic game of Leona, pushed Leona to the limits.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if I had have seen the damage numbers, I think just because it's Henna, giving a Boom Boom damage vote feels good because it just hasn't been something he's been capable of doing.
Yeah, that's the ironic thing is he doesn't do the Boom Boom damage. He
Yeah.
did the Boom Boom damage a lot this time, and he played out those fights really well. And KT will have blue side here for this final game, obviously taking the advantage in this series.
Yeah, and the Poppy can be banned again this time, Wolf.
Yeah, certainly can be. And, you know, Crawler mentioned he didn't really like the priority in the draft. I didn't either, considering especially what was coming onto the Rift. The Zeri was coming next. But I think this last game was really about how KT decided to fight and when they decided to fight. And, you know, Fred Brion still a strong enough team that you have to respect choke points, you have to respect power spikes. And there it is.
Well, that Poppy ban that we saw second ban in Game 1 will be taken away. Siva also denied. All right, that's a lot of Henna respect right there. I love to see it.
The Zeri ban will have to come through as a result, so we're not going to see the same 80 carry combo a third time now. Kalista still banned here, and it looks like an Aphelios angle potentially here for aiming. This is another thing that's very strong for KT on blue side. As Yumi's gone, Lucian's gone, Kalista's gone. Still going to be the Wukong priority, though, and every time we feel like we're going to see, okay, it's the Aphelios angle, it's aiming's best champion. No, the Wukong always comes back, and
Yeah.
a very flexible pick, of course.
Has been very successful recently. Absolutely. Fred Brion, they have a choice of bottom lane, though, so exactly what you were saying. I think this is a Aphelios no-brainer as far as the first pick on red side, but whether they prioritize something for Umpty after this, or whether it's just lock down the bottom lane. I think Delight on even his Rakan or something like a Nautilus would be good, but instead Umpty's just going to lock away the Vi. That is going to be his answer here to the Monkey.
Yeah, don't need a support just yet. In fact, don't want to show what your support is going to be until KT give you a little bit more information. Now, there's an angle here where aiming in life could take Jinx, Tahm Kench, and be like, aha, longer range, and we took away the Tahm Kench. But Jinx doesn't feel very strong right now in this meta, and despite her range advantage, it looks like KT are not interested in this part of the draft. They'll look for a earlier lock-in of that tank that's been denied from them in the second ban phase in the last time they were on blue side, and we'll grab the Ahri that also was very successful for them in the first game, banned in Game 2, and feels like KT is kind of going back to comfort here a little bit as Rascal's played so many games of Sejuani this season.
Oh my goodness, Silas was up. Now that's what happens when all of the bans go into the bottom lane. I guess this is a thing that we probably should have noticed, but we were a bit distracted by the fact that we needed to work out what champions our bottom laners were going to play. So Silas comes in, and he's got a lot of fun ultimates to use.
He has fallen massively in priority despite the fact that he's sitting on an 80% win rate here, as I do love this Twitch ban for the aiming in life bottom lane. Do not want to deal with that one. That's one of the only champions that can make your life really miserable through the mid game here as the Aphelios.
Yep, I imagine Twitch Jinx probably going to be the bans.
Yeah, Jinx is still a very strong option despite the fact that she's not played very much here in the LCK. And this is also really strong for mid game power with this composition with Silas and Vi. And considering it's Morgan, I think it's not crazy. There's the Jinx ban you mentioned.
Yep.
And, you know, I mean, Gnar is still up. A little bit shocked at the Gnar priority or lack thereof. This series was, of course, banned one time, but
yeah, there's been a lot of just blocking the Gnar. And like just picking Gwen and saying, do you want to pick Gnar into it? And then the other team saying no. Or picking Sejuani, another difficult champion to pick Gnar into.
Silas doesn't have a ton of ults he could steal here right now that are as good as, you know, just a standard straight-up Gnar engage. And the enemy team has Sejuani, Wukong, and Ahri. There's a lot of pick potential here. So with this Tahm Kench now taken away.
Oh, we're back to another Morgan favorite.
This is another really high win rate pick, but is very niche. Kind of like the Akali we were talking about in Game 1. Only the best players are bold enough to make this choice.
5-1. Sejuani could be going into the support role, something that we were thinking about. I mean, where's the Yasuo aiming? That's what we've got to go towards. It was, of course, used as a Yumi counter, the Yasuo Sejuani, so not going to be happening here is... Oh, no. All right. I guess the Xayah Rakan's coming in as the answer to the Aphelios, an answer that we've seen work 6 times, I guess.
I like this way more than the Senna, though, because I think Senna with this draft, you have a Wukong, Ahri comp, and you're trying to use a Senna in these longer fights against Sylas, Aatrox. You are asking for a disaster in the mid game because you're going to have no carry. Now, Xayah has some of the same issues, which is I'm sure what you're probably going to get into later on in the game, but at least it allows you to get a tempo advantage here as KT. You've got Wukong, Ahri. Sejuani could team fight very well into a composition like what Frederick is running. Going to have some problems in the lane against Morgan on this Aatrox, but it's kind of a skill-based matchup. You could play that one very slowly. And, you know, sadly, we will probably see the lethality variation of Xayah.
I really hope we don't. But yeah, you might be right.
I think that this was the far better call, even though there weren't very many options because of how they decided to prioritize champions like the Sejuani here. I much prefer this to the Senna, but I'm still not a huge fan of this bottom duo.
Well, we'll have to see how KT are going to navigate it. Of course, DRX haven't been able to make it work. Frederick themselves haven't really been able to make it work consistently here. And if the Xayah does manage to win a game, it's never actually about them. From what we've seen, it's not like it was
unless
back
it's Ruler.
in 2016.
Unless it's Ruler.
Exactly. And speaking of which, he was one of the guys that was responsible for it. And in 2017, of course. So, yep. We'll just have to see. I hope Grandma's actually enjoying this series here.
She copied the sign.
Oh, she copied the
your son.
Oh my goodness! She had the thing up in front of her face, so I apologize. I apologize. So she copied it. So her son dragged his mom over there.
Yeah, I don't know if they're related. Like it's like that's like actually the mother. Maybe the grandmother was the mother of that woman who has her son here. I don't know.
Oh, apparently that might be what actually happened. According to G-Sun, that's what it is. Let's get into game number 3, the decider between Frederick and KT. All right, here we are. Onto the Rift for the 3rd game. Of course, Frederick makes sure that they give you their entire money's worth for these matches, not leaving you without any of the entertainment that could have been left on the table. And that's why we love them, because they're all about their fans and giving them the longest possible experience with them on the Rift.
Yeah. I want to see KT come out in this game and just blow it out of the water with some really nice picks, you know, around these mid-game fights, because they have the Cyclone, obviously. They have Charm, right? They have the Xayah damage that you're going to have early on. She went Airy. She's got a longsword start. We all know where this is going. Yep. And, you know, with Charm into Aatrox is fantastic, right? Any sort of CC is going to be amazing in those scenarios where Aatrox is looking to pop off in mid-game fights. But if they can't play this cleanly, and this series hasn't given me a lot of hope around mid-game fights for KT Rolster. If there's anything, it's given me a big concern. This is actually a weak point for KT. Then that is going to be a huge problem. Now, we do see Gathering Storm here for aiming, at least, so...
That's going to help save the late game of the lethality. Xayah,
a little bit, you know?
Of course, there's not a lot of frontline here, so you're not running into a big tank or anything like that, necessarily. So I guess that's kind of okay. The Delight's going to get knocked up, aiming, trying to get some damage back, but you can see, I mean...
Caliber Harass is pretty strong when you have a Renata, and you obviously have the ability to push this wave with her extremely nicely. It's very frustrating to lane as KT in the early parts of the level 1 here.
Yep. You listed a whole bunch of things that KT have for mid-game fights. Lava has all of those things too.
Yes.
So this is another one of those examples of Sylas being picked in a really great angle. I think Cyclone's fantastic for him. Glacial Prison, really good as well. The quickness we've seen used to fantastic effect also. So definitely a whole lot of really good options here for Lava as far as that hijack. As Renata is on a huge winning streak.
Yeah, even Hoyt and Kellen on the list. They haven't finding that much success recently, but will be on this champion.
Wow. Sylas already back up to 7 wins in a row.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he's been played so much.
Yeah.
Now, as good as the ultimates are to steal here, I feel like it's definitely not the best Sylas angle. Like, it's good, But he's going to be strong in mid-game fights no matter what. You have Silas plus Aatrox, even if he doesn't have Hijack available. That's a great team fighting composition here. And yeah, it's not going to be... Okay, hold on. Umpty.
Yeah, aiming. He's relatively low on mana. He's going to get lit on fire as Henna should be delivered this kill. Yep, very comfortably. Delight tanking up the turret beautifully. Henna picks it up. Didn't really want it there. As now Cuz Nimbus strike in, and that is, oh, the bailout. It's not going to save his life, and that is 2 kills for the Monkey. All right, it looked really good for Freddeprion until it was an absolute disaster. Lava might also be solo killed off the back end of this one, and aiming immediately teleported back to lane, so he's not going to miss out on any of the farm.
Yeah, this ends up being really nice for KT, actually. Cuz coming in for the counter gank, picks up 2 kills. And yeah, Felios grabs 1, that's nice and all, but Messiah has teleport. Henna does not, so he is going to be, you know, back to lane late. We'll be able to, of course, catch some of those minions. But this is a pretty accelerated KT composition now. So
Somewhat, yeah.
You feel good about the Wukong angle here. Is this dive, as you know, cleanly as it was taken, knows where the Wukong is right now. They have no idea where he is. And as a result, this is a very greedy play. And you have to, if you do it as cleanly as Freddeprion do, Henna's going to take a lot of extra turret shots. And life is at full health. So nice bailout try, but you both die, and unfortunately, you know, someone's trying to come over and help out a little bit late, a little bit slow. You know, you don't have vision of where Cuz is. It's a greedy play, and they get punished.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's not going to change the CS numbers or anything like that. Aiming doesn't pick up an assist, crucially, as well. Within that moment. In fact, Life only collects 1 of those as Grand Exit going to be utilized there from Life as Umpty was wrapping around yet again. I like his aggression here in this early game. Still being able to farm most of his camps, but will now be relegated to tidy up duty of his own jungle.
Kind of just a little bit far behind in the Spirits, about half a level right now because of the back timing. He didn't have the teleport. It's not going to be losing out on this wave, but level 5 is going to be a hit, level 6 is going to be a hit for aiming faster, which is quite important, actually going into a potential tussle in a 1v1 lane where everyone else goes to Rift Herald.
Yeah.
Because both of these teams want to fight for Rift Herald so desperately. They both have really strong Rift Herald team fight compositions. I think Freddeprion has the better one. And aiming might just be pinned down there on the bottom side. Or rather, Henna might be pinned down there on the bottom side because of the lane state and the faster level 6 here for aiming, which will come online. C is about to hit level 5. A few more minions. Yeah. And, you know, I mean, the Wukong, he's accelerated. He's going to be feeling very good about his chances of taking a fight here on Herald.
It's true. Looking at the top side, Wolf, the good old Aatrox into a tank type matchup.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about it? Are you enjoying the Aatrox pick here in R4?
Well, it's, you know, in the spirit of hating on red side Aatrox picks, I will say that didn't think it was amazing for this lane, but decent. My biggest worry for KT, though, with the Aatrox pick is not how this early laning phase is going, but actually how much value Aatrox can get on this Herald. And if KT just say, oh, I don't want to fight this Aatrox Silas here, then Freddeprion gets first Herald, and Freddeprion has been so good at controlling early objectives and snowballing games. In game 1 even, they did just that. Like, they did mess up the way things went on that Baron and ended up losing the game, but they were massively ahead at that point, too. So that's where I like the Aatrox here. We'll see how it goes in execution. But right now, you know, we haven't seen that yet, so I don't want to judge too quickly. But in terms of laning, it hasn't been my favorite.
Yep, and we shouldn't make judgments towards our Lord either. Morgan did bring out his signature Renekton, 1-0 on it, and is now going to jump on the Aatrox yet again. Trying to remember whether he has actually played another game of the Aatrox. He has not just yet. This was one of the picks that he was known for when he was back in the LPL many moons ago. As Vikla, he's rotating up to have a look for Umpty here, who is going to be discovered on his Rift Scuttler. Vikla and Cuz going to be over here, as Umpty is going to be able to secure this one, but the Cyclone comes down. Vikla finds the charm, and Umpty is just punished for greeting for the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to force this. Now he's dead, as the Rift Herald spawns in 20. He will come up before that, but, you know, this is a huge window for KT to actually kind of have guaranteed setup for this one. Ooh. Such an important objective.
Yeah, well, Lava, if he can win this one, then that will definitely put them back into decent stead. But you're exactly right. It's an overstep for Umpty there. He has been playing, certainly on the front foot so far this series. We're going to see another battle here towards the bottom side. Henna does have red and white guns, and they're still scary.
This is
though he
aiming.
doesn't really have that many items.
Aiming has level 6 here. They're just both going to say they're not going to have their supports rotate over. So 2v2 down here makes this a 3v3 Rift Herald exchange. Now, one good thing for Frederick is Cyclone is not up for this Rift Herald fight because it was used to kill Umpty. So that's actually a huge boon for them. And as a result, they're not going to be able to take this one. So actually,
the best.
getting a kill here does end up leading to Frederick Brion grabbing Herald control.
Yep, and the drive by Bristle there as well. Rascal's like, nice job, guys. You just go to it. Have a good time as we check out the pick onto Umpty yet again.
Yep. Notice in live, KT going to evacuate from Drake, so that one's going to go over to Frederick Brion. Not a whole lot to say here. Greeting for a scuttle.
And Cuz is going to be greeting for something else. Love is going to pick up a solo kill onto the jungler. Not entirely sure how that one was set up, but certainly not so good here from Cuz.
Yeah, what we last saw in the live picture-in-picture was KT backing away from the Drake, and he's just caught there. We'll see what happens exactly in the replay once we get back to it, but Frederick Brion will take first Drake and a free Wukong.
Yeah.
And I believe some bounty gold, probably from him as well. Not 100% sure on that.
And some buffs.
Yeah, buffs taken away.
Just
Herald's
a
up.
very happy Silas.
Yeah, Herald's up here for Frederick Brion, you know, and this is a good angle for the Aphelios to pick up some plate money.
Well, loyalty program going to come on through there as Vikla gets his hand shook against his will. As nice little charm there from Vikla, but not able to find the Orb of Deception, so no real damage onto the Silas, who's about to have his teleport back up, so not under any threat of losing too much here. He's down about 10 CS. Not really end of the world or anything like that,
So
as we're going to see how it all happened.
Yeah, KT were trying to start this one up. There's a ward here, so Frederick Brion are able to identify this. And Cousin Life back out in live. And then I guess it's Spirit Rush who catches him here. As he has hijack, he interrupts him.
Just called backing.
Yeah. As simple as that. Fairly greedy attempt here after giving up the Herald, and without Cyclone for Herald fight, I think they probably, if they had grouped, still could have contested there and tried to make it into a more complex exchange, but they just gave it up, then lost the Drake. So Frederick Brion get both early objectives again. Feels like I'm watching the same game 3 different times with different drafts, and not that many differences in the first 2, of course.
Yeah. As KT, they also get themselves the blue side once again, so it's just kind of blue side of the map are the protagonists in this particular show that we're watching, and they seem to be winning every time. We don't really get to the Empire Strikes Back just yet, where the baddies seem to win. It's just all seems to be coming up blue. But we'll see whether Frederick Brion can turn this one back around again, because this has been sort of flipping and flopping quite a lot, and there is still a Rift Herald to be put down, and Frederick Brion can build a lot of momentum off that. We have to then talk about the fact that, you know, yes, KT have found a few of these skirmishes, making things happen, but, okay, not going to find the charm. However, Umpty's still going to take a bit of damage. I'm still so scared of the fact that Aphelios does far more consistent damage.
Yeah.
And Silas exists. So I think Frederick Brion are in a great spot.
There's, you know, okay, I have to watch this unfold.
Well, especially now. The quickness has come down. Life is just going to take so much damage. Hostile takeover came in there as now Cuz just getting thrown around like a ragdoll. Delight just controlling this fight right here. Lava is trying to keep himself alive, but the Abduct is not going to be enough to save him. Orb of Deception not doing the damage that it wants to. So I believe that was just a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but very messy on both sides here. I think the fight for Frederick Brion is amazing if you have Morgan or Henna there, but they end up outplaying KT, but still trading 1-for-1 at the end. And, you know, Frederick Brion, if they win this fight in a very solid way, it's not a trade. If they get a 1-for-0 or they end up grabbing 2 there, you feel really good about it, but trading kills like this in the mid-game against KT feel amazing, especially when it's the Ahri who's the biggest winner of this, picking up a second kill.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm most concerned about here is this fight is, you know, the KT are trying to bait this and turn this. Life, of course, gets a double charm, and then he's like, okay, we're out. I am not actually sticking around for this. Then the Cyclone value is pretty massive as well. But Lava's able to pick up a kill, sacrifices his life for it, gives a kill over to Vikla. Don't like that as much. Would have rather them just kind of handshake that away and say, you know what, we didn't actually end up getting the kill on Rakan. Let's just leave.
Well, Morgan is now also going to be punished. Does have to flash. That is a phenomenal ultimate out of Rascal, but Morgan's able to umbrally dash to get himself out of the way after the flash over the wall. And so the Aatrox will survive.
Yep, gets out of there. Aiming, looking to grab plates bottom side here. Does have his Eclipse, so item advantage here is pretty massive for him when these AD carries are left in a 1v1. This happens all the time with Xayah Aphelios, where Xayah's just left in this early game where she has an item advantage. Even if Aphelios has Gale Force, she can look for some really aggressive trades. Now Delight rotates down, but it's a trap.
Oh dear, Umpty is able to come in whenever he would like to. He's charging up that Vault Breaker, but decides against it. They get the Feather Storm out, and they are just going to be able to back away. Lava over here does have Spirit Rush available, as this ward is not going to be taken down because Lava leaves too early and gets hit by the loop.
So,
love it.
The winner of this exchange is hard to identify because they're both trying to grew up for Drake Prio, and neither team gets a strong win. Like, they got Drake Prio bro-did, but KT are over here getting this bottom lane pushed over. Cuz is rotated in. He has Cyclone back available. And it looks like we're going to have just straight up a 5v5 fight. Both of these teams extremely strong at fighting at this moment. Morgan does not have teleport, nor does Rascal. He's going up and is trying to hide where he is, Morgan is right now, and wants to keep it hidden. KT are like, oh, is Aatrox coming in or not?
Well, they get the bad news is Charm will connect here. Lava actually able to dash his way out. Does have the Abduct as well, as now Cuz trying to find a bit of damage here as in goes live. Finds himself the grand entrance as Cuz is going to lock down the kill. Vikla on this Ari, absolutely fantastic as well as the bailout comes through. They try to keep Lava alive, but it's not going to work out. Rascal will unfortunately fall, but Fred Brion still lose out on the trade.
Some assists being picked up here for Vikla again, and Frederick Brion losing control of the map now in this exchange. Losing this Aatrox before a Drake fight is not good news, as he was hiding where he was, but he is eventually found, tries to make a play mid lane. And this is what we're talking about, Ari's value against Frederick Brion's comp that is trying to essentially run at them at all costs. Someone is always going to get charmed. Someone is always going to be loser. Now, if you could still steamroll your way through the rest of the fight because one charm isn't enough to stop all the Aatrox power, all the Sylas power, you feel fairly good about this. But trying to dive an Ari who has Everfrost here, just not a good look, unfortunately. Morgan gets cycloned, and Aphelios, who only has his Gale Force, isn't even nearby, isn't able to help out, and this is just a dive too far, unfortunately, for Brion.
Yeah, I mean, KT just punished. KT just able to outplay. And the reason I'm a bit distracted is because I don't even think it's necessarily like the Ari getting through. I think it's just how incredibly comfortable Vikla is on this champion.
Yeah.
He is really making it look like he's one of the players that we're like, all right, you can play it. You can pick it up. I think we're putting him on the list. I think he's solidly there.
And he's, playing alongside Arya is okay.
Oh dear. Okay, well, World Ender comes through, but I think it might be the Lord's World that is ending. It takes a little while, and we'll give Lava some time to get in there. In goes Umpty as well, knocked up by the Cyclone, but he's back in there again. Hostile takeover to come down as well. Rascal ignored because they want the squishy targets. Life trying to dash out of there. Cuz being tricky, but he will be taken down. And Fred and Brion get their revenge top side of the map. Well, KT ruined their outer turret mid.
I'm going to take down the turret here, so fairly successful here for Fred Brion on the top side defense, but a trade and an extra turret going into KT's pocket. So definitely feeling the best right now is seeing if Vikla can find these stragglers. Not going to actually commit to looking in those brushes, and I think he'd do well not to because they had not completed their recalls and would have actually been disastrous, but Gore Drinker was a mistake. We all know it. No. But Morgan buys a ton of time here with it, obviously, and his World Ender for the teleports to come through. But unfortunately, Fred and Brion don't have a comp that can actually fight once the Aatrox dies here. Lava has charms, but the Cyclone is good. It's a buy only. There's no AD carry in this fight. So yes, they do trade back. But KT are going to get the mid turret, and this is a huge win for them. Ari, if she was here, I think this fight looks very clean for KT topside, and they actually win it. But she's not there, didn't have teleport. She's here now,
Yeah, she's going to be able to throw a bit of damage towards Lava. Cuz will secure this, as the Rift Herald is going to be taken down 18 minutes into the game. Nicely done before she headed back to the Void. Does mean Shirley does get some use here on the map. And KT still with a gold advantage. I'm still thinking, you know, if Henna can have another one of these carry performances, the Aphelios has been very quiet so far this game.
Yeah, it gets better and better for Henna this game.
Yeah.
And, you know, Fred at Brion, we're at a 1-to-1 Drake split. It's Infernal Soul, so just to make things even more tense here on the Rift.
Earth, Wind, and Fire, I think, back-to-back
Yeah.
as well, although in different orders.
Yeah. The biggest problem for Fred at Brion is actually Vikla. As you've said, he has been so consistent on this pick. He really hurts the engage potential for Fred at Brion. And someone is going to have to lock him down. Now, Silas went Everfrost. I think this is the right call. But when Ari looks for a charm, there has to be a punish play ready. And I think that playing reactionarily to Vikla and trying to play around the front line that this Vi and Aatrox can give you with Silas, so that Aphelios can pop off, is probably a better way than just trying to run at them as Fred at Brion and be like, we got a lot of CC, we got a hard engage comp. Because the Ari is fed, and she's happy to soak that engage.
Well, Kuz is going to dive forward. Lava's just going to use his stolen Spirit Rush in order to get himself out of dodge. There's another one of those. Uses it here as Shirley's going to pop down towards this top side and look to lock down another turret here for KT. It's largely why they have a gold lead at all, is their structure destruction. And they will be able to get another one here, 20 minutes into the game.
So a lot of power in the fact that these turrets are down and that Vikla on this Ari, so many champions like Ari, Assassins, General LeBlanc love when these turrets go down early because it gives you so much freedom to actually dive deep on the map, fight for vision, and actually even punish a support who's trying to clear vision around Baron, for example, while you're side laning top side and there's no turret there. So Delight's life becomes a lot more difficult in these moments. The Ari has a lot more agency. It's only a 200 gold lead he has this game, but he's stacked up a lot of Dark Seal, and he's going to be able to pick any squishy target that gets caught, and the utility he brings with the charm against Fred at Brion's comp, not even for their comp, but against Fred's comp, is so massive.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really important. They, of course, only have one real huge threat as far as a lot of consistent damage. I guess there's an argument there to be had for Lava, but if he gets into the back and snipes Henna, he's got multiple forms of CC, so he's not going to be too worried about the cleanse as long as he can, you know, get his Orb of Deception in the right spot. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether Vikla can be the difference maker in some of these later fights where Henna is going to be so important to Fred at Brion.
Humpty probably don't want to stay around here too long. I believe Rascal saw him, actually, or maybe he wasn't looking. It was weird, the vision that was changed there. Here we go.
Yeah, they are going to deny Rascal's escape here. Yeah, no Arctic Assault for you. And that is going to be the handshake guaranteeing it. But in goes Life. He kind of misses the CC this time, and Delight is going to be able to lock down that kill. They pick up a free extra one also, as Vikla kind of donated his life there. Back to come through now for Henna, as we're looking for our first turret on the side, second turret on the side of Fred at Brion.
Very messy game here, to be totally honest. We're 14 kills in, it's 7-7. We're constantly fighting, we're constantly trading back, but that's what we expected to see with these compositions that are so strong around skirmishes in the mid game, which is where we, stand firmly here at 21.5 minutes with neither team having a big edge. Now, I was worried for Umpty here for a moment because I thought KT were looking to group down and look for a push on the turret, but it's actually just Rascal alone. KT leave him out to dry here for quite some time, and if you're going to have your side laner push this hard for a turret, you better have support. And they do decide, okay, we should come over and save him, but it's way too little, too late. So Fred at Brion pick up so much gold here on the back of that turret defense.
Just fantastic from Fred at Brion to be one step ahead of the play, right? KT did have everyone rotating over there. Rascal was like, I know this one. I just moved this wave up to the turret, and then they're like, oh, we can get a pick, but then my team's there. But then my team's there.
Yeah, they weren't there.
Yeah, and they just didn't manage to catch up in time. Umpty, great positioning to start that fight off.
It was, again, a fairly risky play from Umpty. Not extremely risky, but his team was behind him. It was a setup play. And KT, because they didn't all group for the safe turret push, they wanted the punish play. They were the ones who got punished, as you're saying, in the end. Now KT grouping up for Baron. They have a lot of vision around the river. Fred Brion do end up resetting after those picks, and so don't actually have a lot of control over this Baron pit. But I don't think either of these teams really wants to start Baron just yet. We're not really at that stage of damage, and the turn potential and the skirmish potential of both these teams is still insanely strong. If you could identify as KT that they're all very far away, that's the only way you start this Baron up with the blue side advantage they have. But because they don't know that full information, it's very difficult for them to make that call.
Yeah, no, I think it's very, very hard. And it gets harder as the game goes. That's the thing that makes it really difficult, right? You've got this lethality Xayah that doesn't do a lot of consistent damage necessarily. You can, but you're not going to be doing as much as Henna when he hits a few items. As Flash comes out from Delight, trying to get himself to safety. It's going to be difficult, though, as Umpty at least throws through the ultimate. Now Henna with red and white guns, but he's zoned out of the fight. Just can't get through the wall here. Finally, Gale forces in as Lava picks up that first kill. Henna now in the backline, able to DPS. Some knockups, some good disengage from KT, but the chains will connect. Lava gets the Kingslayer off as well, but Fred Brion had no follow-up. They're not able to go in and protect their Silas.
Henna did a lot of damage that fight. You can start to see the power of this Aphelios now on 2 items, but also with the proper gun set up 2 straight up 5v5 fight. But Vikla did so much damage before the fight even started. It was really difficult for Fred Brion to continue to chase there. It does end up being, again, another trade of kills. We're just non-stop taking these skirmish fights here as the entire fight breaks out over Delight trying to clear vision. And like I said, the Renata really going to struggle into this Ahri because she's a squishy support who tries to clear vision. Vikla flashes for the kill, but then he's very far forward here. Ends up getting completely executed by Lava, who then picks up a really nice Xayah ultimate to try to chase, but then it's a choke point you're chasing into here. Fortunately, you know, not going to be enough for Lava. So 2-for-1 trade for KT, and Lava trying his best to actually chase him down there, but Henna had already used everything he had. And you're a melee champion who doesn't have an ult to steal anymore. Still pre-16. Bit of an overextension there, but trade up for KT at the end of the day.
And I want to say, Life has played fantastically on this Rakan, has really taken control of so many of these fights, able to utilize the pick in order to disengage or to engage. The disengage in that last fight that also baited Lava in absolutely fantastically. Done there by Life. But 20 seconds, and we will have our second Infernal Drake of the game spawning. KT managed to get the first. Soul Point available for them. They can lock this one down. But Fred Brion do have control of the river, while KT have control of mid lane. Bit of a flank angle here for Umpty. They're trying to corral them. Henna looking to land some damage. Good little charm connects on Umpty, and he'll just get blown up. No chance for him. No chance for Henna either, who tries to Gale Force to get himself out of the way. Cuz is going to almost get hit by his teammate's ultimate. Oh, it's Lava that hijacked it and took it away. Cuz will get secured, though. And Fred Brion are looking to try and turn. Even though Umpty has died, Henna's still doing a lot of damage, and Lord Morgan can be there as that front line.
There's just not going to be a clean team fight in this game. It's just not going to happen, Atlas. And Henna gets a few of those pieces of honey fruit, comes back up to half health, has awkward guns for the fight, but does some damage back. KT looking to actually hold on to this Drake. Henna's still here, does not hold the back.
Look at Morgan. He just walks in there.
TP comes through.
Zero fear whatsoever. Both junglers are dead. Umpty's now running back, but there are no smites for anyone as Fred Brion do pull it out of the pit, aiming. Wants to be able to snipe it, and he isn't going to be able to.
Nice try.
Good old jungle Aatrox here is going to lock down the Drake very comfortably, and we're 2 apiece.
There's just not a whole lot to analyze in these fights, man. It is just bloodthirst.
Some buttons landed, Wolf, and the other buttons did not land.
Yeah, that is most of it. This looked really good for KT at the start of things. Umpty gets charmed, the CC chain's there, and they're on top of Henna. But there's no follow-up damage here, unfortunately. Aiming knows that he's not auto-attacking anybody at the start of this. So Renata ultimate zones them away, so Henna feels comfortable to actually come back over, tosses in his Moonlight Vigil, which isn't big. And then Fred Brion are like, ooh, we almost have enough health bars here because we have an Aatrox. But it's very scary because there's an Ahri there. She can charm, so let's back away. Then when KT are going to go over, they're like, well, if you think you can attack a dragon, then absolutely not. Then Fred Brion are ready to fight again. And it's just barely, of course, tied up now here on the Drakes. It looked very scary for both teams there in that neutral after the initial trade of kills.
Yeah, it's absolute chaos here. And I was trying to focus on who was going to kill Cuz, and therefore I missed the fact that Lava stole a Glacial Prison and then threw it at the guy who then immediately used his stopwatch. So not actually finding any value out of it, as aiming is going to be delivered. The enemy's red buff. Definitely good news here for KT.
Yeah, and you know, these fights, I think, become more and more Frederick Brion favored as this game goes on, because aiming is, or rather Henna on this Aphelios is going to outpace aiming. Aiming is losing, you know, the item advantage that he has, because, yeah, he still has one at the moment, but the items he has on the champion he has is not as valuable as Henna's damage and the consistent damage output he's going to have once he hits that third one.
Well, this Baron is going down extraordinarily low, and Umpty, they have like no information. They just don't know that this is dead. It went down to 7 health, did not matter whatsoever, as Sejuani is going to secure it with her extraordinarily powerful auto attacks that are able to do at least, Wolf, more than 7 damage.
Yeah, nobody is smiting today.
Yeah. Sometimes you just watch when a Baron goes down. You
Sometimes
just
you're
watch
just
the
that,
wall.
sometimes you're just that confident Frederick Brion is going to do absolutely nothing, and they were right. Frederick Brion didn't have any vision, didn't have any control of this. IE still not done here for Henna. That's going to be the big moment where he can actually start to do a ton in these team fights, because he's already, you know, doing more than Xayah mostly, if he's not just 100-0'd in the fight and then of course forced away. But there's the Serpent's Fang coming through. Still a huge lead for aiming, but Aphelios will be able to keep up a lot in these upcoming fights. Death's Dance done for Morgan, has a stopwatch done for Umpty. So point fight is going to be, it's going to be pretty nuts. It is going to be a pop-off fight. And Baron buff should give KT a ton of cryo. Of course, the timing of this is amazing for them for setting up for this. But got to make sure that nobody dies beforehand and nobody overextends. You know, I'm not ready to trust just yet.
No silliness, please, Wolf.
Yeah.
I want none of the silliness.
Yeah, I'm just not ready to trust the team with the Baron buff is actually not going to just totally throw it away, okay?
Someone's been playing a little bit too much solo queue recently. As Vikla is going to get the shove on as the rest of KT looking for that flank around the side. Delight in the brush, but realizes that it's very dangerous to be there. There's the Glacial Prison collected. Lava still not level 16 yet. As there is the Glacial Prison that does go down. Umpty just dives himself in there. Does a fair bit of damage. Hostile Takeover also going to come down as, all right, Assault and Battery comes in, and here is Morgan into the backline. The Xayah immediately goes down. Life has to go golden. Vikla off to the sides doing a bunch of work, but that Infernum, now that the Infinity Edge is done, is doing some damage. But Vikla still alive. He's the dangerous one as Cuz trying to get in there, and Vikla's going to kite them. Henna, can he stay alive? Is the question. He's down so low as Rascal was threatening. He doesn't have the ulti available though. And KT somehow limped through the team fight.
They have the better items here at this point, and the Xayah, you know, does go down, but does a ton of damage on the way, and Henna isn't there to actually follow the damage. He's a low-range AD carry. He's basically an ult button at this stage in time, even with the IE done, when the hard engage is that far away from where he's standing. So even though the engage is amazing for Morgan and Umpty, it's not enough if there's no follow-up. And Lava is playing a melee champion. He's playing the Silas this time around. So it's not like he can actually just follow it from a million miles away. As watch where Henna is when the, you know, angle comes through. Of course, teleport comes through, hidden from Morgan. Renata ult is amazing. Umpty's ready to follow up. But Henna is just so far away from the rest of this fight. Can't actually hit as KT kite back. And Cuz gets insane value out of this Wukong pick once again.
Yeah, no, it's just absurd. And Vikla's ability to kite out this entire fight.
Vikla has played the game of his life.
Yeah, no, seriously. Seriously, I don't think that this game would look anything like what it does if Vikla wasn't playing so extraordinarily well. As now Lava going to dive in yet again, find some quickness value, flashes on top of the Ahri as well, but the Spirit Rush is available once again. An explosion of damage, and there goes the Renata Glass, because aiming can Blade Call to get a bunch of this damage onto Henna and to Umpty, whilst the rest of KT are dealing with the Aatrox. And now Umpty, yep, not long for this world. KT will pick themselves up an ace. They are just playing better, Wolf.
It's one of those KT 2-1, nothing to see here angles.
Absolutely.
There were definitely no problems in game 1. We were not behind game 2. We could just let it go game 3. A lot of awkward skirmishes, but we were dragged across the finish line by a really nice disengage there when Frederick Brion decided to pull the trigger on the bottom side. KT rolls through the better team tonight, and they are going to, for the first time since franchise history, take a playoff spot with
They
a 2-1.
will. 2-1 victory, enough to guarantee it. They already had a 99.67% chance, but they got themselves that extra 3.3. Absolutely fantastic stuff here for KT. Well deserved. Took them far longer than it should have. However, I think this team has really made a huge turnaround this year. Starting off not necessarily as strong as we expected. I think a lot of your frustrations there in spring were well warranted, Wolf, but after we heard some rumors that KT was scrimming well at the beginning of summer, they didn't quite find it. Now they have finally qualified to the playoffs.
Yeah. There's the train to playoffs.
Yeah, there it is.
And they're currently at playoffs. The next stop is finals. That's what it said there. We'll see if KT can pull it off. It's going to be an uphill battle because, not to be a downer, but the series tonight was not as clean as people expected. KT take the win in the end. I know it's a meme. 2-0, nothing to see here. 2-1, nothing to see here in this case. But there were some serious issues in the mid-game decision-making wise, and I think KT played a little scared tonight, to be honest. They didn't play as aggressively as they normally do, and then they pulled the trigger at the wrong moments. And Frederick Breon's a tough opponent. They're the gatekeepers oftentimes. They're the ones that are the trap game in a week like this where you're like, okay, 2-0, nothing to see here is the expectation. We're going to go into playoffs. That's an amazing moment for us. All we have to do is beat Frederick Breon, and then you almost lose it. You play a little bit scared in games 2 and 3, but KT at the end of the day will take the win here. And
yeah, it was KT that were kicked out of playoffs because of Frederick Breon making playoffs in spring, right? Like, this is one of those things, but they definitely, like, after, like, the mid-game hit, and as soon as Aiming had 4 items and we still had the Ophelio sitting on, like, 2.5 or something like that, then finally gets to his Infinity Edge, but had a bit of a more awkward build, just felt like finally we see a team playing around what is some of the power of the... is that a suggestion for mid lane? Some of the power of the lethality Zaya.
yeah, I think he's just trying to say it's KT's night while also just using a different word for night. But I mean, Knight's a good player, you know.
He's a fantastic player.
But I think tonight's it's all about Vikla in this particular case.
Yep.
This final game, as Ari is so good into this comp, and it was shown across all of these fights. Like, this whole highlight reel just feels like it's going to be a Vikla highlight reel.
Oh yeah, if he doesn't get 13 out of 13, there's something very wrong going on.
Every time he died, too, was actually, it was correct. You know what I mean? Every time he died, it was because he did so much CC that he had to give his life for it. But it was usually he was usually a sacrifice that led to his team winning the fight. This fight was absolutely bonkers crazy, and Frederick Breon get the punish play there. That was one big error from KT, but this fight is the winning fight, where Frederick Breon pulled the trigger here with the Morgan teleport, but they're just a little bit too disjointed. It's awkward guns here from Hannah. He can't actually follow up, and the kiting power of KT in this composition is amazing. Even though Morgan is trying to be so sticky here, they have enough damage output, and KT win the game right here.
Yeah, they do. And look at how low the health bars are of Life and Rascal as they make their way out. Vikla as well. He was so close to death, but in the end it didn't actually matter.
I think if Hannah plays that better too, maybe there's a chance, but we'll never know. As these are the final moments, of course, here. Aiming gets over the wall there as well with that flash. There's just no follow-up damage.
And they can fight on 2 fronts so comfortably here on the side of KT. And after this, they knew that it was over. Just run it up mid lane and take the win. Just really clean. Just really clean, Wolf. Nothing to see here whatsoever. As Lava does the most damage in the game.
Yeah.
Look at that Cuz damage, though. Man, he did the most on his team.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but I think, well, I mean, depends on who you are, but I think the Wukong is here to stay. I don't think this is kind of this weird freak thing we were seeing at the end of last week and then at the beginning of this week, which is just by some teams. Pretty much all of our playoff teams are prioritizing the Wukong very highly right now. They prioritized it even over the Aphelios. They then, of course, beat at the end. But I think we're just going to see more and more of it until, you know, maybe the next patch.
Yeah, that I'm actually kind of flabbergasted about the fact that Wukong did the most damage on the team. But let's see whether the gentlemen on the carpet space and the chairs are going to be as flabbergasted as me. Gentlemen, are you surprised about the Wukong?
Yes, very surprised about the Wukong. No, it's just becoming a first pick thing. We are back here at the Analyst Carpet Space, and that was a quick 2-1. Nothing to see here. KT really clean the entire day. Just pristine gameplay, but not actually, because we really got down and dirty with this one now, and I think it all starts with this comp.
Yeah. It's a toughie, isn't it? For KT, the Wukong first pick priority actually coming back after it dropping for a while and working out very nicely. We've seen especially some of our more team fight oriented teams really go back to this. Croco is another player that has really highly prioritized it with Sandbox as a team. And interestingly enough, this is actually one of the few games where I see the Silas and like, I feel like Silas should have a really good time here, and it just doesn't really come to fruition. And the 4-5 from Fred Brian is very, very weak, as the Aatrox had like a couple of okay moments, but I think there's a lot of picks that you can go towards that do similar things and actually have an impact on the game, especially knowing that what should be picked here by KT is, I don't know, Senna with a mage or some aggressive like Yasuo bot lane.
Yasuo.
You know, we knew it was going to be Zyra Khan.
Where's Yasuo?
Right, like we knew it was going to be Zyra Khan. I think it was kind of a no-brainer. So knowing that, like picking Aatrox, trying to play it into Xayah is just kind of a miserable experience, and we saw that as well.
And Everfrost Ari.
Yeah.
It's
It was just all around. The Fred Brian draft, I think, kind of lackluster, and then KT also didn't like the B45. But what was really the kicker was the play, because as was pointed out, it was ups and downs.
Ups and downs, a little bit of a roller coaster, you could say. Let's go into highlight number 1 and kind of show this one off. As you were saying this during the game, if this were any other team, I think that KT would have got punished really hard for this play.
Yeah, I think they lose the game because they go in very aggressively here on Delight, who doesn't get his ult off, but that's fine. You were the one to point it. If Lava plays this better, this sequence of events, you lose the game. Because picks up a Bladestorm, which doesn't really do that much, then goes in here and doesn't use his stopwatch, right? Has a moment here, and if you use all those cooldowns and you could continue this fight, you probably wipe them and then you get Baron.
Yeah.
And this is expected. These are Fred Brian is a team that is at the bottom of the standings for a reason. But it's more worrying for KT that this skirmish is okay, but still opting in that aggressively against a team like Live Sandbox. If Closer is piloting that Silas, this Friday, you're going to get bombed, right? So for KT,
smashed, okay?
yeah, it really is important for KT. I think that they cleaned up because they are a playoffs team, and that's really all. Outside of that, I think mechanically KT was still decent. Kaz had a really good game as well, which was nice.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, and it wasn't, unfortunately, you know, I don't want to point the guy out, but it wasn't the first or the last time that Lava did go for this. We're going to take a look at the second highlight here, which was down towards the bottom side of the map. I'm not sure if this is exactly it. Doesn't look like it, but, you know, essentially just going really deep. And this is one of those moments where the Aatrox actually did get value because he got this pretty insane flank.
It is, and Umpty is able to help him set it up, and it starts off kind of okay, but then thanks to a really good stopwatch from Life, in addition to the fact that the ultimate from Hannah just does very little because it actually hits a clone and a Sejuani. Then Lava going, as you pointed out, going extremely deep here. You're just a little bit ahead of the curve, as you often are.
Didn't even remember he did it in this one too.
Yeah,
poor guy.
and then everyone's staying alive. This was kind of the killing blow. Up until this point, I think Fred Brian still had a hope, but previous to that, they also just gave up a Baron for seemingly no reason, right? And it's...
Here, you can have it.
Yeah, take it. And
It's
makes
the
sense.
Giga Chad gift, right? They're like,
Yeah, they don't need it.
we can probably win without the Baron, so let's just give it over. Let's make it more interesting for our viewers. And it was actually a decently fun game that we did get to see there. But guys, we do have the POG ready to go, so let's see who just pick it up. It will be Vikla. I'm sorry, Atlas, I think maybe not 13 out of 13, but I think he definitely does deserve the main POG here.
Yeah, I would love to see some live votes. Had a very good game on Khan, also going for Zhonya's, which I love, and so did Kuz, who you're also going to see in a lot of these highlights. But Vikla, to me, even though he's not quite chill because he doesn't hit every skill shot, he does have the same killer instinct that I think is essential to making Ahri work. And it's one of the reasons why we still see teams that are good at it prioritize the Ahri is because the amount of playmaking potential that the champion has is insane. But you gotta not be afraid to like go in and mess up sometimes.
Yeah.
Because if you don't go in, it's worse. Like you look better, but it's actually worse. So I'm loving it. Great, good votes, like those. Yeah, I think very deserved. I am loving Vikla's touch of insanity he's got going there. And doesn't work out every time, but it works out enough of the times, and I think KT really needs that drive.
Yep, it's definitely good to have him piloting something like the Ahri. As guys, we do have the interview ready to go, so let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by Vikla Kuz from KT Roaster. Congratulations. After 3 years, you guys locked in a spot in the playoffs. How do you feel? Yeah, I mean, I just joined KT, this year, and I'm glad that we were able to bring this team to playoffs after 3 years. I heard this is our first playoffs after the franchise, so I'm so happy. Cause you played Vi for the first time this split, and the Ahri Vi comp was the key playmaker in that game. However, Vi is not always too strong. Sometimes she get caught out. Whenever she goes in, it's either she dies or survives. But this time around, you guys are able to show off a great teamwork. Did you guys work on it a lot? Well, in scrims, we played Ahri Vi comp a lot, and we are good friends, as you can tell. So we are pretty frank with each other. Whenever we make a misplay, we just share a lot of feedbacks. That was a bad play, we should change the play, so stuff like that. I agree with him. We have a lot of communications. And cause I really have to mention this. Your smite in game number 1, your steals, you're stealing the Drake, you're stealing the Baron. Were you impressed by your own play? Recently, well, I've been winning a lot of smite fights, and I never get my objective stolen. So maybe it's a Summer KT buff. I'm getting super lucky. The Summer KT buff is kicking in for KT Roaster. So let's take a look at this replay over here. The Baron still by Kuz's Vi. Well, Vi is not the best pick to actually steal away objectives, right? Yeah, just like you said, Vi is not the best pick to go for a smite fight, but aiming is actually was doing a great job. He was with the extendo beam, he was able to chunk down the HP, so I was able to actually see the opening. Many people say smite fight is 50-50, but you said you also got lucky, with the KT buff in the summer. But whenever I watch you steal away the objectives, you look super confident, you always make it happen. So what happened recently? I guess, our confidence definitely, getting bigger and bigger. But however, there were some misplays today, so it's a bummer that the play was not that clean. I was not expecting that still, but he just went in and he got it, so I was pretty amazed. How did other players react to it? They were just so happy with the result. In game number 3, so Silas prior to that game was on a 7-game winning streak, but you guys actually went for the Wukong, Sejuani, Ahri, some of the best picks with the best ults, kind of making the opponents to lock in Silas. Was that your strategy? We don't really mind whatever they lock in because our topside pick was so good, so we were not worried about what the opponents were going to play. Vikla, you are pulling off a lot of bold plays here in the LCK, whenever you have to make plays, you just go in. Maybe sometimes it can be sink or swim, but you just go for the play. Well, as a team, our coaching staff always tell me that go with your confidence, that's the way you should play. And also, I myself also want to kind of play according to my feelings and how I want to make plays. It's not really that easy as a rookie to play with a lot of confidence and really aggressively, so I'm so happy to have a teammate like him. Well, game number 3 was pretty close for the early to the mid-game part, but the late game was the game ender. So I want to know about your Baron play there. So we were checking the blue trinket of the opponents and also the vision. We were controlling all the vision on the Baron side and we were looking for that Baron angle. Yeah, we were, cleaning and controlling the vision around the Baron, and we had the information that they didn't have any wards around the Baron. And KT's next opponent will be Leap Sandbox. It's very likely that you'll be able to have a rematch in the playoffs as well. What are you looking for in that series? I think Leap Sandbox is on a great momentum. They're doing great. And my jungle opponent, Croco, is doing great. So I think I really have to prepare hard for that matchup in order to make it a 50-50 or even to make help myself win that matchup. Leaf Sandbox is a very aggressive team, but I will not be scared, I will take the fights and, put up the best fight we got. This will be the end of the interview from Vikla Cuz from KT Roaster. Back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings now that KT have won their match. They are in playoffs, as the casters already did mention, as did, I believe, Vikla, but one of the two, Vikla or Cuz. And yes, Fred and Brian, only 2 wins, but they are not in 10th.
No, that's the big thing. And hey, I'm alive. There's your opportunity right there. Just beat T1. No biggie.
Yeah. T1, they had some moments where they were a little bit shaky against teams like KT and like other playoff teams, but I think this should be pretty heavily favored in T1's side. Bold take here. But either way, guys, thank you for watching. We'll be back in about a half hour for that second matchup.
cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Anyway, I do want to have one final conversation, gentlemen, because we have been talking for quite some time. But I think that what we do need to address is some of the sadder sides of things. There has been a slight uptick for Nongshim as of yesterday, but our bottom three teams, Hama Life Esports, Fred Brion, and Nongshim, have really sort of cataclysmically fallen down in the last... in this season, and I don't necessarily know what's massively gone wrong. I think outside of what happened to Nongshim, which was never being able to recover after the COVID situation and also just struggling with coordination the whole time. But it does feel like our top 7 teams are so much stronger than our bottom 3.
What I think happens is that, and Nongshim is a little bit of a separate story, but if you, like Fred and Brian, I had a very strong inkling that they were overperforming in the previous split because they had the same roster as last year. So in spring, you're just going to have a head start. And they kind of rode that head start very nicely. They had caught momentum at a couple of crucial moments at the end of the split to make playoffs. But for both Hanwha and Bro, I think that a lot of rosters that on paper should be stronger might just take longer to get to a point where they actually are stronger. But once they are, they're not losing anymore, right? Like I think as you get deeper and deeper into the year, the individual quality of players matters. Both matters more as in like what peak can you reach. And I think if you look at the other teams, Kwangno is kind of in a weird space of their own, but Live Sandbox, especially with Prince, is a really good example of they finally found their groove. And then individually, the players, I think, were always better, which is why in the past, some of us foolishly, prematurely got excited about Live Sandbox. And now it actually pays off, right? Like, and I think you see that kind of across the board. KT is another really good example where this roster in spring just looked kind of lost. And then ever since Vikla has joined, it's kind of clicked. They found their identity. They're not suddenly going to like start winning the LCK, but
weirdly, they actually clicked before that. Remember, Aria got like 3 POGs. Like they were already on the upswing.
It was already better this split, but I do think that again, like it started at the end of last split when he came in.
Yeah, a lot of what it was for KT was getting that environment working out, and maybe that's what's going wrong for some of these bottom teams.
For me, like there's like even a microcosm within the bottom 3 teams that I want to discuss, and I think for Hanwha and for Fred Brion, it's an overall like the roster has kind of a like middle ground for each player. It's not like you look at Hanwha and you look at Fred Brion and you go, this one player is holding the team back. Not really the case. In fact, the higher you go up the standings, like the same discussion we were just having in our Worlds conversation is like, ooh, is Pioshik holding the team back? Like, is Vikla holding the team back? Like, what's going on with Dove? But I think for both Hanwha and for Fred Brion, because they're all kind of on the same level as each other overall, like you can say some players are stronger than others, etc. I think they're kind of like growing together and evolving together. And I think that is the reason why Nongshim has looked in the end of times actually even worse than the other two, is because they had a clear role problem. Now they have 3 players that kind of rotating between. Peter has of course been sent down, but like who knows, he might come back.
No.
And like I think when you have like one specific point on a team where like literally otherwise you have 4 amazing players, it is extremely frustrating. And I think that as a result, like Nongshim has this one weak point that they're trying to fix and play around, and they just couldn't solve it. And so as a result, like everybody's just kind of pissed, like everybody's annoyed, like everybody's just burnt out, like we've done everything, we got a 3rd player in here, we still couldn't fix it. And like I think if this was a Western team, to be totally honest, like there would be like beef and on Twitter, and like we'd hear all sorts of stories about what's going on with this team. This is just my personal opinion. Like I don't actually know. Maybe the players are totally cool and there's like no internal issues, but I have to expect that there are big internal issues going on in Nongshim just based on how they're playing, how they interact with each other, like how the games look, how poor their coordination is despite having now almost 2 full seasons to build that synergy. And I do think that, you know, because this is the LCK and we do kind of keep things under wraps, we'll probably never really know what's going on internally. So I may be right, I may be wrong, but we'll never know. But I think that that's like the difference between the tiers of how these teams are like growing. Because Nongshim, like they still are on paper like arguably better than both Hanwha and Fred Brion with the caliber of players they have, but it doesn't feel like they're in a separate tier because the coordination is just so poor. You forget how good these players are. You forget how good Kana is. You forget how good BDD is. You forget how good Ghost is, and even Dread, because you're like, man, they just can't do it. Like this roster has failed. Like it just won't happen. And I think that it's kind of proved, like Gen.G has proved, like if you have to have the 5th piece, you have to have all 5 pieces if you're going to build a super team like this, because Gen.G's super team was like just 1 piece bigger than Nongshim's in terms of all the parts they put together. And yet look at where they are in the standings and look at where Nongshim is. I think you have to have the full package if you're going to build a team like this, because just having 1 support player, or 3 in this case, that aren't up to the rest of the team standards means you just totally collapse. So I think that's kind of what I saw.
I think that there's like, because like, yeah, you're talking about it like...
Did you say that again?
Wow, Siri, the biggest like no-show apologist ever.
Yeah, seriously.
How dare you talk about my team like that?
That is just ridiculous. She's like actually just finished her Shin Ramyun. She's like, this was delicious. You please apologize.
That was actually really hilarious.
No, but like, so we've actually seen lots of super teams like this built in the past, right? I think KT's one
Fatality.
kind of worked. I think T1's super team in 2019 didn't work. There's too many chefs in the kitchen there. Yes, they still made top 4, right? It's not like the Nongshim catastrophe that we saw here. But super teams have worked and they haven't. But the thing that's the biggest is that it was a buy round. It was a buy round for Nongshim, and they went completely boom. Like, you're looking at the other two teams that they're next to, it's Eco. We are going pistols, and that's it. Like, Harmer Life Esports are, like, saving so much this year.
Bro, they're buying my
it's
boy
obscene.
Chani. He's cheap, dude.
Yeah, they're like, Samdi's too
He gets it
expensive,
done.
actually. Like, let's move him away, you know? Like, that's sort of where
I
they're
really
at.
like this. I really like this analogy. It's so true.
But I mean, that's what it is. But like, what happened was, like, they're going pistol round, but they're going even with like the Orb team over here that are like have all of the biggest guns that they could possibly buy.
They got a thrifty.
Yeah, but they did not understand. Yeah, they
Thrifty
definitely
round.
they got a they definitely did
Fred
get a
not even
thrifty.
playing. They're just like gardening together, and they're playing Stardew Valley with the boys, just making sure that they have a good time.
Growing
They're
a
waiting
family.
for that new the Square Enix farming simulator thing, and they're getting ready for it.
But
and
like,
they're very
how
excited.
as Kana, like with the places he's been and like the peaks he's reached, as Dread, who was like,
But all of these players have caveats.
Yeah,
That's the thing that I find
exactly.
really, really interesting about Nongshim. Like, Kana, weak champion pool, often would overextend, needed a lot of help in order to look good on T1. That was always
I thought
the
he
case.
was the weakest player
Had a
on
lot
T1
of high
by
highs.
far for a long time.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think, like, you and I were, like, calling for Zeus, like, ever since his debut. We're like, bench Kana.
How could you do Mal like that?
Excuse you.
and you as well. But I feel like we
And do
started
as well.
I'll be honest,
Didn't
like
we
I was
start?
kind of like,
I thought
I'm
we
not
started
sure.
it.
Like I trust Kana a little bit more than you guys.
Yeah.
No, but and BDD's champion pool still a
BDD's
really
champion
big
pool, but
problem.
also BDD always needing somebody else to take charge. Ghost isn't a carry. Never has been, never will be.
No.
He will always be Ghost. He needs to have solo lanes that are not only like going in, but also maybe a bit crazy. You know? And that's what, you know,
He
Nogri and
was next
Showmaker
to
were very good
Beryl
at. And he was next to Beryl,
so
who was
many
definitely being crazy.
Games. And now he's like, well, I gotta have an opinion on what we're doing now.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. And like,
That's the thing with
remember,
all of
do
these
that?
players,
No, I can't
right?
do
Yeah,
that.
they need
But I
someone
mean-
to lead them.
But Effort also needed Prince to lead him to make that bottom lane look good. Like, Effort's
As we
also
now
like a
found out.
role player who doesn't make decisions. He never has. Like, even when he was on T1, he was never the one that was actually making the calls. And even then, it felt like Mata was like micromanaging him from behind the scenes anyway. So he had a lot of help, and and Dread has always been an extraordinarily emotional player that played well in the early game, but then required somebody else to really push him over the line, but also needed motivation from outside. We've seen this already, bench for health reasons and things like this.
Yeah.
Like, this split has really, really gotten to him. And I looked at this team at the beginning and I was like, oh man, it all works. Carry style top laner, early aggressive jungler to get Canna ahead. BDD can then feed off that aggression,
Low
and they have a
resource
role
bot
player
lane,
on
yeah.
the bottom side. But then if you put it into the context of where these players all have been, it just doesn't quite get to a point that's good. And it doesn't mesh. And now they're like throwing Snowflower in there saying, can you help us like you helped 2019 KT? And
Hey.
Snowflower's like, you remember what happened, right?
What about 2020 Supermassive, my guy?
Oh, well, that's
No,
true.
it's
That's true.
It's really rough, and I could see, especially with now we talk about all of these players, a alternative universe where they don't get COVID, they find some momentum, and they just never they'll probably never be great, but like they wouldn't be full mental boom because now the team just has zero confidence and like this roster is gonna get blown.
I mean, this is career. This is for some of these players potentially, and in the past, seasons like this have been career-ending. Like, will BDD make it back on a team like Damwon, Genji, or T1? Like, probably not after this season, right? So, like, once you get to that point, it's like when you are losing these games and you're frustrated, you have all the pressure of like, oh, we're not even gonna make playoffs. But then you're like, what if I just don't get on a team after this? Like, what if this is my future? Like, all of this stuff gets in your head, and I think that's this is a point I'm getting at, just to bring it back for like 1 second, is like for Hanwha Life and for Fred Brian, like it's the eco round, like you said, but none of these players are like, I was on the edge of greatness and now like I'm here. It's like, oh, I'm on the edge of actually being like a middling player and like let's see how far we can go. Whereas Kana is like on T1 top laner. Dread was the ace of Afrika. That's what he called himself. Like, to drop all the way down this far is like, there's so much in your mind, in the back of your mind, while you're trying to also focus on the game.
I mean, I think like BDD probably has had a bigger fall from grace than Dade did. I actually think that it's almost it's similar. Like Masters 3 was not a very good team in the LPL when Dade sort of left. He picked up the Dade award at Worlds and then then left and fell into obscurity in the LPL. BDD had an amazing Worlds, played out of his mind. I think he was the best mid laner that we sent, which is a pretty outrageous thing to say considering, you know, who he was alongside, but I still believe that that was true. Outside of maybe, you know, Showmaker performing relatively well and things like and Faker as well having a great tournament, but I still think that BDD individually was probably our best mid lane representative.
Sure.
But like,
I mean, they won or died by him in that semifinal.
They did. Yeah. But then like seeing him come back and like looking at him now over that period of time, like that's a huge change.
Yeah, I think Summer purely BDD has looked better in Summer, but it also has not mattered at all. I think Spring for him is such a hard season to rate because of the whole COVID brain fog thing. But even now, like, I agree with Wolf. Like, especially seeing what we have waiting in challengers, because there are some players that truly look incredible, and a lot of them are mid laners, right? So you have Fisher, you have Poolbay, you have Bulldog, and seeing BDD like this year, if you have the chance to either pick up him for what I assume will still be a pretty high price, or you pick up like maybe the next big thing, I think it's kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, makes it really, really hard.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Some of these players, like on Nongsha, might be in the LCS next year.
I was about to say that. Like, I was about to say that, actually. I'm like, what do you guys feel about BDD on FlyQuest?
I mean, I
okay,
don't know.
Well, let's not send him down to FlyQuest just yet.
Yeah, because if we look individually for Hanwha and for Bro, right? I think Karset has a pretty abhorrent split, but I'd still could see him thrive if he has a good team, a good environment, and like gets guided towards being a more consistent player. I think Delight still remains one of the players where I'm like, what if he's ever put on like a good team with a good system?
Morgan, you know, we saw what he could do when he was on Hanwha with some stronger players. Well,
I mean, I'm going for players that have not been around for as long. But I think
like to close on all this is like the three teams we're talking about here, like the not top 7 teams in the LCK, the bottom 3, to put it in a more like contextually appropriate way. There's a reason why the conversation that we just had was completely dominated by Notion. Because they have just been the one they failed. Like, I don't know, and like, the fact that we actually had this entire conversation, like, and we're all feeling like a little bit down about it. Like, imagine being Dread or Kana or Ghost, right? Like, that's kind of like my final thoughts on this.
It always hurts seeing the player cams.
Yeah, that's how that's
pain.
Sort of how it goes. The unfortunate thing is here in the LCK, there always has to be winners and losers, right? Every single day. Sometimes some teams win more than other teams, and that is generally how it also goes.
Viper and Lahant were 10th on Hanwha, and then Viper won Worlds last year, so it's possible.
Wow, wouldn't that be so adorable? Like, Viper, it'd be only Tarzan that hasn't won Worlds if Gen G manages to win Worlds.
Yeah.
So you're saying Henna is going to win Worlds next year? Like.
No. I just want somehow for Griffin to win Worlds. We need the original Griffin to somehow win Worlds. That's what we need. But Fred Brian would need to do it because I guess Sword needs to get up there. So like, I don't know how Tarzan's going to get there because I've been watching enough LPL. They share a time slot with us. It makes it a little bit difficult, but it's not going super well over there.
From what I've heard, LNG is not great, no.
And RNG will be good by the end of the season.
RNG, EDG are probably going to be.
Yeah.
That's like, I think, the main ones, if I remember correctly.
Well, so that means that Tarzan's got a little bit of work to do, but that means that there is room for potentially Gen G to get there, but we'll just have to see.
네, 명예의 전당에 오르기 위한 LCK 팀들의 자존심을 건 대결이 시작된다. 스트릿 롤 파이터. 안녕하세요. 진행을 맡은 판다니엘입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 저는 빛 다니엘입니다. 반갑습니다.
아, 반갑습니다.
너무 반가워.
네. 자, 초대 우승팀 T1에 이어서 2회 우승팀 KT 그리고 3회 우승팀 프레디 프리온까지 명예의 전당에 세 팀이 오른 가운데 오늘 네 번째 자리에 도전하러 온 두 팀을 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
먼저 우리는 도전을 두려워하지 않는다. 인조이 챌린지 시작!
우리의 열정은 아무도 막을 수 없다. 패션 얼웨이즈 윈 광동 프리! 자, 그럼 DRX와 광동 프리스의 물러설 수 없는 대결 스트릿 롤파이터 지금부터 시작하겠습니다. 간단한 또 몸풀기 코너를 준비를 해봤습니다. 이 리그 오브 레전드 상체 싸움도 중요하겠습니다만은 이 하체도 굉장히 중요하지 않겠습니까?
요즘 바텀 메타예요.
너무 중요합니다. 그래서 준비했습니다. 하체 싸움 허벅지 씨름을 이겨라!
가위바위보를 해가지고 저희가 이제 공격과 수비를 정할 거예요. 3전 2선승제고요. 세트별로 선수 교체가 가능하다라는 거. 그리고 최종 승리한 팀이 이제 저희가 본 게임 1라운드에 순서 선택권이 있기 때문에 꼭 열심히 참여를 해주셔야 됩니다.
그러면은 양 팀의 허벅지 씨름 대표를 일단 뽑아주시길 바라겠습니다. 한 명씩만 일단 나오고 좀 부실하다 그러면 교체할 수 있어요.
자, 3전 2선승제예요. 3전 2선승제.
자, 그러면은 양 팀의 선수들이
자, 선발 선수
자리로 앉아주시기 바라겠습니다.
네, 맞아.
맞아? 야, 뭐야.
깜짝 놀랐네.
자, 어느 쪽이 공격, 어느 쪽이 수비 먼저 할지 가위바위보로 정하도록 하겠습니다. 가위바위보! 가위바위보! 모함승.
자, 뭐 어떻게 할 거예요?
수비 먼저 하겠습니다.
수비 먼저
네,
하겠다.
수비를 하겠다.
보기만 해도 즐겁다.
주먹 하나 이상 벌어져야 인정입니다. 시작! 오!
벌어지.
이거 주먹 들어간다.
벌어지.
이거 주먹 들어간다.
모함 선수는 지금 뭐 하는 거예요, 지금? 이거 못 막아요? 어떻게 된 거예요?
너무 세시네요, 너무.
너무 세다.
얘가 지금 어떻게 이겨? 1세트를 DRX가 승리를 했고 광동 선수 교체 있습니까 혹시?
선수 교체 없어?
무조건 너가 해. 진짜 아니야. 아니 너가 확정 승리인데. 선수 교체 한번 하겠습니다.
좋아. 몸풀기.
그렇지.
안녕하세요.
패한 팀에서 또 한번 골라볼까요, 그러면?
그러게. 이번에 그럼 어떻게 뭐 공격할래?
공격하겠습니다.
공격하겠다.
네.
수비는 좀 힘들 것 같다.
진짜
준비하시고.
스트레칭 한번 하고 시작해요.
괜찮아요.
스트레칭.
그럼 중요하지. 그럼
야, 이런
또 운동하잖아요.
이러고 지금 웃기겠다.
찢어질 수가 있겠다.
위험한데?
그러니까 운동을 하니까.
야, 너 이러고 지금 어떡하려고 해? 자,
좋아요.
자,
일단 허벅지를 딱 붙여주시고.
딱 붙여주시고. 좋아요.
준비 시작. 광동 플렉스.
못 풀지 마, 못 풀지 마.
제카 다시 나와야 될 것 같은데 이거는.
야 여기 할 사람 없어.
그럼 어떻게 뭐 공수 바꿔서 해볼까요? 괜찮아요, 뭐든?
네네.
오, 상관없다.
오.
자, 마지막 세트 가보도록 하겠습니다. 선 세트 시작. 공격이 좋은가 보네. 어쨌든 최종 스코어는 광동 플렉스 승.
축하합니다.
고생했어요.
너무 고생했어요.
자, 그러면
게임은 할수
혹시
있으니까.
재미로 뭐.
창현 선수가 한번 나가면
예, DRX는 표시. 정글 싸움.
정글 싸움 간다.
자, 가위바위보에서 공수 정하도록 하겠습니다.
가위바위보. 주먹이야, 뭐야.
표시 공격 수비.
공격이 힘들어요. 공격하겠습니다.
공격
쉽다.
오케이.
뒤에 자세가 나와.
그러니까
뭐야.
여기 시작.
안 돼? 뭐야, 아니, 없어.
공격당하는 느낌으로.
나도 고민받는데. 나온 줄 알았네.
엘림승!
축하합니다.
1라운드 대결을 저희가 시작을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이름하여 겹바 닥투스 이어말하기
키! 그렇습니다. 리그 오브 레전드와 관련된 단어를 저희 MC가 먼저 말을 하면 선수들은 3초 안에 뒤에 이어질 단어를 말하면 됩니다.
자리 그래서 편하게 지금. 네. 자, 광동 프레스는 그대로 갑니까?
자, 그대로.
오케이.
선택권이 먼저 할지 나중에 할지를 정할 수가 있거든요.
저기 먼저.
저
오케이.
먼저 하겠다. 자, 그러면은 지금부터 DRX부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 첫 번째 이거
네.
챔피언 스킬이에요. 화려한
등장.
정답. 처음으로 맞췄어요. 자, 공허
해요. 공허증인가?
자, 광동 갑니다.
해롱
방울.
땡! 앙 땡! 계열병 너랑
나랑.
땡! 쌍권총
발사.
땡!
시공간 땡! 사건의
땡! 도와줘?
땡!
좀 어렵네, 이거.
어떻게 하죠? 계속 할까요?
리그 오브 레전드 아이템명입니다. 정확하게 공식 영어로 답변해 주셔야 돼요. 가보도록 하겠습니다.
네.
여신의
눈물.
정답.
방출의
지팡이.
땡!
아닙니다.
네.
방이 아닙니다.
자, 방출의
마법봉.
정답. 쓸데없이
큰 지팡이.
정답. 사라진
양피즈.
정답. 거인의
거인의 허리띠.
정답.
오, 이거 바로 갈 수 있겠는데요?
네, 자, 식록의
장벽.
정답.
한 번에 끝났습니다. 광동 프리스. 첫 번째 카테고리 아이템 퀴즈는 광동 프리스가 승리를 가져가면서 1등으로 앞서 나가게 됐고
네, 자, 두 번째 퀴즈로는 저희가 이제 인물 관련된 걸 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 네.
이거는 좀 이제 다소 쉬울 수 있기 때문에 저희가 왕복으로
자, DRX부터 가도록 할게요. 문제 주세요.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
하나, 둘, 셋.
앰비션.
뭐야? 우리 형 아니야?
저 전데요?
네.
네,
건이 형이야?
맞습니다.
자, 아직도 정답 모르겠어요?
역변을.
바로 광동으로 가보도록 할게요.
광동 첫 번째 문제 주세요.
하나, 둘, 셋.
해마랑.
정답. 하나, 둘, 셋.
데디.
정답.
하나, 둘,
고릴라.
정답.
정답.
네,
정답입니다.
내용입니다.
네. 테디. 하나,
마타.
정답.
하나, 둘, 셋.
울프.
정답.
렌즈.
정답.
페이트.
야마토 캐노.
정답. 오, 이제 두 분밖에 안 남았어요.
남았어요.
자, 엘린.
표식.
정답. 자, 표식 다 이제 마지막 긴 선수만 맞히면 또 승리하는 거예요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
허수기 대표님.
정답입니다. 감독이 다시 한번 인물 퀴즈까지
네.
승리를 가져가면서 2대 0으로 승리를 가져갑니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 첫 번째 이어 말하기는 광동 프리스가 승리했습니다. 축하합니다.
아. 2, 1.
쉬운데?
오, 쉽다. 오, 쉽다 나왔어요.
끝났다. 이거 못 맞추게 맞네. DRX에서 그래도 이렇게 안 그릴 것 같은데. 아, 엘리마.
너 성의 있게 안 할래? 이게 뭐야, 이게 지금 이게.
우리에게 게임은 문화입니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for the final match of the evening. T1 taking on Hanwha Life Esports, looking to bounce back after their pretty one-sided loss against Gen.G.
But it was Gen.G. That
Yes.
was the team that defeated them, and T1 have had some ups and downs here in round 2. We'll talk about it a little bit later on, but I think tonight most people expect this to be an extremely one-sided 2-0. And, you know, Hanwha Life Esports, not much to fight for anymore. We'll see if they can keep their cool. They're bringing a very fun roster, let's say, to the series tonight for me. And I'm not saying this is the fun roster because it's not serious. I mean, it's fun because I'm glad to see more Willer on the Rift, because I think he's looked very good at the last moments here of the season. Not going to be enough to, of course, change their playoff chances, but could be interesting for the future of this team.
No, I agree. And I think that also Willer, even though it was 2 losses, played the Lee Sin, looked a bit better than what On Fleek had been bringing out onto the stage as well. Chonny back also, we'll have to see whether he's going to have an improved performance over Samdi. But let's get into points of the match here and really get this one started, as this is about first place for T1. They still have a 2.422% chance of getting first, but I think they're going to have to win everything, and I'm pretty sure Gen.G has to lose a lot.
Yeah, it's extremely unlikely. Still possible, of course. And for T1, you know, you're just trying to make sure you're going to guarantee yourself a spot in that top 2. That is way more important than trying to hope for a error from Gen.G that's going to get you top 1. You're just looking for the buy-in to the bye to the second part of our playoffs, as 9-match losing streak. How effective will Hanwha Life Esports roster change be? Again, I think it's not about winning or losing tonight for Hanwha Life. If they win, it would be amazing for these rookie players. Well, I say rookie. Of course, Willer has played quite a bit in the past, but he's back here, and Chunny is essentially a rookie here. But it's about developing these players in this roster, and it's about the future, getting them more experience, win or loss here.
Yeah, and also finding out what they want to do for next year as well. This is about proving yourself for 2023 if you want to be a part of this roster. But let's have a look at the top side of the map. Of course, Dudu was able to solo kill Zeus in their last series. He's been able to solo kill a heck of a lot of people, to be perfectly honest with you. Emperor Du, I think, I'm a bit of a fan of the name. Bit of a fan. We had Lord Morgan. Maybe it's time for the Emperor now that Dudu has really stepped into what was Morgan's place on this team last season.
Yeah,
last year. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see some of the key player matchup stats we're going to be taking a look at later on tonight in this matchup. But round 2, we're putting the focus on gold difference here this time around instead of objective control. And the longer the game goes, the worse it looks for Hanwha Life, because they have fallen behind early and teams have snowballed the leads against them. It's almost unnecessary to even show this graphic. It's just doesn't tell you a whole lot about how things have been looking for Hanwha Life, except they haven't been looking good.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you a whole lot about Hanwha Life, but for this team right here making their way out onto Low Park, you saw a lot of thirds. And that's because KT have technically had a better round 2 than T1, which is pretty nutty. Of course, T1 were able to beat KT in the Telecom War this round, but it was a relatively close series. It's just crazy to think about the fact that KT's form has turned around this much moving into the second round robin. T1 gonna need to do a little bit more to fight back here, and we're expecting the gloves to be off in this particular series. I think that it has to be dominant up against a weaker opposition.
Look, I mean, there's no two ways about this. The truck is outside, all right? It's outside right now. And T1 the fans are looking for a cleaner performance here. Not every fan, of course, is trying to send trucks. I'm not trying to say that, but...
Well, are they really fans?
Well, I mean, look,
whether that's
all I'm saying is T1 fans, a lot of them are expecting a cleaner performance than what we've seen from T1 here in round 2. And tonight against Hanwha Life Esports, anything but a 2-0 here, a dominant 2-0, would be disappointing, even to those fans who are very happy with T1's current standings.
Yeah, and T1 are likely to be second place regardless, but oftentimes for T1, that is not good enough. This team here, though, they're not going to be able to make it towards 6th place. It's going to be very difficult for Hanwha Life Esports to find too much to fight for here in this particular series, outside of making sure that they have the best performances towards the end of the season that they can possibly find, and also maybe getting themselves some upsets, utilizing that blue shell like we were talking about in our previous series. Fred at Brion, they were wearing that cape beautifully this evening. and we'll see whether Hanwha Life Esports can do the same.
Yeah, and Hanwha Life, this is a roster that has so little pressure on it. There are so little expectations for it that I think that you're going to play some of your best League of Legends if you're Willer, if you're Chunny here against T1, even if they are the toughest opponent you're going to face for a while here in your careers. But I do love that Hanwha Life Esports' coaching staff has given these players another chance, because this is how you grow a roster, this is how you build confidence for players. And Willer has already shown us in the past, you know, that he is a player who can go to Worlds. And, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. But this is the real key player matchup, right? Look at how dominant these two players have looked in the lane. The #1 stat for me here is damage percent. Dudu is #1 on his team. He's out-damaging his mid laner. He's out-damaging his AD carry. And he's playing mostly Gnar.
Yeah, he is. Although, not on this patch. Crazily enough, Dudu has shelved the Gnar for 12-13, doesn't really want to play it. He's got the most solo kills in the league. Remember we were talking about Rascal being the guy that was capable of doing this last season with an amazing performance on KT. He got a few extras, not gonna lie. However, it's Hanwha Life Esports' Dudu that is the man that is solo killing the most this season. An absolutely breakout performance from Dudu, who's honestly been middling for a really long time here in the LCK and has now really found himself. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more from him as the years go on as well. Of course, a lot of League of Legends ahead of him if he wants to play it. So I'm excited about where Dudu's going to be going.
Same with Zeus, of course, on the other side. And, you know, the damage stats for Dudu a lot of the time is from just hitting tanks in lane and the rest of his team losing all over the place. But the solo kill stats, the real standout, right? And this is, of course, round 2, where he is #1 in solo kills, but he's picked up so many of them. And I think the drafting here is going to be very telling as to what sort of series we're looking for here for Hanwha Life. We've talked about it in the very few times Willer's been given the chance to play here for Hanwha Life. He was Chovy's bodyguard last season and his protector and caretaker on that road through the gauntlet to Worlds for Hanwha Life. We'll see if he can put something, you know, facilitate some sort of success similarly for Karis here this time around. But like I said before, T1, this is a series you do not want to be dropping games on. They've dropped a lot of games in round 2 despite winning series, which is why, you know, you're saying that in round 2 KT has been, technically speaking, more successful in terms of map score. That's true. But T1 tonight, you've got to channel that inner spring dominance. You've got to dominate like, you know, Genji has already earlier on this week.
I think they absolutely do. And yes, it doesn't mean that much for the standings. They're basically locked in second place. There's almost no wiggle room at all. But still, they have to look good moving into these playoffs if they want to stand a chance against Genji. Every time T1 falters, Genji get a little bit more confident. You have to assume, as Poppy going to be banned away first time around as well. And T1, given that they are the home team, they do have the blue side advantage. And it does mean that Hanwha Life Esports are going to have some struggles here in this draft, because you have to ban away a lot of things against T1.
Yeah, you do. Draven off the board, Yuumi kind of a permanent ban now on the red side. The bans we see here for T1, the priority towards the Poppy and the Kalista, saying that they will absolutely take Sari first if they are given the opportunity to do so. So Hanwha Life probably considering a ban on that one, but they've already committed the ban to the Yuumi, so you leave so much open here. It'll be the Lucian that is taken away instead, which feels, you know, fairly risky considering the Zeri's up, Kalista's banned, Lucian's banned, but it's once again the Wukong that I guess we just have to talk about as a first pick blue side priority pick now that the Zeri is no longer the big issue anymore in the LCK.
Well, it does mean that T1 will walk sort of head first into a potential Sylas, but Sylas being picked this early in a draft, I've never really liked. He was extraordinarily strong, blind picked earlier on, but I just don't know about it. I don't know about it.
I don't like it here this early in the draft either.
Yeah, if you draft effectively into it, it can certainly be something that you can mitigate. As Gwen will be locked in here for Dudu, definitely his weapon of choice, scissors, in this particular patch.
Yeah, and you know, if you are now expecting Gnar to come through as somewhat of a response, then you could maybe pick up the Sylas then, because T1 are definitely looking to lock in 80 carry here. Wow, taking both solo laners early, giving T1...
Where is Zeri?
Yeah, giving T1 the opportunity to counterpick here. Both solo lanes, but looking to control the bottom side instead. Of course, the Zeri is going to be way higher prio here. And there's so many supports you can lock in with this one. But Nautilus, I think, is probably the safest call at this point in time. We could see Renata as well. Lulu is banned, of course. Yep. And if you want to lock in the support here, those are your picks. Otherwise, you know, you're looking for a counter pick to one of these solo laners, but you have so much time in this draft to do that. You don't actually need to prioritize it.
Yep, you also, if you wanted to get the Alistar, you'd probably have to lock it in here, as Faker is going to go towards his Galio, who's been fantastic on this pick, as well as the fact that Galio has worked so well enabling Zeri. Karis is going to be hovering the Twitch. Of course, Samdi was actually the second one to play the Twitch into Zeri here in the LCK. It was with a Yuumi, which did certainly enable the Twitch a whole lot more. But it will be the Sivir that comes in, and I really like this from Hanwha. We saw the Sivir actually work into the Zeri before. Of course, there's a lot of caveats. You need to get rid of a lot of the tools that Zeri can then utilize, the Yuumi being the main one. But now, with the fact that you can pick it third on red side, you can now ban things like the Alistar if you're worried about that being an issue. Of course, not necessarily in lane going to be so much of that problem, so they may not even need to.
I'll ban the Nara away since the Sylas is not an option for them anymore, since they've simply just taken their soul laners early. Now for T1, I think the focal point here is going to be figuring out what the jungle pick is going to be. You want to take away all the early powered picks, so they've already taken away Poppy. Trundle's next in line, and you know, a lot of teams would go ahead and ban the Skarner here as well, but I think that you're not as worried about that in this draft here for T1. But it's definitely one that's on their radar here, Lee Sin being the other. Wheeler hasn't played that many games during the LCK, so it's hard to actually lock in his pool and focus on his trends, but I imagine that we're looking for a double jungle ban here.
Love the Tryndamere ban. The old pick into the Gwen.
Yeah.
Back in the day. It's been a while since we've seen the Tryndamere.
It's really interesting. I think that for T1 here, with the Trundle ban, you're already feeling pretty good about locking in the tank top side here. You don't necessarily need to win the matchup into the Gwen, but it does eliminate that skill-based matchup that Dudu might have to play into on the Zeus side. So will be a ban on the Rakan here. Very interesting. There's a lot of setup for CC here for Hanwha Life if they had the Rakan with the Emperor's Divide. Sivir, of course, going to be able to speed up the Rakan, but not a huge fan of this ban, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not my favorite, as the Viego will be the consideration here for Chani. We'll give it over to Willa, and that is the jungle choice into the Wukong. We're back to Wukong Viego Wolf. Oh, how things change the more they change.
Yeah, and the Viego's
the same, blah, blah, blah.
The Viego's on the red side, the Wukong's on the blue side. It's just like, we imagined.
I had this dream. It lasted a few weeks.
Still waiting to see what the support pick is going to be here. The Akali, we've seen once again. Now, this Akali I like a lot more than the one we saw from KT earlier on tonight, because you already have a front line with the Galio. You've got a Wukong here, and now it looks like we're pivoting away from the Seraphine, potentially into another Leona pick, which is more frontlining for the Zeri. This composition both dives, but also sets up really nice wombo combo, and it's very difficult to actually use Viego Gwen into these taunts, and an Akali could just simply get on the other side of them.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful Zeri comp that T1 have put together. I very much like it. Vista going to collect the Tahm Kench, most likely here. I actually really like this to round out the Hanwha composition, just because we mentioned T1 a whole lot of AoE CC. If Vista manages to get that Devour off while a lot of that is going, then he can save either Dudu or Chani from these situations and potentially mitigate a lot of the AoE that T1's going to be throwing out there. So I do like the pick. Doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of power in lane, but neither does Zeri Leona.
Yeah, you're not playing for lane with this Tahm Kench pick. Like you said, you're playing for the triple threat that Hanwha Life Esports is looking for in mid to late game team fights, because there are 3 extremely potent and powerful scaling champions for straight up 5v5 team fights. Whereas T1 is reliant on Zeri's later spikes, you know, heading towards 2-3 items much later on in the game. And so as a result, if the Galio engage isn't perfect, or Faker isn't able to have a nice taunt or an ult to, you know, supplement his team in these fights, Zeri's going to struggle in the early parts where this comp is going to really be online for Hanwha Life Esports, and later on, it just gets stronger too, because Gwen's going to have the side lane angle, the Azir is going to be good. You remove the nameplates here, and I kind of slightly lean in Hanwha Life Esports' favor in terms of the draft, but it is T1.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I think that the T1 factor may come in clutch here, but like you say, I think that Hanwha Life Esports have constructed themselves something quite nice. The Viego sort of stands out as something that is going to need a little bit of help getting some work done in the early stages, but I think Hanwha Life having a bit of an onus on them to make things happen in the earlier stages of the game is definitely warranted, because they're up against a Zeri composition, and we all know what happens when a Zeri composition gets online.
Yeah, and for me, the focal point is on Hanwha here, because I want to see what Chani does with this pick, the Sivir, that is going. This game is going to be so much about him. I want to see what Willer ends up getting done with this Viego. You know, these players that have been subbed in here tonight, how will they perform in the draft that's given to them? A strong one. We'll see how they perform individually.
Exactly right. Let's hop onto the Rift here for game number 1 between T1 and Hanwha Life Esports. All right, some Hanwha fans in the building. Like to see that, and especially the fan chant leader, who almost lost his voice there, yelling out in desperation for Hanwha Life to actually find something good. I really liked the signs that said Han-whiting. It was actually, that was a fun pun. I actually understood that one.
Yeah, it's very cute.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Carrier just going to be standing here, making sure that he sees exactly what's going on. He's going to discover it, but not going to stop the deep ward going down. Karras will know where this Wukong is going to be starting.
Yep, just a little bit of extra information for them in the early game here. And will just be a leash start for Willer now on the blue buff. He's going to come over here and look for that. Galio has been so strong on this patch. Just to talk about it, Faker has been by far our best Galio player in the LCK. And, you know, we saw it in the MSI tournament that RNG did end up taking a lot of Galio play from RNG. And it feels like T1 adopted a lot of that style of play of dominating early and then controlling mid to late game objective fights around that long range engage. But now Galio is buffed, and we're seeing this Night Harvester build coming through, be very strong. So something to really focus in on here and zoom in on here if you're a Faker fan is how much he actually gets done this game, because Galio is no longer just a engage bot champion, but he also does a significant amount of damage and is very sticky on this patch. So I really like the pick right now, even into champions like Azir.
Yeah, outside of, you know, we've had some up and down performances. Showmaker finding 0 success on the champion last time around. But like you say, Faker seems to be a different breed when it comes to playing this Galio.
4-1 this season.
Yeah.
5 games of it played. It's kind of a niche pick, but not for Faker.
Certainly not. As Zeus is fighting Dudu here, we'll be able to pick up the empowered auto attack there. But you can see Dudu actually standing his ground here quite nicely in the lane. Does have the minion advantage as well, which should help him out as far as getting trades in the right spot. And that Snip also going to be helping.
Zeus fighting, trading early as Owner comes over.
Yeah, he's going to discover Willer, so Dudu's going to be all right, but Zeus immediately rotating down. Owner wanting to get this kill onto Willer if he can, but no flash to come through either. So Willer is going to be able to just limp his way out of here. Still, Owner now with control of the Krugs. And Dudu getting a ward over here, not exactly in the opportune position. As Willer, this is
greedy.
So dangerous.
Yeah, so greedy. And he's going to get pushed away. I thought for a moment there that he was actually going to try to fight for it. He has Smite, but Dudu, you realize your jungler's not here, right?
He's walking on a ward. So Dudu, of course, is probably just going to be fine. Owner, going to be difficult for him to 1v1 this one at this point in time, as Willer is at least going to be able to secure the second half of his Krugs.
Yeah.
There we go. That's a positive.
Small victories here, and Zeus will, of course, be able to freeze this wave in a very annoying place, and Dudu's going to have to teleport back. So despite no kill going down here on the top side, a huge win for Owner. As he delays, of course, Willer too is now going to try to sneak back up to the top side unseen.
Ooh, some Alcove Gaming, perhaps?
Yeah.
I do like a bit of Alco gaming every now and again. Zeus going to go into his Shroud relatively early here, as I don't think they're... Oh, Willa misses. So never mind. I don't think that Zeus expected that Willa would wrap around there, but you got to land the stun.
I thought he was going to flash it, because obviously Zeus isn't running flash. You flash, hit the stun, Dudu goes in, he has ignite. Maybe you get that kill. Doesn't commit though. Just not trusting himself there, I guess, in that moment. And without the flash, he definitely does miss it.
Yep.
Zeus has just enough time to sidestep. Close call there, for sure.
Absolutely.
But a lot of time spent here for Willer now, as he is going to path bottom side, but a lot of farm lost here, a lot of time lost, and Owner's just sticking around. Bottom side here.
Yep, he's going to move in, see whether he can find a successful gank or something
too.
like that, as, yeah, Faker's just going to rotate down. Moving pretty quickly here with his Predator Galio, as you can see. Hasn't actually used those boots yet. He's got some brown bags that he's sorted out for himself, but just not going to go for anything. Vista lands a tongue lash, but that is all the aggression that you're going to get out of Harmor Life at this stage. And I was trying to focus a little bit, Wolf, like as far as my framing of this series, I was trying to focus on the positives for Harmor Life earlier on in this series, because I thought that perhaps T1 would just get off to a very large advantage, and we'd spend most of the game talking about them being good and avoiding talking about Harmor Life not finding too much success. However, it's very, very even at this stage of the game. I'm starting to feel silly. As Zeus, at least with a 10 CS lead, is moving towards the T1 winning camp.
Yeah, Hanwha is probably about like 80 gold ahead in total at this point, but it's very negligible at this stage. And I think that part of the reason why T1 don't have a massive advantage here is, okay, Zeus hit 6.
Yeah. I
was going to say is because this is a pre-6 matchup here on the top side where Dudu had a little bit of control early, but wasn't trading it out super well. But this is a place where you don't have a lot of power. It's Galio into Azir, and it's a Zeri comp bottom side. So T1's comp isn't winning the early fight. You know, they're not getting the massive advantages right now. They're looking for that later on.
Yeah. Zeus going to move back up here towards the top side. Willer is in the area as Dudu throws his scissors wide. Not landing all of that snip damage, unfortunately. 5-point strike, however, will connect. Second one as well. Zeus is really wielding the power of the Akali into Gwen matchup post-6, which is where it gets good.
Willer is kind of hovering around, maybe hoping for an all-in, but this is actually a wave state that allows Owner to come over here unseen. Faker, of course, does have level 6. He was in the river, but okay, we're just going to watch a 2v2, it looks like here, straight up.
Well, Owner's going to come out and make it a 2v1 for the first part, and that is going to be First Blood going over. Perfect execution comes through. Zeus is able to walk it out. There's the flash forward from Karis. Can he get enough damage down is the question of Zeus. He's still alive. The taunt's going to come through, and Faker is going to at least do a lot of damage here to Karis. Zeus makes it out to safety. There's the Abyssal Dive on the bottom side of the map as Hanwha are looking for something. But man, Zeus is just making him look silly.
Yeah, he played that so well with the final dash coming through. And like you said, it was a 2v2, except it wasn't, because Willer was way slower on the play, and Zeus is the one to pull the trigger there. This ends up being a fantastic double for T1 on the top side. A kill picked up for Zeus, a kill picked up for Owner. Faker grabs that assist, his ultimate helping keep Zeus alive there as he just walks out casually. Karis will also escape with his life, but man, that was a lot committed to from Hanwha Life. They walk away with nothing, and like you said, they know, okay, the bottom side, maybe we could go for an all-in. Maybe if the dive hits, we can get something down here on the bottom side. We know Owner's top side, but they're not able to make that one happen either.
Yeah, and 2 flashes invested on Hanwha's side, and 0 invested for T1. Faker and Owner, neither of them even needing it in this instance. Let's have a look at it again.
So, of course, from Zeus' perspective, Engage comes through first for the Wukong, instantly deletes the Gwen, then dashes through the Viego before he can actually react. Question mark pings coming down, and then Faker ults. And unfortunately for Karis, I think he was really hoping maybe he's going to be able to avoid this and get out, but he's not able to do that. Not able to get the kill onto the Akali. 2 kills go over to T1. Bottom side play again, small attempt from Sunny and Vista also fails, and there's just now 1,000 gold for T1 as they also grab Rift Herald. And this topside matchup, you know, can be fairly Gwen-sided, but even in this one, it was not. Like, Zeus was taking early trades against Dudu. Now, we can't even have a conversation about how it's going to go for the Gwen anymore.
And we're starting to get some answers about how this matchup has changed since last we checked. Last time, by the way, Akali was massively favored here in the LCK. I don't know whether it went the same way elsewhere as we headed towards MSI, but here in the LCK, it's always been that Akali runs the show. And it turns out on this patch, it's starting to look the same way.
Yeah.
As we've rediscovered this Akali counterpick. Rascal doing it earlier on in our previous series, and now Zeus trying to get to 1,100 POG points this game.
It has also been a lot of, like I mentioned in the previous series, really strong solo kill type, strong side top laners who find the most success. They're able to min-max this matchup the most. And Zeus is doing it so early. And this is, again, yes, versus Hanwha, but it's against Dudu. You know, this is it's an accomplishment, actually, to say that he's crushing this guy, this particular opponent, so hard. But it was also, you know, due to Owner having that really nice pathing, knowing the timing of this, having Faker set up with the ultimate there to come over for the assist. And they walk away with a massive victory.
It's really nicely done. Willer is thinking about starting up this Drake. We'll pull it out. And Vista and Chani utilize their wave clear advantage that Silver always has in every matchup to just come over and take this one down. So first Drake will go over to Hanwha. But there is still a Rift Herald that's being wielded by T1, and getting control of the map is what they're focused on at this stage. If you make the map smaller for Hanwha Esports, there's more choke point opportunities to throw a gargoyle into, and more opportunities for Owner to really cause a ruckus, or Carrier even, if he's able to get amongst it.
Yeah.
So T1, I think, rightfully giving that one up, as now Zeus going for the 1v1. Oh, misses the Shuriken. All right, still going back in. Perfect execution. And I guess Akali can just get every 1v1. And I think Zeus can always survive with, like, single-digit health.
Yeah, just barely going to survive here. Owner's up here as well. Vista not going to be looking for anything here. I do not think it would be wise to try to take Zeus out. The Ignite from Dudu almost burns him down, but he just barely is able to calculate how much he has. And this is why this guy is most people's frontrunner for MVP right now. Just knows exactly how to get the kill. And look at the build. Goes Night Harvester. He wants to snowball this even further. He doesn't need any extra healing. He's not going for the Riftmaker build here. He just wants extra speed. He's got 5 stacks of Dark Seal. He's like, yeah, you guys gave me the Akali for the counter matchup. I'm just trying to do what I'm supposed to do and keep doing it even harder.
Yeah. Well, you can't fault him. And if you do, he might just kill you, Wolf. So just be careful.
Yeah, you just watch your tongue, all right?
Yeah, no, exactly. 100% kill contribution. Zeus is absolutely a monster in this game so far. And it's only going to get worse as this one goes on. As he misses the Shuriken, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need the backflip damage.
Yep. There's a perfect execution, goes through, takes the extra turret shot, and just barely is able to live with the potion he has in his pocket. Wow. Calculated.
Yeah. And that is going to be Owner delivering a bunch of money to Gumayusi as well here on the bottom side, making that Zeri still a factor. Of course, the early game, it's going to look very similar to that of what KT did in game number 1 of our previous series, which was the Zeri is very, very quiet, while the Akali does a heck of a lot of work, and then the torch gets passed.
Yeah.
And in this case, we'll see when that's going to happen, or whether it's going to happen. Because sometimes, you know, your Akali can just run away with the entire game. And you can imagine Gumayusi's okay with that too.
You know, for Rascal, in the previous series, he got those early kills in the mid lane, and then the Gwen suffered because of it. But this time, it's Zeus getting kills onto the Gwen, so this matchup becomes even more disastrous. Whereas Faker is playing a Galio, who is going to be giving CS over to Zeri later on. He's actually not going to be the main character of this story. He's just happy to sit around and help Zeus out if he can with these early roams. And giving over just one Drake, not a huge deal here for T1 at this stage in time. In fact, that's how it's supposed to go, as you're alluding to. And lane swap here for Chani and Vista is going to help relieve some of the pressure right now. And this is done very well, very early for Dudu. Reacts comes over here. And I like this move from Hanwha Esports. I don't think it's going to net them an advantage, but it is going to relieve pressure on 2 parts of the map, I think, very well.
Yeah, also just delays the amount of time that Dudu has to spend in a lane with this Akali. And if he can be bought any space at all, he's going to be happy. Of course, 1v1 against a Zeri the Gwen's going to be feeling very, very happy about the situation.
Yeah, I mean, the Zeri can push waves in, but, you know, the Gwen will always be able to just catch them and then start pushing back. Now Gwen's going to be rotating mid, which she'll be doing for farming for a large majority of the rest of the game because there's no plates left. There's no reason to be bottom side. You want to be in the middle of the action, and this is when Faker is going to go into a little bit of side lane mode, isn't going to be looking for mid farm anymore, and Zeri's just going to be looking to cash in on mid minions, setting up for the second Rift Herald fight.
Yep, both AD carries have put their cull to bed as well. That one has netted them the gold that it promised. Whereas Choddy and Vista are just going to answer this ARAM that's going on. As you mentioned, this is likely to be the majority of Gumayusi's positioning this game.
Yeah, and both bottom top laners, both top laners who are bottom have teleport. That's what I am trying to say here. And they can, of course, rejoin for this Rift Herald fight, but one of them is unlike the other in terms of its items and 40 CS lead that is currently holding. Currently a level and a half up is Zeus, and I just don't think this is a realistic fight to try to take here for Hanwha Life. Teleport's unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, if Dudu somehow makes sure that Zeus cannot make it to a potential fight and they have a lot of control, then maybe it's all right, but Owner is here, and Faker is available as well, so the teleport is going to get a deep flank angle as Carrier flashes on forward. On the hunt has been popped as we have the taunt, and immediately Willer is just obliterated. There's the Emperor's Divide, but Karras is using it very defensively, and Dudu's teleport not quite as advantageous, one could say. Zeus, perfect execution to get back to lane. Owner is going to start up the Rift Herald once again, and Shirley will be delivered over to T1.
The problem for Hanwha Life Esports in a macro sense in this type of situation is if you decide, okay, we can't fight for this Rift Herald, then Zeus puts pressure on you in the bottom lane, looks for another solo kill down there, and puts the pressure on the lane, and T1 get it anyways. They still get the Rift Herald, they still win the top side matchup, and Zeri farms freely in the mid. So you have to force a Rift Herald to force that teleport out from the Akali, and by that point, well, you might as well look for some sort of fight or some sort of engage in the mid-game with these champions that fight so well in the mid-game. Normally, you've got the Azir, you have the Sivir, who's got her Kraken Slayer, she's spiking, whereas Guma is not. But the Akali is just so far fed.
Well, the Gwen is going to struggle with immunity, as Faker is going to pick it up. Justice served in the form of a punch to the back of the head, and Dudu is well and truly taken down. This is 5-0 now, Wolf. I mean, this is one Drake away from perfect game territory at this stage, and we're sitting at about a 3.3k gold lead for T1. It's starting to really get away from Hanwha.
Yeah, it's really starting to sink in, this lead. And you don't have cross-map opportunities anymore as Hanwha Life Esports. I mean, look at the top turret on its last legs as minions are deleted there. They're trying to set up here for a defense in the mid lane of this Rift Herald so they don't lose mid-turret. It's full health, so, you know, that's one of the things that you have going for you. It's a Galio on the other side, so he hasn't really been slapping that one too much. But T1 will even up Drakes now without even a fight. Hanwha Life Esports are already opting out of fights while the Zeri is sitting on just an Immortal Shield Blow 0-0-0. I think that really is a symptom of the greater game state. As watch this fight. The second the teleport comes through from the Akali, you should leave in this moment. They don't know where he is, but they know he's teleporting out. Gwen is just staying bottom side and then comes in so late. As Karras is disengaging, it's unfortunately just poorly coordinated here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. As this is just Dudu walking into melee champions who don't care about his mist.
Yep, and Faker actually thought that Dudu wouldn't walk up there. Was backing, and Owner was like, hey man, you want to just grab yourself a quick kill? And Faker's like, don't mind if I do.
Picks up first turret blood. A lot of money in his pocket. Doesn't need to go for the Night Harvester this game because of the lead they have. He just goes straight down the Everfrost build. Night Harvester picked up by the Akali.
Yep.
And he's just happy to be utility this game because he knows he's not carry.
No, exactly. I actually much prefer the Everfrost build. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased.
I like it in a draft like this.
Some people whose opinions I've heard quite a long time in my career. Night Harvester is not necessarily an item that brings good thoughts to my mind. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Although it has certainly proved to be an item that's worked out quite well. I think it was Lava. Was it Lava that debuted here in the LCK?
Yeah, I think it was Lava first, and we've seen, I think, 3 players try it now, but every game has looked a little bit different. I think in this game, with the lead that T1 has, there's just no reason to build it here because Faker just wants to be a facilitator for this Akali and Zeri.
Yeah.
And it's not a game where the Galio needs to actually be the most impactful champion every single time in every fight. He's kind of the backbone of this composition, I would say, with the Leona. But with the lead they have, I mean, you've got some wiggle room here. And if you, Everfrost feels like almost win more in this situation because you're just so far ahead that you're like, oh, there's no chance for these melee champions. The Gwen's not going to be able to close the distance. The Viego's not going to be able to close the distance.
Yeah, and also when you get to a later stage of the game, you're not going to be wanting for more damage.
Yeah.
Gumayusi exists, right? This is Zeri. She is just the late game epitomized as Faker. He's capable of doing this. He can just buy space, dashing around, can press his boots button, and he's just too fast for Harmalife Esports to even deal with here on this Gargoyle. So they managed to get another charge. And now T1 just looking to steal away even more of the jungle, start really getting these screws in. This is kind of what we were expecting from this game. I think the early game was a little bit slower, but the way that this Akali's working, I just feel like maybe the days of the blind Gwen are gone. Maybe it's just happened.
I mean, it was already starting to be a problem with Gnar, who was winning the matchup more than we usually saw last season. And now that Gnar is no longer cool, we're all about the Akali hard counter. At least for these two games with Rascal and Zeus, it has looked very good in the isolated matchup. And you were just seeing it in action here. The interesting thing about the CS that you could see for Harmalife Esports is they've lost a lot of it. And it hasn't been that, oh, okay, Galio gave all the CS to the Zeri. Not really. He's still actually keeping up. Zeri has been farming mid, but Faker's been side-laning and pushing waves into turrets. And as a result, Karis has given a lot of CS up to Chunny, but hasn't picked it up anywhere. He's actually massively behind. Isn't far out farming or anything, and that's just a lot of extra gold not picked up by a carry as Vista.
Yeah, has to flash to get out of that Zenith Blade. Carrier threatening off to the side. I love this from T1, thinking one step ahead of Harmalife Esports with the fact that Zeus is putting on so much pressure on that bottom side. They just need to hang out in that brush and just wait for someone to come over and try and punish the Akali. This is actually the assistance that KT were unable to give Rascal when he was split pushing. Make sure that you are facilitating your split pusher that has all of that extra control. As now T1 flashes for the taunt. Chani's going to cleanse it, but the Everfrost value is massive, and it buys all the space that T1 needed to take down the outer turret.
Yep. And there's kill pressure there. If you mess up the defense or you want to actually try to, or not even the defense, if you mess up your positioning, you actually die, or if you heavily commit to saving this turret, which is so important for Harmalife to actually hold on to at this stage, as they're losing control of the map rapidly in the side lanes, then you lose more players there. So it's the right call to back off, but once again, another glaring symptom of Harmalife Esports' deficit in this game, and the Gwen is just never going to be able to catch up.
Yeah, Dudu just, he's falling further and further behind 0, 3, and 0. The Gwen doesn't exist, and we haven't really seen Gwens like this. Super anemic, unable to actually find anything to give them any value at all. And oftentimes we talk about, you know, Gwen in the late game, though, she does more consistent damage in team fights. It's just not relevant. It's just not relevant. Because especially when you can't stand next to Faker, who has Taunt and Everfrost available, Dudu will just evaporate if Gumayusi just looks at him. He will, let's just say, Gwen will not be immune as much in this game.
Nope.
In even, not even a little bit, like you.
I mean, the only thing she could be really immune to, you know, in a straight-up exchange is like Zeri's poke when she's far away, or Galio's Winds of War.
She might be immune to a Game 2 ban.
Yeah, that
maybe that's what this game gives her.
Because I mean, look at the itemization here too. Wukong has Mao of Maltius. Yeah. Malreach. The LCK.
Chronicler of Morbius.
Yeah.
Morbius Chronicler. Yes, that's what the item is. The Maw of Malmortius.
Maw of Malmortius.
Yeah.
We got there eventually. It's been a long night, you know?
Let's just call it Mouth of Mobius.
So yeah, he built that. So what I'm getting at here is it forces a Void Staff to be built here from Karis. Dudu is so far behind that his magic damage is so negligible that even the Wukong could just very easily be happy to walk into the scissors. He's just not going to care. And he has challenging smite as well. He could practically 1v1 Dudu at this point.
And
it's rough.
And his job is going to be get on top of Siva, stop her from doing any damage back, and then who's going to kill him? Willa? Well, I mean, he does do physical damage. That is true. But I just don't think a 0-2-0 Viego is hitting nearly the right numbers that he needs to. Going for the Sunfire Keep build once again. Seen this really start creeping up in popularity after the Blade of the Ruin King, as Ona is just going to pop out here. Extendo Beam is going to be spell shielded as Chonny is able to get off into the Fog of War. So on the hunt, going to be enough there, but what was that, a W? And Ghost. So Gumayusi did Ghost.
Yeah.
And ult. Okay, ult is going to hit perfectly here onto Karis. As, the Emperor's Divide timed beautifully. Zeus just holding on to the E so that he can backflip back at any time he wants.
Yep, just waits for it, backflips his way back through. That was so well played.
Really good at League of Legends, Wolf.
It really is true. He is very good. The weird thing is he keeps buying stopwatch as if he's ever going to be in danger in this game.
It's an absolute misplay. Absolute misplay.
Like, what a waste of gold over there.
In my mind, he was going to get POG until he bought a useless item. Why did he spend that money on a stopwatch that he's never going to need to use, Wolf? Like, oh, no. Oh, well, I guess we just give it to the Zeri again.
Yeah, 0-0 Zeri, 350 gold bounty.
Okay, so I got a proposition for you, Wolf.
Go ahead.
If Gumayusi gets another pentakill,
yeah,
will he ever be able to take POG from Zeri after plays like this that he's been making all day?
No, I don't think so. I actually don't think I would give it to him even if he pentas. Unless T1 like suddenly throw this game and Hanwha take a lead and then he saves the game with a penta or something like that. But I'm looking at the game state and I'm telling you it's more likely that I'm actually just going to fly through the roof like when the elevator goes to the ceiling in Charlie's Chocolate Factory.
Yeah. Augustus Gloop, do you have anything else to say?
I'm going to turn into a blueberry before that happens.
Exactly. Owner is going to slink away, a little bit more camouflaged than Willa was. I was going to say something, and now I've completely forgotten.
Was it about the fact that Zeus is already, well and truly locked in his POG this game?
It might have been something about that. I'm not entirely sure. It might have been about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, for all I know, as that was the references we got stuck on immediately afterwards. But we've got 45 seconds on the Drake. So T1 looking for this Hextech Soul. As they've taken the last couple of dragons this game.
Give me the Oompa Loompa Tom Kench skin.
Oh my goodness! That's extraordinary. We definitely need to get one of those. Justice Punch is going to stop Willa from doing anything. Nice two-man taunt to come through there as the ultimate from Carrier is also fantastic. Now Faker is just going to find Dudu as he comes in. That is not the welcome party that he was promised in this moment. 0-4-0 for the Gwen. Probably the weakest Gwen that we've seen so far this round robin, and an unfortunate performance for Dudu as T1, they give up on the Dragon idea. They're going straight for the Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't matter if Hanwha Esports get the Solo Drake back. In fact, T1, after doing a little bit of damage to this Baron, are going to split over here and look to actually contest this, it looks like. Faker has Flash available, and his Predator Boot's still on cooldown. Doesn't look like he's actually quite going to make it here in time, but can they hold this choke point?
Yeah, well, Faker is going to Everfrost onto Willa. There is an Akali here, but she does get pushed out with the Emperor's Divide. There is the heroic entrance, but Zeus has already landed. The backflip, there's the flash forward from Gumayusi. Pop goes the bottom lane, and Zeus is going to pick up the kill onto Karis. That's an ace, actually, as Dudu had only just respawned, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. And T1 will now take this inner turret with the Baron they'd picked up earlier.
Yeah, and with everybody just now in the Death Chamber, they are going to basically eliminate all of the relevant structures on the map here for Hanwha Esports. Hanwha, the Drake for Baron and everything else trade. Not to act like they had any chance of contesting the Baron, as Dudu, of course, was wiped off the map moments before. But this is an inhibitor here, and it will probably be multiple if they end up pushing for this one, as they can group up and take that bottom lane as their anchor point. But they want to back by items. T1's having a lot of fun this game. as they should.
Let's have a look at how it all started.
Yeah, triple taunt, Cyclone follow-up, Zeri gets the Extendo Beam into the whole team. And from that moment on, it should have been over, but Dudu was like, oh, I thought this was going to be closer. So you're saying in the time I channeled my teleport, everybody was out of there. Bit of a rough one. As Faker wants to flash and get the massive taunt in the choke point, he'll settle for one as Zeus comes over here and he's like, all right, thanks for buying just enough time for me to help wipe this out. And Guma gets over the wall. Oh, it's so cinematic.
Yeah,
flashes,
skates
kill.
in. Just a very comfortable, 1,000 gold that he picks up in that small moment. I think that is that's certifiable, I reckon. As he does have a Wit's End. It's 4 items on the Zeri right now.
Yeah.
Look at these gold leads. All right, so Faker's 4,000 gold ahead of Karis as the supportive Galio.
5,000 for Zeus
yeah,
here?
just a casual 5,000 gold lead here for the Akali. And of course, being 5,000 gold ahead of the 0-4-0 Gwen makes a whole lot of sense. As Ona's going to take matters into his own hands. Here's the heroic entrance as Faker's going to turn up as well. The Devour's now on cooldown as, oh my god, the damage from Zeus is insane. Johnny not going to quite find the correct cleanse, but is still able to get himself out to relative safety. But what does safety really mean as a Humble Life Esports player on the map in this particular game? Maybe safety is the coach's booth after this Nexus has finally gone down.
I don't know if Kesman's going to be, if he's going to be a safe place to be around.
Oh, no.
Oh, after this one, unfortunately. But look.
Oh, but they do get 1 kill.
Yeah, they got Zeus, and they got some of his bounty gold.
Now
as a result.
That's really relevant, Wolf, because now they've given over the bounty gold. It's time for the comeback. Am I right?
No. I'm going to have to say no. I'm going to have to shut you down on this one right now.
Okay. No,
I'm
fair enough.
I'm going to have to let everyone know that Atlas is being sarcastic.
So I remembered what I was going to say. I remembered what I was going to say. But before I was so rudely interrupted by Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. I was going to ask you, what would you bet on Humble Life Esports?
Oh, like instead of a hair situation?
Yeah, instead of like you know how I did it and I got super punished? Do you think it's ever possible for you to get punished? Ona's going to say no as he wraps around. Faker also running extraordinarily quickly.
I'll tweet I'm an Oompa Loompa if Humble Life Esports win this game.
All right. Not quite as committal as the shaving of the hair. But
yeah, I learned from you to be careful about that, even in a game state like this.
And actually, it might you might have T1 fans getting very upset because I could imagine that. Yeah, people were upset at me making a bet about that one as well. Caster curses are real, and they are things that we need to respect. As Ona going to be tanking this one, but is just going to go straight forward, finds the Cyclone. Oh my god, the AoE damage is insane. Faker blocking them all down. It's a double kill here already for Zeus as Dudu is going to go golden, but he's just going to prolong the inevitable. It's a double kill here for Gumayushi. It's 2-pair right now. They're looking to make it a full house with a kill onto Willer as they dive the fountain. And Gumayushi might be given the triple as he's going to be knocked up. Willer doing his best Faker impression as he goes back towards his fountain now. And it's just going to be 2-pair, but that will be enough. That's the winning hand here for T1 in Game 1.
Got a lot of value out of that first pick Wukong there in the final moments of this game. But Zeus was set up well by Owner in the early parts, but he just individually had a performance that becomes the Akali pick. You know, they gave him this opportunity to counter what was a very early and face-up Gwen pick, and he took it and he ran with it, and this game was about those 2 players. Unfortunately, it was the success that Zaya had on the Akali and the failings of a Gwen that falls behind while the rest of the team isn't winning anywhere on the map. There was no angle for him, and you know, Dudu, it's not his fault that he ended up losing this counter matchup, but he was punished repeatedly in T1. They took an inch, they turned it into a mile, they took a mile, and they took the Nexus. I mean, it was just a one-sided affair. A very long game for the lead it was, but it was dominant the whole way through.
And do you know what this makes me feel? A whole lot of catharsis. Watching Gwen get obliterated this hard by T1 does make me feel good about our future international prospects. You know, Wolf? I think as soon as Gwen can get smacked around a bit here on Summoner's Rift, I think that we can breathe some extra sighs of relief. As Zeus does the most damage in the game. I mean, it's a 13 out of 13 in my mind. If I could vote 13 times, I would. and I'd vote all the way for
Yeah,
Zeus. Congratulations on his 1,100 points.
Yeah, I don't see any other angle here, unfortunately. Everybody on T1 had a good game, but he had the goodest game.
He did definitely have the goodest of games.
100% of this game was defined by his lead, and the Gwen that was removed from the game so early, he turned this game into a 5v4.
Yeah, he did.
On his own. With a little bit of help from Owner, but he took that lead and snowballed it so hard.
It's always, you're allowed to have a little bit of help from your friends. I think we learned that from the Beatles very early on. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. This is, of course, the best of three. Harmon Life Esports have the opportunity to head towards that blue side. We're going to check in with the gentleman on the carpet space, and then we'll be back for game number 2.
네, 밀어내야 돼.
나 들어갔습니다. 간다.
턴오플.
나 타워야.
더 해봐, 더 해봐. 몇 점 봐줄게.
왜 뭐 많긴 해? 안 빠졌다.
나 가야냐, 그냥 싸우자.
나이스.
나이스.
야야야야. 왜 불렀어? 야야야. 왜 불렀어? 야야야야. 버그.
어우.
잡았죠?
우리에게 게임은 문화입니다. 그리고 그 문화의 힘을 믿습니다. 그래서 우리 문화를 되돌아보니 잃어버린 문화유산이 눈에 띄었습니다.
조선 후기 불화인 석가삼전도입니다. 기본적으로 사이즈가 되게 컸어요. 가로 세로 3m가 훨씬 넘는 그 대작이었고, 더군다나 이게 이제 불화로서는 아주 극히 보기 드물게 도상 자체도 아주 희소한 형태였고,
알이라는 이름을 지어준 여러분과 함께 흩어진 문화유산을 되찾기 위한 첫걸음을 시작했고,
효명세자빈 책봉죽책이라고 있습니다. 말 그대로 효명세자빈을 세자빈으로 책봉할 때 관련된 그 기록을 남긴 왕실 기록물이죠.
문화재 환수를 위한 여러분의 진심 어린 애정이 있었기에 포기하지 않았습니다. 여러분과 함께한 10년, 어둠 속에 방치된 문화유산들이 고국으로 돌아왔습니다. 소중한 우리 문화를 지키고 이어가는데 큰 힘이 되었습니다.
라이엇 게임즈가 지금까지 10년이 넘었다는 것은 평균 이상의 사회공헌 사업을 지속해왔다는 부분이 있고요.
게임 속에는 수많은 챔피언이 있지만 게임 밖에는 우리 문화를 지키는 여러분이라는 진정한 챔피언이 있습니다. 플레이어 여러분, 정말 고맙습니다.
문화의 힘을 믿고 우리 문화의 뿌리를 지키고 가꾸는 일이 쉽지만은 않았습니다. 하지만 지난 10년 항상 우리 플레이어들이 함께 해주셨기에 너무나 자신있게 또 뿌듯한 마음으로 이 행보 이어올 수 있었습니다. 우리의 자부심이 되어주셔서 감사합니다. 앞으로도 플레이어 여러분의 손을 꼭 잡고 한국문화유산 보호와 지원의 행보 이어가겠습니다.
한국 문화유산을 지켜온 10년, 여러분이 있어 가능했습니다. 더 많은 유산이 고국의 품으로 돌아오도록 앞으로도 함께하겠습니다.
And welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space and Collaborative Chairs. I am Valdez, with me is Chronicler. And that was T1, I think, making a little bit of a statement and saying, we are going to play as clean as we possibly can and essentially try to make no mistakes. They did go for some aggressive plays, but I think it was very calculated. It was a very one-sided game, and honestly, there wasn't much else to see here. I mean, Hama Life, did they even get I think they got one kill.
Can't believe Zeus died. Man, guy is
Baker
good.
diving the
over. Yeah, that was, I feel like that's Zeus.
Yeah.
Oh, dying once. Can you imagine?
How
This
dare
guy
you.
was good. Unbelievable. We're looking at the draft. Costas already went in detail over the Gwen that got counterpicked. And this is something I've said to you as well. LCK, we knew this. This is not new information. This happens a lot with when we have counters to things and then we forget about them for a week or two free when things are continuously blinded. And then we realize, wait, we already solved this issue in the past. And in this case, it's the Akali. We did see earlier today that the Akali definitely has a boundary or like a floor that you need to hit to actually be able to utilize the pick. Fortunately, it's the best top laner in the league, so no biggie there. And then the setup from the rest of T1 is exceptional. With the Wukong and the Galio both playing very heavily toward top side. Bot lane, you know nothing's going to happen because it's Can Shiver, so you can just kind of leave it. And as a result, I think playing towards your best player is always a good call.
Yeah, this was also another game where we saw the Zeri totally ignored. The Wukong comes first of all by T1, and then Hama Life have an opportunity to pick it with two of their picks, and instead they go for a Zir, which has not been having a lot of success. So I think there are a lot of teams that are indexing into the fact that we have found the answer to Zeri, when in fact the numbers do not say that, the games that we're watching do not say that, and perhaps the scrims and within the teams they believe that, but we're not seeing the result of that at all. So anything you want to add to that, Chronicle?
Yeah, you even could have gone for Silent as T1, right? Into that Azir as well. Like, it was still open, and we know how broken that pick is.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue. Let's get into highlight number one, which is going to focus on the love from the top and jungle positions of T1.
Yeah, and what I want to highlight here is that as good as Zeus is, and I think he deserves all the praise for actually executing on this Akali game, a large part of this play is also because he gets enabled by the rest of his team. And it's this what I think makes T1 such a fearsome opponent. It's not just that Zeus is very good, but that the rest of his team gives him all the opportunity he needs to also make sure that he can actually go for these plays. Because while you see this and you're like, okay, it's cool, you know, Zeus gets a 1v1, very, very good. We've seen that this matchup is definitely won. Even with the flip only hitting the smoke, still more than enough damage. But then, you know, he's like, can I shove out this wave? And this is Owner's, I think one of Owner's bigger strengths is that he's really good at being at the right place at the right time in moments like this. And in this case, either he goes in, sees someone, and like if it's a threatening person, Zeus backs off. And if it's not, and then Owner can catch a wave. And if it's not a threatening person, like a Kench, Zeus can just crash the wave and go back. And like that type of support really makes a difference between Rascal earlier today, that's just kind of there, and this.
Yeah, definitely really nice teamwork from the side of T1. We can get straight into highlight number two, which is essentially boom boom damage and pressing all your buttons and smacking them with your wallets, all of the fun stuff that we like to do here at the LCK. Big rotation over while the Baron is being taken by T1, and T1 say no.
Because like, we can fight. We can fight. Very hard forced here into multiple people on the enemy team. But doesn't really matter because they're at this point so far ahead. This is the payoff of all the work that we have seen done. And the reason why we picked this highlight is because it just shows you how fun playing video games when you're ahead. And if you look at Hanwha's life, the opposite.
Hanwha's life. Yeah, it was a bit of a rough one for Hanwha. Nothing was going right. I mean, Zeus surviving multiple times with basically 0 health. They weren't able to get really any relevant kills until later on, and it was pretty rough for them. So we'll have to see what they do. I think obviously they should be on the blue side for game number 2. And I mean, they had an opportunity to pick some other stuff, but they did not in this one. So maybe need to go back to the drawing board in the first place. But we are nearing the POG moment, Chronicler.
Yeah, I think it's hard for lower ranked teams because you're trying to do what works in scrims. That gives you like kind of weird priorities. But you also know that like you're not winning if you try any other way. So it's kind of a lose-lose.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, and as I was kind of alluding to before, I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing like the hard committal to leaving Zeri available and Sivir coming in and stuff like that. But that's neither here nor there. We already went over the draft. Let's see who the POG is for game number 1. It will be Zeus, and he will pick up his 1,100 POG points, 8, 1, and 6. Very clean from this Akali.
And for Zeus, his POG standings, this one is really big. Of course, was caught up to by some other people. But so earned. So earned. And even with highlighting how much support he got from the rest of his team, fact of the matter remains, picks like Akali are always going to be hard capped by how good the execution of the player in question is.
Yeah.
And when you're Zeus, and you've had one of the most impressive splits that we've seen for top laner in a pretty long time, after he was the best player on a team in his first international tournament ever, it's pretty good, all things considered. Yeah, high ceiling. Yeah.
It's pretty good, I would agree. In fact, it is the best at this moment in time. And, he struggled a little bit because they did fall to Genji in the most recent match, and so Riller was catching up, and Prince was catching up, but now there's a little opportunity for Zeus to come back, get a couple of votes for a couple of the other players, and it does make sense. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for this episode of A Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 13 out of 13 denied, but 1,100 points still going to be next to Zeus' name. Extraordinarily well-deserved. An amazing game here for T1, who managed to bounce back after a disappointing loss against Genji last time around. But that's last week. This is now. And you can see the fire back in T1.
It's so interesting to watch the dichotomy of playing against the number 1 team and the number 10 team for T1, like how different it looks, and the dominance we saw as Zonfleek will be subbed in. We'll see if the same will be true for Samdi. Decent chance, I suppose, if they're just trying to get everyone as much game time as possible, but it looks like no. Oh, okay. Yes.
Yep.
Does look like yes. Just a little bit of a delayed camera transition there. But yeah, I mean, you could see that Genji is at the height of peak early game, amazing team fights, laning, drafting. And the Hanwha Life, the draft was fine, but the execution just leaves so much to be desired, and T1 will take every single opportunity they have, and just further showcases that Genji and T1 are in a completely different tier than the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and it also shows as well, especially after these 2 series, that I don't think we're going to see as much blind pick Gwen into our Akali-capable top laners. Of course, we've had 2 of our biggest threats. The only other player that you could mention is Doran, who is also another fantastic Akali player, but Rascal, Zeus, and Doran are kind of our 3 that we really trust on the pick. And so Hanwha Life Esports sort of unable to go towards that, that Gwen that they have been defaulting to blindly. However, they're now on the blue side, which does give them a lot more power.
Yeah. Yumi ban again here. Draven taken away. Ban's really lining up to what we saw last game so far, but again, it wasn't a draft issue here outside of the one lane where you gave a counter to the best player in the LCK. Possibly, the best player in the top side, we know that for sure. And, yep.
Ooh, Wukong banned on the blue side.
Interesting. So they're not having any interest in picking that one up themselves. So might be a completely different angle here for Samdi now that he's on the Rift. We've seen his Kalista find a lot of success if it's left open here.
Yep.
I don't think it will be, though, with the bans we're seeing from T1 right now.
You'd kind of expect not. Hanwha Life with a few different options here that they could potentially go for. Of course, Sylas has kind of slipped down the priority list.
Yeah.
Hasn't necessarily seemed as must ban.
Gnar too, so they kind of go hand in hand. I like this ban a lot. Faker's looked so good on this Galio pick, and it empowers aggressive plays like what Zeus was looking for. It empowers those sort of I break the game moments. As the Kalista, surprisingly, it's no one used the ban. We were saying that was probably going to come through here. So what's first pick here now? I mean, something like an Aphelios, this is not that kind of team, and might just be due to getting the first pick Gnar, but Sylas is open. Feels rough to do that.
They could first pick the Sylas, or they could just take the Zeri if they would like to. T1, of course, a lot of options into this Sylas if they would like to. But we'll see where their minds are going to be at. Of course, not wanting to pick the, well, the Rise definitely there. Of course, I'm pretty sure Faker is pretty good at Rise.
Yeah, he's got a pretty...
There might be a skin there that he never uses that he may have on the champion.
He may be embodied as Rise the Champion in a very famous opening video.
Cold maybe Rise as well.
Yeah.
Well, it will be Lulu. Maybe it's just Lulu Zeri.
Well, you don't have to grab your AD carry just yet here, necessarily as T1. Might want to wait and see if they're going to play the Zeri. Somdi not, you know, our resident Zeri winner, unfortunately, at this moment in time. I think T1 could definitely look to grab the Rise here if they want to play a more flexible draft, because I think that's going to be their choice in these first 3 picks no matter what. They don't necessarily need to lock your AD carry in just yet. Will actually be the Talia, which has been another champion that's laned pretty well into the Sylas here.
Yeah.
Only for experts in the mid lane, though, I would say. It doesn't feel like a very comfortable matchup for our east side teams, but it's Faker who will be piloting this pick.
Yep, east side teams or Vikla, who didn't have a great game on the Talia in our previous series. But still, it's going to be a flex pick as well, so Owner could theoretically be playing it also if Faker would like to jump on one of his more attack damage based champions, as Sivir is going to be locked in with the Zeri available. So Hamalife Esports actually feeling like Sivir is the better choice here. We did see Henna manage to win a game as the Sivir into the Zeri. That was also Sivir into a Talia, I guess, if we are going to cast our minds back just a little way to our previous series. But
both of these series have had so many similarities that we just kind of have to keep casting it back. Sylas and Gnar together, obviously very strong, because, you know, you have so many engage options now with Hamalife Esports. You could steal a lot of great ultimates away. We'll, of course, have the Gnar ultimate. Zeri will come through here with the Lulu, with the Sivir. It's almost as if these two teams just decide that's the matchup, that's how it's going to be. Because T1 could have actually gone Aphelios here and been like, all right, well, you have the Sivir, but I have a different, you know, 2-item spike, 80 carry here, and I want to play a very different game. But Zeri is much stronger right now in this meta. And Talia is going to be so good at shaping some of these early fights away from Hamalife Esports. I love this ban on the Leona.
Yeah, Leo going to be coming through here. Of course, Carrier had a great game on Leona last time around. This time just denying it from Vista. He was very comfortable on the pick as well. Poppy going to be taken away so that T1 don't get to do the double no dash comp, which I think is going to make the game a little bit more playable for Hamalife Esports.
Yeah, I wonder if Zeus has any interest in playing the Gwen this time around, considering it is into the Gnar and has been a matchup that Gnar has felt a lot more comfortable with recently. And see if Hamalife Esports just bans it away. As early game jungle picks are very powerful, of course, trying to shut down the Zeri, but also could be good at punishing the lane that is trying to push. So that's what Sivir is going to be looking to do.
Do you know what I want to see T1 do? Just lock in Yone and flex it between mid and top lane, and flex the Talia between jungle and mid. That's what I want to see.
Well, it becomes more likely with a Gwen ban here, but I still think the chances are very small.
Yeah. I just really like
it would probably
Zeus
work,
and
though.
Faker's Yone. I just think that they're both very fun. So maybe they could do it. Just, it's not my birthday, but my birthday's coming up next year.
Lee Sin?
Yeah, so that's going to say no. Although, theoretically, Zeus could be playing the Lee Sin into Gnar, because that has been an okay matchup in the past, Copian.
Let's see. Just trying to make the series as interesting as possible here on the caster desk. As,
clutching at straws a little bit, clutching at straws.
Hamalife have the option to play something like a Karma here to continue that pushing power we've seen so much into these Zeri lanes, but it's Lulu here. Nautilus is going to give you a little bit more hard engage and will be a little bit more lockdown for the Zeri pick. And lastly, you know, I mean, it might just be another Viego angle here for On Fleek, because you need to be getting picks early in these fights. You need to be setting up these fights quickly and looking for resets and dominating around the mid game where the Sivir Sylas is going to be at its strongest. And Viego fits the bill for this too. And basically everyone he could steal from on the side of T1 is going to be insanely valuable at snowballing fights.
Yep.
Let's see what it's going to be here. Is it the Flex Lee Sin? Probably not.
Is it going to be the Flex Talia? Probably not. It's going to be the Flex Lulu? Probably not.
Definitely not.
I mean, Lulu is one of Faker's most played champions of all time. As
the boring option. No, even he knows it. It's the boring option. I was hoping maybe we were going to see something like Irelia or a Camille pick, and he's just going to dominate the lane again. He's going to try to punish this Gnar in mini Gnar form. Owner's going to camp the top side.
I'm still waiting for the swaps to come in, Wolf. Lulu going to switch
Sejuani
Sejuani support, and yeah, it's just going to be this, isn't it? It's a very standard composition here. As I wonder, no, Faker is of course not going to use a skin, so we're not going to be able to get the Frosty Wall as well as the Frosty Sejuani.
No synergy.
No synergy whatsoever. Well, I mean, there is actually quite a lot of synergy with the composition.
Yeah, it's not
with the skins.
No,
not with the skins.
Well, Hanwha, you're going to have to get a really nice mid-game lead, and you're going to have to roll with that towards, third Drake fight. You're going to be looking for locking down Soul Point with this composition. Narbar management from Dudu going to have to be really good. It is by far his most played champion this season.
17
I stopped
games
counting.
or something? I think it's 17.
I think it might be higher now. I think it might be up to like 18, 19, but I stopped counting at some point because he's played so many. He almost broke 20.
Yeah.
And he might still break 20 towards the end of the season. It's not over yet.
He's on. This is his 18th game on the Gnar. I cheated. I looked it up.
Well, now we know, and I normally have that one in front of me, but again, I decided in this matchup I wasn't going to be keeping the Gnar
you can just
counter
say
high.
many. You can just say many, and it's most. Most of his games were on Gnar. Is basically how that one goes.
He's a very good Gnar player is what I'm getting at, and we'll see if the management of that Gnar bar will be good enough to get those team fight wins around the mid game. Because I see, my crystal ball here is if there is even a little crack in how Hanwha Life Esports set up, even one small error, we're seeing the Zeri grab a kill or 2 kills in a mid-game fight. You make one mistake against T1's comp, the Zeri moment happens early.
No, that's exactly right. Plus, it's owner's Lee Sin. So we'll have to see whether he's going to get things going early as well. All right, here we are onto the Rift for game number 2. So, T1 did lock in Sejuani for Zeus, but to all of you who are saying, oh, put your best player on a tank, blah, 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 remember, you can absolutely thrash this lane with the Sejuani. He has gone for the Ignite here as well, and so Dudu has to be very, very careful because we've seen solo kills, we've seen Nas fall extraordinarily far behind. Because of this piggy with a lady on her back. So
yeah,
it's more exciting, more interesting.
It's one of the more fun matchups because the Gnar also has some power in this lane too, and can look for hyper procs and some aggressive trading, but you have to do it very carefully. And if you make even one mistake, you will die. And also, if Owner camps you, you're probably doomed. As Owner just has given so much support to Zeus, not only in game 1 of this series, but just all season long. Even in tank matchups like this, they haven't had to put their resources bottom side as much. T1 and Genji have been pretty self-sufficient there, although Peanut has just decided that Ruler is going to carry every game. But he hasn't always needed to be there, right? And Guma has played a lot of strong side bottom here. That's why the Draven is permabanned now against him.
Yeah, they were definitely doing a lot of good things with those Draven comps that they would pick every single time they were able to.
Yeah, it was a pretty successful champ, let's say. And I am most looking forward to seeing if Samdi can perform on the Sivir in the mid-game fights that he will be stronger in with his ultimate, with his first item, the Kraken Slayer he's going to pick up here. Because if he can't pull it off, it feels like this composition is going to fall apart faster than a House of Cards.
No, I agree. As Dudu, 4-13 on this Gnar. So confirmation that it is 17 games. So this means that he has now played 18 games of Gnar and 19 games of anything else.
Yeah.
This season.
About hitting the 50% mark there.
Yeah, he really is. We need to go to a game number 3 and he needs to play Gnar again for that perfect synergy. But that's going to be a difficult prospect because this exists on the Rift. 29 wins, 3 losses, 90.6% win rate, and that sample size is massive, ladies and gentlemen. 5.5 KDA. Owner's Lee Sin is on a complete other level. Like, I remember we've been gushing about like win rates for certain players. For example, I'll mention Deft because I feel like I have to every single day that I am here on the desk. But his Jinx win rate is something that we were going on about over and over again. And it hasn't been 90 for a long time. Owner is still sitting there with a 90-plus win rate on this Lee Sin.
See, Lee Sin's on a bit of a loss streak. The reason why Owner hasn't been able to save that is because he keeps getting banned against him. He's just not allowed to play it usually.
Well, here he is again. Extendo beam to come down. Ssumday taking way too much damage. He's trying to spell shield incoming auto attacks, and it's not working out already. Flash and heal down for the Sivir.
Yep, and that's going to be a Sivir who is pushed away from this lane, and that's going to be a Zeri.
Karis.
Plates.
Also, Faker directionalizing. Directionalizing? Really, Atlas? His seismic shove to throw him through the rocks, which was very cool.
Yeah. And
directionalizing. What word was I looking for, Wolf?
Angling, maybe?
Yeah, I think angling's probably the word.
Yeah, that's probably what I was going with.
Like an actually real word.
Directionalizing was very cool sounding, though.
It did sound cool.
When you just add "izing" to things, non-native English speakers just trust that it's true. Because that's what we do. We just "ize" things in English.
Yeah.
We "ize" things and we "ish" things.
Yeah. And if you're learning something, then you just become an ologist of anything that you ever want.
I'm a directionizing-ologist.
Yeah, directionalize-ologist.
Letition.
Yes.
Okay, back to the real gameplay at hand. Zeri doesn't grab a kill, but will grab a plate early on in this game, and that's speaking a lot. Now here comes the top side camp. There's no vision. He sneaks through here using a ward hop through the pit. Unfortunately, that minion trolls him, but the pathing was cool because he's able to safeguard ward hop through the Rift Herald pit there to find the angle and almost pulls it off.
Ooh, Faker might be in a little bit of trouble here. On Fleet is rotating over. There's the flash forward. Karis is going to land the chains as well. Faker's going to flash. Seismic shove. Oh, he even avoids the chain lash as well. Fantastically well done. Seismic shove missed the mark. However, Faker with his flash is able to escape.
Okay. Extendo beam blocked there, but
yep.
It's going to be spell shield down for a moment. And it is going to be on Fleek looking for Drake control, knowing that Owner was topside there. And I think this is actually a really nice call. Prio in mid to Karis right now on Fleek, looks for a pick and then just sets up this Drake very easy. Small lead here for Hanwha Life Esports in that regard. Obviously the plate pick up their bottom side for Guma is arguably more significant than usually when we think about Zeri, but it does give Hanwha Life Esports the ability to force some mid-game team fights. Like, they want to be the ones getting Drake after Drake after Drake and forcing T1 to look for that soul point fight, that soul fight, before the Zeri gets 2 items, 3 items, and starts to actually become a big threat.
Yep. Faker has played a bunch of the Taliyah over the years. As, of course, I don't even remember which year it was. Maybe it was 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
Still having a above 70% win rate when Taliyah was in meta in 2018 is an actual feat, because SKT was struggling at that time. Surprisingly enough, as Zeus also struggling here, as Dudu's Gnar is working out. As I say that, misses the wallop, and Zeus is just going to collect this minion wave as it crashes into his turret. As Onflake is clearing out his topside jump.
Yeah, I don't know. I always just associate, when I think about old Taliyah mid, I just always think about Papa Smithy. Like, I can hear his voice explaining it in my head.
Yep.
I want to say 2018.
I think, yeah, 2018, 2017, because I remember it was like the time of the BDD.
Yeah.
And so that makes me think of Longzhu, which makes me think of 2017.
True, yeah.
But all of the years are kind of slipping together, Wolf, I'm not going to lie. We've been here in Korea for 5 years' time. How long have you been in Korea?
I've been here since 2011, so a very long time.
That's 11 years.
11 years, yeah. Just at the end of May.
Wow.
11 years for me. A long time.
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations on your 11-year anniversary.
Well, 10 is way cooler, but, you know.
Yeah.
The 11's all right.
Yeah, well, I don't think we celebrated your 10-year anniversary of being in Korea last year, did we?
No.
Which is a little bit sad. I feel like we may have missed something there.
Yeah, it's, you know, I mean, I kind of celebrated on my own. I
Is
Like, it's
12
ability to
years?
get home.
Is 12 years a fun milestone? Maybe we could do next year instead.
We go from 10 to 12.
Yeah. Well, that's when you're officially double the amount of time that I've been in Korea, because that'll be my 6th year anniversary at the end of March.
Yeah. Well, time is a 12-based system, and
Yeah, there
we're
we
talking
go.
about years, and that's a unit of time. So
yeah. There are a lot of reasons that we should do this. We should do it in April as well, because I arrived in March and you arrived in May, halfway between.
Perfect.
Beautiful. And also in April, we have some time off.
12 a multiple of 4.
Oh, just incredible stuff. Look at us doing math on a broadcast like this. As Dudu and Zeus are just fighting one another. The reason why we're talking about this, guys, is because now the setup for the Rift Herald is complete. And now it's time to talk about the video game. As Zeus is going to rotate down. Extendo Beam doing a fair bit of damage here to Karis, who does have a Dragon Rage kick. Dudu with a great Narbar finds Gnar to 1. Everybody else is able to flash themselves out of the way, and Ona's going to pick up first blood onto the enemy jungler. Now T1 are turning. They're looking for Dudu to get their revenge as they had to use summoner spells. Absurd. T1 will go back, and they will just tidy up this river, clear out the vision, clear out the Rift Scuttler, and claim their prize.
I mean, Owner is just like, all right, I will kill the enemy jungler and take the Rift Herald. I hope it's going pretty well for you guys over there on the other side of the fight, while Dudu is flying through with this Gnar, but it's not a massive one. Only hits 1. Faker has cleanse, and there's just no follow-up damage. And Sivir wants to be taking fights like this early on. Knows she's not here when the Gnar comes through. As again, Faker he gets stunned here, but he doesn't actually get into lethal damage range because nobody is there to follow up the damage. Like, this is basically a Sivirless fight. Yeah. Owner gets the kill, gets the Rift Herald, and the idea and the Narbar setup was so good for Dudu, but if there's nobody else there to follow up on your damage, who cares?
Yeah, and also, like, it was only 1 flash. It was only carry that flashed. Otherwise, it was just 2 dashes that got them out of the way. And, otherwise, and you hit 1 target, and you can't kill them because it's this early in the game. So a little bit of a sad situation, as sometimes the Gnar play is just a little bit too telegraphed, and you're read like a book.
And, the follow-up CC from Vista was good, but at the end of the day, you can't be forcing this fight here while your jungler is in peril and your AD carry is in position. Like, that's the major issue, whereas T1 is exactly where they want to be, and it's a huge win for them. Only 1 kill. But the bigger story here, of course, is the Rift Herald that's in their possession with the Zeri slowing the game down.
And also control of the map when you have the global advantage as well. In theory, of course, Hijack will allow Karis to have an option there. But Faker now, Seismic Shove onto Onfleek, as Onfleek's trying to get some control of this river back. Hextech Soul, not an option, as it is going to be the second Drake of this game. See whether it's an interesting one.
It's really interesting because Talia, hasn't really been that much of a global threat in this meta. She's more used her ultimate just in the middle of a team fight to zone or to try to rush to an objective, get an early backup, almost like a teleport. But, in this matchup, she's been quite pinned down, and her real value has just been in her ability to set up fights and her just sustained damage later on in the game. She's just a battle mage. Her threaded volleys just do such insane amounts of damage, especially into a fairly melee-heavy composition like Hololive is looking to be when the Gnar has Mega Gnar and they're looking for engages.
Yeah.
You can catch somebody who engages, you can do tons of damage to them. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, and also now having that huge nuke as well means that when you're set up for sieges and stuff like this, it actually feels great, as we
just
can
look
see
at
demonstrated.
It,
yeah.
It's like,
thanks, Faker.
Thanks, Faker, for just making the point for us in real life, because Silas, he was doing all right in the early parts of this, but now he's just going to kind of be battered by some of the damage coming through from Faker as these items come online, and as he starts to get more mana with this tier, he can just repeatedly use this Q to harass it without being punished for it.
Yeah. Well, that Kraken Slayer that you were talking about has come through here for Sumd. Probably wants a little bit more attack speed until he's really happy. But still, that item spike feels a little bit better than that of the Immortal Shield Bow. Shield Bow a little bit more defensively orientated. So Sumd just going to get back to work, tidying up these mini waves and looking to see whether he's allowed to take any crockery from the bot lane turret. Yumiushi, though, is here in the mid lane, looking to try and grab some plate gold. Should be able to do so. Karis gets himself a wild growth. And Kerry's going to say, why did you take my ability? It's very, very rude. Vista looking for an opportunity here over the wall, but he's not going to find it. Had the Hex Flash available. Didn't really find himself an opportunity that he really wanted.
Yeah. Turret very vulnerable here, very ripe for the taking here for T1 with a few more pushes of this mid lane. It's going to, mid wave. Going to be easy to take. Samdi just catching waves right now, but it doesn't have any power until this next objective fight, which is frankly so far away that we're going to have a bit of a lull state here because T1 aren't looking to force fights or force picks. You know, if Hanwha Life Esports is elsewhere or this, you know, Sivir is not in the mid lane, they will grab the last part of that turret like I was talking about, but don't need to do so now. Could do it even during the neutral contest for Rift Herald, as obviously Sivir has such great wave clear.
This is interesting. Owner and Carrier are here a little bit early, as Zeus is still a long way away. Not going to be going for any sort of dive or anything like that. Walking over a ward here as well, as Owner and Carrier are going to back. Dudu could potentially throw a drill into that brush, and does do so.
Might actually...
Oh dear, this may have killed him.
Yeah.
That's very, very sad. His flash just came off cooldown right at that second, and so did have the opportunity to flash away. That crush wasn't enough.
Yeah, if that...
that felt real dicey.
If that Sonic Wave hits, Owner gets a kick on him, and he's probably dead.
Yep.
Just out of range, unfortunately. As, man, Faker is just starting to bully the Sylas now.
Yeah, he's got his crown completed. Does have that extra safety if he does happen to get abducted, perhaps.
Now, this game looks so different from last game because T1 are playing around a composition that needs to scale up well, and Zeus is on the tank, and despite some resources being committed to the top side for him, hasn't led to him snowballing this lane out of control or anything like that.
Yep.
So it's a very different game, but T1 still have a pretty massive tempo lead right now. Getting that second Drake, putting themselves at a 1.5 thousand gold lead here, getting the crash in mid, that Rift Herald fight going their way. This means that their comp is doing way more than most Zeri comps do, actually, at this stage in time. And it looks like they're the stronger early mid-game team, even though normally, traditionally, it's the Sivir comp that actually has that power here. Just T1 showcasing how strong they are as a team, even when the enemy has the answer.
Yeah, and do you know what it feels like to me? It feels like it's the Owner Lee Sin comp is what does it. That's sort of how it works out. That's how they get that extra control. As here we've got a bit of a battle of brewing, as Karis looking for an angle for this Glacial Prison, but they're getting zoned away. Faker with so much control of this area. Zeus finds the Glacial Prison. There's the seismic shove as the Viego tries to get out, but he just can't. Now Owner's looking for the Q. He'll, of course, get it, but he gets walloped underneath the turret. Beautifully played by Dudu. He is going to get punished here, as Faker can just throw some rocks through, but oh, can he? All right, so they do manage to take that one. Faker goes golden. Samdi has great use of his spell shield, and they will be able to finally pick up that kill as well, as T1 will take Shirley.
A little bit flashy here for T1 of a take on this Herald. In fact, they're going to have to let this one go, it looks like here. Guma on the edge here, and Carrier used his ultimate earlier on, used his heal.
Well, Hook is going to connect here as Karis is going to land the chains, and Gumayushi, he just thought he could dash over the wall, but he was staying there too long.
Probably should have just flashed that one as, oh no, the Herald is going to get dropped of aggro for just a second. We'll be able to maintain the pull here though, and are going to be taking this one away. So Dudu is just like, well, if they are going to be this crazy, if they're going to be this all in on me, I'm actually going to be a hero. Turns that one around so beautifully.
Yeah, I saw the Narbar Wolf and I was like, but it's Nah, and then I looked over and I was like, but it's Owner, so he's definitely going to be able to do this. And then, no, as it turns out, still Nah, never mind.
Crazy how many resources are committed and they still don't trade up on that part of the map. As the engage here is beautiful. They take out on Fleek. Dudu is pushed back. You could just take the Herald here, but no, we got to be showy, right?
Could,
and Dudu
should, you know.
Yeah. Just because you might be able to doesn't mean that you absolutely should try to force this. As then Faker gets walloped and knocked up. Yes, Dudu gets killed, but Faker is left out to dry here, even though Carrier commits heal.
In the meantime, On Fleek is going to head up towards that top side and kill Faker in trade for the Dragon. Some happy gaming is ensuing here as we are underneath
it could become sad very quickly.
Gold lead. Yes, indeed. Dudu going to hop away as Carrier and Owner were in the vicinity. T1 will take this out of turret. Zeus is extraordinarily tanky. Q connects, of course, and Vista is well and truly dead. T1 going to prove to us that they are still in the lead. As Glitter Lance goes wide, On Fleek looks for a stun, doesn't get it. Zeus very tanky. As Owner will land a Q. Paying a lot of respect to the position that On Fleek could be in. As
K2's got
Hanwha
that
back away.
armor, but there's just no objective to fight for, so...
Yeah, it's just that they're fighting for fighting's
Well,
sake.
I mean, the one objective to fight for, of course, was defending the mid-turret, but they were trying to find a little bit more information of what was happening around the Raptor camp. They weren't fully grouped up, and unfortunately, Vista was kind of left out to die there. As we're going to watch what happened to Faker as he comes over here to try to defend this turret, and is, of course, flashless and cleanseless, so just instantly deleted.
Yep, Heartbreaker, pretty useful there to avoid Seismic Shock.
And notice where everybody else is. They're trying to group up for that Gnar bar that's set up for shutting down Lee Sin, but Guma and Zeus are pushing this. Vista, once the turret is down, is just completely isolated and destroyed. So an easy pick here for T1 after Faker's death. They grab the turret. So a trade up for them in terms of crucial objectives, despite that top side play. So it's a turret for a turret. But T1 still walking away as the dust settles with the big advantage. Not as big as it used to be after that really odd scuffle on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, but if you're a T1 fan, don't be too worried. There is still a Zeri in this game. She is 1-1-2 and on even farm with this Sivir and has a turret lead and a gold lead. So yeah, everything's fine. T1 at this stage. However, if they make any more whoopsies like this, things could become a little bit more problematic. As now T1 pushing up here in this mid lane in the 4v4. Mid laners farming on opposite sides of the map. Faker, no teleport available, of course, has elected for the Ghost, but Karras has his on cooldown. He will take this out of turret, and Faker's looking for his. Q connects here onto Dudu, who's just throwing drills around, and now Zeus is sort of alone underneath this one. There is a Gnar into the wall. Owner is going to turn up on Fleek, has to get himself out of here. The Ignite's still ticking down as Owner finds yet another one. Safeguard to find Sam D, and they are tidying everyone up. Owner is too good, Wolf. He is just too good at Lee Sin.
He's just too good. Now, he did set the chains in motion for that disaster that happened on the top side, but you know what? He's just going to make up for it. Everything before that moment was amazing, and everything after that moment so far has been amazing, and that's going to be a successful defense of a turret and a Baron take on spawn here for T1. 3 members of Hanwha Life Esports still in the death chamber as this Baron goes down, and T1 just will be able to set up successful defenses of objectives. You see what happened with the Nautilus or Vista and the rest of his team are not on the same page on the defense. Look at how well set up T1 is here to actually use the last 5% of this turret's health to force a successful team fight here. Onfleek's got the Ignite ticking against him. Owner plays this perfectly, takes him out, and Sam D with the help of Faker, of course, to get the slow here onto Vista. 3 kills, Baron, and this game is now wide open for T1. 3rd item for Zeri on the horizon here.
Yeah.
And man, suddenly this game just feels unwinnable for Hanwha Life Esports after what was the most hopeful moment of them just moments ago.
And maybe, just maybe, that was the entire strategy. We've said this, I think, so many times this week. The false sense of security. Luring your opposition to thinking that they might be able to win a fight. Because T1, finding a team fight at 19.5 minutes in the game feels a little bit poignant given T1's history with Baron. As that seismic shove was beautiful. The follow-up here from Zeus as well. Winter's Wrath not going to connect. As
Look at all these
does make it into the camouflage mode. Faker has to flash to get himself out of the way here, as there is the flash. Nah, lands onto 2. Zeus able to arctically assault away though, and somehow T1 all survive.
Yeah, they all survive here. The push is staved off for now. And some flashes are expended. Faker and Keria losing both of their summoner spells, but they could just wait for the next wave and siege it up again.
Yep, here we go. Zeus is just dashing on forward. Owner is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Karras after a little bit of time here. Breaks his stopwatch afterwards, and it's going to be Gumayushi that's given the kill credit for that one. 3-1-4 now on the Zeri. Weren't we just talking about it being 1-1-2? Zeri things.
Just Zeri things.
Yeah, just Zeri things.
Who needs to upgrade boots?
Not
Zeri.
She presses R to get boots. That's what champions do now. Zeus, can you just Arctic Assault out of that? Yeah, I guess you can. No worries there at all. Faker with the Weaver's Wall to come on through here is now Hanwha Life Esports. This is not where you want to be. Owner's underneath the turret, but of course that doesn't matter as he safeguards his way out. Gumayushi picks that one up with a last-minute Q. And this is just starting, it's really starting to look like the Harlem Globetrotters now, Wolf.
Yeah.
T1 turned this game into what looked somewhat competitive after that Herald fight into completely unwinnable at all in any way after that mid-turret.
It's their hyperbolic time chamber. They're just limit testing nonstop as Yeah, the teleport here from Dudu, where they flank, is actually really incredible, and it sets up for a really nice angle. But with the Summoner Spell advantage that T1 have, they get to flash these, and then Zeus just gets out over the wall here. And at this point, you're like, okay, well, are T1 going to be able to push? Yeah, they just reset, come over here, teleport in. Extendo Beam is massive, and Hanwha Life Esports just don't have a front-to-back teamfight composition anymore when the pieces are falling apart like this and the Narbar isn't there and Baron is up. The siege here from T1 is amazing, and it just continues. Like, we're going to watch this whole thing, I guess.
Meanwhile, in live, On Fleek's dead. I did have a little bit of a look at that, but Vista's dead as well. It started off with Owner missing a Q. He got very upset about that, so he killed 2 people, I think is how that one went. Meanwhile, Dudu is just trying to forget about the woes of the top side of the map whilst dealing with the super minions that have been placed into his bottom lane. So T1, they will secure this inner turret, and it's about, crossing I's and dotting T's, I think, or the other way around. This game has me a little bit frazzled.
Yeah, I mean, look, T1 have the Baron buff now expired, and they are only able to get bottom inhibitor, but it's arguably the most valuable one for them this game because it will, of course, keep super minions on the opposite side of the map for the next Baron spawn in 2 minutes' time, which is why Dudu was spending some time actually clearing that one out to make sure it's not going to be threatening those Nexus turrets anytime soon. But T1's still fully in control of this map and in this game, even though the Baron has expired, and now it feels like we're slowing down a little bit here. But the early game Sivir never found team fight success, even when there was that big overextension, let's just say, as we're going to come into this late here and see what happened. Owner doesn't even hit the Q, just uses a ward hop to get on top of On Fleek. Second Q lands, takes him out here. Zeus is with him, but the Sivir doesn't get any power, doesn't get any value. We're seeing the value of Shurelya's for Keria be much more important than Sivir's ultimate here. And the tempo lead that T1 had so early on now allows them to stomp 10,000 gold ahead. Guma takes an item lead here with 2,700 gold. He has an advantage right now. And this game has all been about Owner just limit testing. It's just his testing room, his training room.
I think, do you know, like, actually that's how T1 outdrafted Hanwha Life Esports. They picked Lee Sin. And actually the rest of it is entirely irrelevant.
In this game, yeah.
Yeah. He's just too good at this champion. I think this is a phenomenal showcase of, I mean, yes, the T1 draft, absolutely playable, totally fine, but Hanwha Life Esports as well, they've got a great one. But unfortunately, the fact is, we have nameplates, and the Lee Sin has Owner written on it, and therefore it's like, oh, well, I guess we lost.
Yeah, and this is why top teams against T1 just do not let this one go through. They'll allow T1 to have even stronger and more meta picks. Lee Sin is on a 9, I believe, game losing streak because Owner has had it banned against him every time.
Yeah.
When it's not, guess what? I think the streak is over.
Yeah, no, I have a feeling that Lee Sin might be winning a game. 100% kill contribution so far. As, yeah, these rocks are really starting to hurt as Faker is throwing them over. I'm very used to them being icicles, as everyone does like using that particular skin. As T1 have set up a bit of a gank brush here. Karis might just die. There is the Glacial Prison. As he is going to go golden for a moment. Faker off to the side, looking for Dudu. Seismic Shove is good, pushes him back towards the wall. No one dead just yet, but Zeus can tank for about forever. The Sivir will fall down. Gumyushi picks up his double, make it a triple. Will he get another pentakill? It's a quadra at least, but where did the Silas go? He's going to be teleporting. He's trying to get out, and there's the kick to the back of the head. How dare you deny the pentakill? As Gumyushi will find a penta in the previous series. He played the Zeri, and then a quadra kill in this one.
I really like the script writers and the director of this game just really metaphorically showing that, yes, Guma did get a quadra kill on Zeri, but it was actually the Lee Sin the whole time. And how Lee Sin gets the 5th and final kill for the ace there, the director is really symbolically showing that he will pick up POG despite the quadra.
Yeah.
It's just so beautiful.
It's not penta denial when he deserves it. Absolutely. Vista is just going to be taken down here. Faker picks up that kill. The Nexus is going to follow suit. T1 utterly dominant in this game, and it's exactly what we asked for from the squad that still has a very small chance of locking down that first place if Gen G do falter. And they could still, of course, win the LCK in summer. They are still very likely to head towards round 2 as well, as T1 just showing that they are not to be written off.
Certainly not. A 2-0 victory was what the fans wanted tonight. That is what the players wanted. That is what everything in this organization is. That you have to 2-0 tonight to bounce back from that loss that was, even though it won't affect their playoffs or anything like that, really hurts their chances of getting first place. And it's a big blow. You know, this is a team that went undefeated in spring, had the Gen.G loss there. Feels frustrating that your chances of first are almost 0 now, but you come back strong in a match like this where you're playing against one of the weakest teams in the LCK, and not only do you 2-0 it, but you make it look like a silly game. Like it was not even fair that it had to be played. It was that one-sided. Like, it's not fair to the Hanwha Life esports players. They're actually submitted to this cruelty. Yeah. It's almost how it felt. And T1, they dominate here tonight in a matchup they absolutely should have. And it does, of course, erase doubts that anyone had. Is like, oh, they lost to Gen.G. Maybe they're not a top team. Of course they are. Gen.G is just in a completely different league, like T1 is.
You know, absolutely. Owner also had just the greatest of his Lee Sin performances. Probably not the greatest, because, of course, you do like to have it against opposition that are a little bit more powerful in order to really get the greatest out of it. But, man, some of his plays, even though he went a little bit overly aggressive around that Rift Herald, made up for it with just absolute ludicrous outplay throughout the entirety of the early game. He ran the show. He was bot lane, then he was top lane, then he was bottom lane again. He was all over the map, took complete control of the game. And I think it's definitely POG worthy if jungler at T1.
I think that people have talked a lot about Owner and his Lee Sin only, but his decision-making as a jungler has been really up there, right? And it used to be we only talked about Canyon as our best jungler in the LCK, and no one else could even be in the conversation because Canyon was so far ahead. But he has not had the most amazing season, of course, talking about Canyon. And Owner and Peanut are two sides, I think, of a yin and yang at the top of the LCK Summer. Like, yeah, Owner, he is the hands, right? And like saying he's smart too in his decision-making, his support he gives Zea's top side, also bottom side control, amazing. Peanut kind of set up how the jungle is played, especially the Poppy pick. But both these junglers are just so incredibly fun to watch right now, and it is just weird that Canyon doesn't get to be in the same conversation as them, but a torch has kind of been passed here this season, for sure.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I actually think that you're talking about passing torches and things like that. The way Owner is playing here is actually quite reminiscent of what Peanut used to do back in the day, right? When he was this new young gun that joins this Rocks Tigers, of course, who were the Coup Tigers, and that was a solid group. And then Peanut, this young guy, comes in and then just starts absolutely schooling people on champions like the Lee Sin as well. I think that parallel is actually kind of beautiful here, as Owner is doing it, and it feels like he's just doing it better, especially considering the fact that he's now moved up to a 91% win rate or something like that. Like, what, 22-3?
He's just so young and so
24
new. Yeah, I think it's 23. Anyway.
It's too many and not many.
He is so young and is such a new player in the LCK. He might be doing this for 4 or 5 more years. Like, when he's Peanut's age, one day we'll be like, let's see what legacy he left behind. I think it's going to be a legendary one.
I think so too. And we'll see whether that World Championship is something that he's going to be able to pick up. Of course, T1, I think, basically qualified for Worlds at this stage. If they're not, then they are very, very close. As he usually has his Penta denied, but he has a big smile on his face because I think he knows that Owner did a heck of a lot of work there.
And also, if Owner doesn't do that, then Karis will actually just channel his teleport and get away. So he has to kick him to kill him. What a stompy series, but it's just one of those series that if you're a T1 fan, you're like, yep, this is what I wanted to see tonight. This is what I stayed up to watch.
Yeah.
And everything went according to plan. If you're a Hanwha Life esports fan, season's over. You got a lot of players to experience, and you're hoping for, you know, maybe that development carries over into next year.
No, exactly. And you're looking for that long break in order to get yourself together and focus on a good 2023. But, ladies and gentlemen, to take us through that T1 victory, we are going to throw it over to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space with Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, caster people, for your wonderful job today. We will take it from here on the analyst carpet space and collaborative chairs. That was a stomp. there's not really much else to say. T1 came out to play tonight. I said it in game number 1. They approached this with the idea, at least from my perspective, of trying to be as clean as possible, at least in game number 1. Game number 2, there were more aggressive plays, some more kills given over to the side of Hanwha Life, but it did not change the fact that this was just a insane stomp.
Yeah. And we're going to do something because we have seen so many games kind of be an exercise in futility in terms of analyzing draft. We're going to pretend that nameplates are on. How would we perceive this draft? Because we skip forward a lot because the draft doesn't actually matter, but I want you to forget that just for a second. Because looking at that, I think the overall setup here from Hanwha Life is not that bad. They preemptively go for the Sivir counter pick, which has been hit or miss, but I don't think it's a bad pick by any means. A lot of AD carry sprints, most notably, has been able to actually make it work very nicely. The stylist priority, I think, is much better than what we've seen in the past. Also gives you a double whammy for the Gnar, which like a week and a half ago would have been a surefire draft win. And then overall, when you look at the T1 side, their top side skirmishing is really, really strong with that lead, with that Sejuani. But so is yours, right? Between Gnar, Viego and Sylas, like if you can get a good setup on an early Herald fight, you can knock multiple people into a wall, you can get a good ultimate from the Sylas, and then Viego can get resets. You definitely have a way to match the early power, and then bot side for neither of these teams is really relevant, but Nautilus is a lot stronger in Herald fight. So in theory, the Hanwha Life draft looks quite nice. Now, none of that mattered at all.
Yeah,
but
it's a fun exercise.
I feel like today we've had so many nothing matters, everything.
We had a draft, but then they got stomped anyway. Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think the more I see Sivir, obviously I don't want to take too much away from this game, but it does feel like if you're not getting ahead by like some kind of pushing lanes and picking up plates and accelerating your 3-atom spike, you just kind of on the hunt run away unless the rest of your team is winning. You can on the hunt in, and it feels like more of like a win more. You know, if your team is winning, you press your buttons, everybody's going in, Gnar's ultimating, Sylas is right on top of them because you got that extra movement speed and all this stuff. But if not, you're kind of just clearing waves, and she's very good at that. But
yeah, I'm a little, I'm still okay with it, but I think that it remains to be seen whether it's actually going to be good or not. Whether we're going to keep seeing it this high prio and the preemptive counter pick.
Especially into the Zeri, because I think Zeri's ultimate in her kit allows her to find many different angles, regardless of if you're ahead, behind, or not even on the Rift. Let's go into highlight number 1, which... you
know the best part is? This is the only highlight we picked. This isn't even that great a highlight for T1. That's the funniest part, because they're already 2k gold up at this point. So yeah, owner dies here. Watch him care. He's just trying to farm enough likes for his new highlight reel, where which he does for the rest of the game. Faker going in there as well, unnecessary. You know the true trader is Carrier. Could have flashed in front of the hook that's about to come out here. Doesn't do that. Unbelievable. Only uses his heal. Doesn't go for the hook.
Could have saved him, I think.
And then just to drag attention away from the rest of his team, Yuma's like, I'll take one, guys. I'll take a hit as well. No problem. Has flash. Is Zeri. Still just gets taken down. And the reason why we picked this is because this is the only good moment for Hanwha Life. And every single other moment of this game was T1 taking a play, and Hanwha Life was just like, oh, okay, yeah, we can't do anything. Like, you got us beat. Every single time, out-skirmished, out-fought, out-rotated. It was a slaughter.
Yep, that's the way it goes sometimes. Guys, we do have a POG for this game. Let's take a look at who it was on the side of T1. No surprise here, it was Owner. I did note to myself and to you, Chronicler, that Guma did go something like 8-1-6 at the time that I noticed. It was probably more by the end of the game. But Owner is still going to be the one that picks it up with a very nice scoreline himself as well.
Yeah, it's just, he's the only one that's still winning on League. And there's a good reason. And the more I see of this T1, the more I'm convinced that as much as Peanut has been very, very good as a jungler, Gen.G to me feels like a bottom-focused team, right? And it's mid, it's bottom. Whereas for T1, like Zeus and Owner, this 1-2 combo is just nuts. And why I love the Sejuani, even though it's such a boring pick generally, is that like we've seen junglers enable their top laners, like it's a back and forth, right? It's always one of the two is more supportive, the other one is carry, and they really augment each other in such a cool way.
Yeah, it's very nice to see. I think you put it very nicely. I just think that as the meta changes and we're not just 100% of the time diving bot all the time, even though I think that still can work in some situations, you don't have to do that. You don't have to just dive over and over in the bottom lane. You can pick lanes that just handshake and then focus on the top side. And we have been seeing T1 do a lot of that. Guma did pick up a couple of votes, as did Zeus. Maybe someone trying to get him there to 1,200, but not going to happen today because can't do it 100% of the games. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by owner Zeus from T1. Clean to a victory over Hana Life Esports. How do you feel, owner? To start off, it's been a while since we actually got a 2-0, so it feels great, and also it feels great to get the POG. Zeus, not only you got a victory, but also you are back on the POG standings first place. How does that feel? I was pretty quick on hitting, 1K POG points, but I was like stuck there for a while. But I thought like it might be too hard to get more POGs, but I'm so glad that I actually got more POG today. Owner, I have a question about the game number 1 comp. The opponents went for Gwen, Viego, Azir, Saber comp, which means they are really strong in the late game. So what was T1's kind of plan against their comp? So we were aware of the fact that we are going to be having the edge in the mid game. So we had a lot of discussion about what we're going to do in the mid game, and we were able to get the best outcome. Zeus. Well, that game number 1 was actually your first LCK Akali game. And we were really shocked that it took you so long to play Akali, even though you're so good at it. In spring, I didn't really prefer that pick, I did practice it, but even before game number 1, I was telling my teammates, this is my first time actually playing Akali on stage, so I was pretty glad that it turned out great. What made you play Akali today? So recently, a lot of teams have been playing her against Gwen as a counter pick into Gwen, and I thought Akali also kind of fit our comp really well as well. And then game number 2, you played Sejuani for the first time in the LCK as well. I guess you were kind of flexing your dip champion pool today. Tell me about the Sejuani play. I actually didn't kind of think that Sejuani is a strong pick. So I didn't really like that, but nowadays I kind of realized this is pretty good. So I have been practicing Sejuani not long ago. Well, even though that was your first Akali game in the LCK, you made so many outplays. So let's take a look at this replay. Were you confident that you're going to actually live right there? When I went in, the moment I went in, I was pretty sure that there was no way I'm going to die, but I got chunked down. I was like, maybe this could be a kill trade, but somehow I was able to survive, and I think I was able to pull off the best play possible there. Owner, what did you feel watching that play? I also thought he was gonna die, so I was trying to kind of cover and pick up some kills, but he got really lucky to survive, which was really good. Yeah, Zeus also admitted that it was a really close fight, and we were so thrilled to watch that kind of an outplay, but in the player cam, you were actually so calm. I think I was mostly like thinking of like whatever, what's gonna happen is gonna happen, so I was not like too excited about the outcome. Not only Zeus' performance was so on point, but also Lee Sin by Owner The LCK total record is 30 wins, 30 losses, and this season it's 11-1. And you are having a phenomenal win rate on that champion. So, were you confident that you're gonna just get the win the moment you locked in Lee Sin today? I mean, Lee Sin is one of my favorite picks, and also I'm pretty good at it. But the enemy let it through, so I was like, yeah, we gotta punish them for not banning Lee. Well, to be honest, Lee Sin is on a 9-game losing streak this summer, so kind of understandable why they did not ban that Lee Sin. Well, I had no idea that it was on a long losing streak. Well, if a champion is on a really bad kind of streak, do you kind of care about it when you lock it in? I don't really care too much about the datas or stats, so I just wanted to give it a go. How was your Lee Sin play? How would you like to put that in a short sentence? My Lee was perfect. 10 out of 10. I think the crowds are thinking the same way. And in the end of game number 2, Gumayusi was screaming for the penta, and then owner, you were like, get over here, come here, and then you just steal the last kill away. What happened there? I mean, I saw him channeling the teleport, so I was thinking that I can, cancel the teleport with my kick. So I was calling Gumayusi to come over, but he was a little bit far away, but I didn't want to let it walk away, so I decided to just, lock down the kill. Now, as we are nearing the end of the regular split, we have Nongshim, Liv Sandbox, and Damwon Kia as T1's remaining matches. I'm looking forward to the match against Damwon Kia the most because Nuguri is so good. What about you, owner? I'm looking forward to facing against all those teams because they're all really strong, they're all great, so I want to face all of them. The playoff is just around the corner. You have your chances of making it straight to the round 2 is actually higher than 99%. So what is your mindset for the playoffs? It's gonna sound so lame, but we're gonna do our best. And our goal is always winning the championship. And owner? Me too. What I want is winning the title. And we will do our best to, participate in the playoffs with the best condition. So I will do my best to be on the best form for the playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview from the T1 POGs, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation, as always. Let's take a look at the standings now. As they did mention, T1 is not 100% in round 2. They are basically right there with about 99% chance to make it in, probability-wise. And as we said before, Hamalife, they had a chance, but not going to happen this time to remove themselves from that lowest spot. As our matchups for tomorrow, DRX versus Nongshim Red Force and Damwon Kia up against Gen G. It'll be you and I, Chronicler, on that one.
Yeah, and I remember a time where Damwon Kia Gen G would have been the highlight of the week. But right now, not looking like that time. Damwon Kia are in shambles, and Gen G are looking like Damwon Kia in 2020, effectively. So that's a fun switch up.
Time is a flat circle. We have just swapped positions now with the teams. And yeah, I am curious to see if Damwon Kia will put up any kind of fight against Gen G, because not a lot of teams are having a lot of luck against Gen G. In fact, none of them are. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see those matches, guys. Thank you once again so much for joining us here at the LCK. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the matches. Have a great night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready. cannot